So if you are learning Python from the beginning, this is the first chapter you have to study, that is Introduction to Python. So we are learning Python programming language. So Python, what comes in your mind by the word Python? Is it a snake? If you go for the logo, see two snakes are there, but is there any connection with snake? There is no such meaningful connection with the snake, but there is a funny story behind it. So first of all, let me tell you who invented Python. So in Netherlands, this scientist Guido van Rossum invented Python. Now, in the year of 1991, Python was released, but it started developing from 1989. Now, you will be asking, like, there will be lots of programming language, lots of traditional or fundamental programming language, it's already there in the market. Now, being the presence of those programming language, why we need Python at that moment? So this traditional programming language like C, C++, Java, those type of programming languages are very much like complex in syntax. Like, why you need a programming language? You need to communicate with the machine, right? As a human being, you need to communicate with the machine. That is why you need a programming language. But if it is having so many complex syntax, for that case you need to go for any simpler version of any programming language which is having very simple syntax. So for the sake of very simple syntax, Guido van Rossum first introduced Python. So, what is the motto or what is the mindset behind developing Python? Is like these are all the programming language having those very complex syntax. So, those are actually limited to expert. That time you need to be a very techie person or a very expert to write a program to work with technology. You need to learn about very complex technique or complex syntaxes. Whereas for this Python programming language, like the main motive to develop this Python is actually it should be for all. Okay, so it will be for all, not for the expert only. Like this type of programming language should be accessible by everyone. And let me tell you, like Python is a very easy programming language. Like this much easy that anyone can write. So it is very close to English language. So you can say it as a high level programming language. Like Python is high level programming language. And nowadays, you must be observing that Python is leading the entire market. How? By the era, like by in the era of AI, artificial intelligence, fully powered by Python, even machine learning, deep learning, everywhere, all the libraries like in AI, LangChain, LangGraph, or in ML, scikit-learn, deep learning, in deep learning, TensorFlow, PyTorch, Keras, and even in the development, some frameworks like Django, Flask, even in the testing, even in software testing, Python Selenium. So in this different domain, Python is actually leading the market. So it is very versatile. So it is a general purpose now. It's a general purpose programming language. General purpose programming language means it is covering each and every domain. It's a most scientific programming language you are learning today. So, like in terms of data analysis, where data is generated everywhere, using Python, you can do the data analysis, you can yield meaningful insights. So, that is how it is general purpose programming language. Now, the question is why this name Python? Like, how Guido van Rossum named a programming language after a snake. So there is a very funny story about a show, a TV show was there in that era. The name was Montes Python Flying Circus. Now, from this name, Guido van Rossum named after this programming language because it was his favorite TV show. So, from this name Python, he just casually named after it. So, that is the main motto. Now, today, how much Python is sufficient for the technology, for the upcoming or the booming technology? How much it is efficient? So now it is a programming language, though it is actually helping to learn about this leading technology like AI, even the NLP, transformers, each and every difficult technology. But if you say the programming language, it is very easy to learn. Easy to learn because this is high level programming language. High level in the sense, l- like there are three types of programming language. One is low level, means which is very close to machine language. Machine language means zeros and ones. Now there is one high level programming language also, like Python. High level programming means which is very close to English. You don't have to think so much in syntax, it's very easy, so like Python. And even there is also mid level programming languages. Now, as because this is high level programming language, it's very easy to learn. Now here, if you execute a code, here we, like, Python use interpreter is used, so it is interpreted programming language. Like Python is used, or Python code is executed line by line execution is done. Like whenever you give a program to the machine need a controller to execute. Now let's suppose you are giving 5 lines of code. Now machine what will do, machine will execute each and every line. Now it can do all at once or line by line. If it is all at once, then it is actually called the compiler based programming. Now here Python is actually doing line by line execution, so that is why it is actually interpreted programming language. Now, as because it is interpreted programming language, we can also say it is a scripting language. It is also called what? Scripting language. And what is the big thing about Python? How it is actually going like a general purpose programming language because of the too much diversity in the library function. It is having a huge amount of library function. Some libraries I already have given some examples like TensorFlow, Keras, NumPy, Panda, Matplotlib. So huge amount of library function present in Python. So that is how it is now general purpose. In each and every domain now Python is actually leading. And you will be seeing that whenever we will be going for Python installation, it is fully platform independent. Like whatever OS you are using, either you are using Windows or iOS or Linux, it is fully platform independent, so it's very easy to install. You don't have to install anything extra for different windows. It can support each and every system. It will not you will be facing no problem while installing Python. It's that much easy, just a small file you need to install. If you are a beginner, for you I'm telling, and those who have already installed Python, they know how much easy it is. And it is also open source. Now, open source in the sense, what do you mean by open source? Open source programming language means you don't need to pay. Python will not charge anything for downloading. That is the one case. But another thing is, which is the best part, that this library function, how this library function is too much huge. Like Guido van Rossum still working on it. Even you also can contribute in Python library. So it is open source in the sense it is open to contribute also. Like you can contribute in the Python library. You have to be like just a Python developer to contribute in Python library. And that is how Python library functions. Like it is now Python library is booming, or it is increasing day by day. Like approximately it is having 8 plus crores of library function in Python. How it is that much increasing? Because of the contribution over the world of Python developers. So that much open source it is. If you want, you can also contribute in the library function. That is how it is open source, and even its source code also present or available in the web. If you want, you can like you can make a replica of this Python programming language. Okay. And the best part of Python, that thing I'm going to say, which is very very important, listen everything carefully, that the best part is python supports Python supports multi-paradigm. Python supports multi-paradigm. Now, what is this multi-paradigm? This is the main question. Multi-paradigm means multi-paradigm in the sense there are three types of approaches it is meant by. So, the first approach is procedural programming. Procedural. Next is functional, and lastly it is OOPS, object oriented programming. Now Python actually supports each and every approaches. Like you will be seeing some programming language which is properly procedural or properly functional or OOPS. What do you mean by that? Function procedural means you can write loops. Functional means you can write functions, and oops means you can introduce class and object. Now class and object concept it is there. Now if I give you some example of pure oops is Java is a programming language which is following pure oops, whereas functional procedural you can say C program, it is there. But Python as a programming language, it is supporting multi paradigm. Means Python is procedural also, Python is functional also, and even Python is object oriented. Better to say Python supports object oriented programming also. So that is a big thing about Python. So I hope you have understood this part, like how this Python is now growing in the as a technology, and how it is easy, how it is accessible for all, and what we can do with Python. So let's do Python installation for the beginners. So, how to install Python in your system? Just go on any browser. I am choosing here Google Chrome. Now, search for Python download. So, when you go for Python download, you will be seeing this python.org. This is the official site from where you can download Python. Just click on download Python, and there are lots of version of Python. It is already present. So, it is better to go with 3.13 because it is not that much new and that much old, so better to go with this. Otherwise some of the features, like in the new version, some of the features may vary. That's why 3.13 is better to download. So if you go for this, you will be having some lots of options according to your system. Just download any of them. If you are using Mac, then Mac. If you're using Windows, then you need to look for whether it is 64-bit or 32-bit, whether you are using Linux. So try to choose the file according to your system. So for me it is 64-bit Windows, so I'm just downloading it, and it is now it is using some folders to save this exe file. So if I run this, see this downloading started, and Let's wait for the file. So download complete. After that, click on it. Just go to the folder and click on this exe file. It will start installing. So as because I have already installed Python, so it is showing replacing your existing installation without changing, or otherwise you can go with the customize installations. So from this you will see all these options, and this ideally option, mainly this ideally documentation pip, mainly this ideally option, it should be checked, and then go on next. And there are three options used. If you see here, three options, and here this add Python to environment variables, this option should be checked. And after this, just click on install, it will start installing. So this is what the process is. As because I already have Python in my system, I'm not installing it. You can install by clicking on this. So this is what the installation is. Now after this installation process, which coding environment or the which coding editor we will be using, as because we are learning from scratch, so my suggestion is to go with ideally not Visual Studio Code. VS Code we will be using for projects. VS Code we will be using later, and that time I will show you how to use Python in VS Code, but not now. We are not using VS Code. What we will be using here, just go on the search button. If you successfully installed Python in your system, you will see you can search for IDLE. So this is what, as because 3.13 you already have installed, you will see this option IDLE for Python 3.13 bit. It is there. Just click on open. You will see this option will open. So what is this ideally? Ideally is basically, now ideally full form is basically integrated integrated development and learning environment. Now this is what the ideally is. This comes with your Python installation. Here we will be writing the code. So here let's write your first code. So if you want to write your first code, which is hello world, how to do it? Just write print, then one quote, write what you need to write, hello world, and close with parenthesis. This brackets is called parenthesis. Now if you click on this, congratulations, you have written your first Python code. So this is what our ideally, this is how it works. Means if you run one line, the output it will show after this. Means here you will be feeling the proper interpreter version. Like each and every line, if you go for 2 plus 3, the output will be right there. Means line by line execution is happening here. So in the initial case we will be using this ideally. Until and unless we are going to be pro at programming, we will be using this ideally shell. And later, what are the other option? We can go with VS Code, or otherwise for big projects we can go with Google Colab. Search on Google Colab. So this is also one. So this is also one online interpreter for Python. You can click on notebook and you can start writing the code, but I will suggest to go with ideally. Now, what are the difference between your ideally and VS Code or Google Colab? So, if I talk about VS Code or Google Colab, what is the difference between them? So, this is what called IDE. So, what is IDE? Integrated Development Environment. It's not learning. Okay. So, it is also some code editor, but the best part of IDE is you will be seeing fully line by line execution. Here, line by line execution is happening, and there is no code editor. Means if you run anything once, you can't go back and you can't change in this line. No change is permissible. If you're writing anything, you can't change. So it's not a code editor, it is actually working like a CLI. CLI means command line interface. So it is working like that. Now let's resume our topic for Python. So this is all about Python installation, and we will be practicing all of our programs and code in ideally shell. So let's understand keywords in Python. First, we need to understand what is a keyword. Like if you take any programming language, if you have idea about any programming language, you will be seeing some of the words like if, while, and, or this type of some words already you will be using in your programs. Now all these words, like in each and every programming language, you will be seeing some standard words, universal standard words. Now all those universal standard words, why those words are actually used? So those words is having some specific purpose for performing any specific task. It is being used, and its task, it's already predefined. It's already predefined. Like for different purpose, for different tasks, you will be using some words, and it is having some specific meaning. Now how many keywords you will be having in Python? Let's see. So for this case, what you have to do, just go in ideally shell and just import keyword. Now after this, let's write keyword dot kw list. So as you can see the output, all these words are actually keyword, means universal standard words. These are all the words in Python. Now how many words present, how many keywords present in Python? So let's check. I'm using here len function. This is an inbuilt function you can use. So put this comment inside this len function. You will be seeing what is the length of this entire list, because this is what actually called a list. You will be seeing in the data type. So if you see what is the length of the list, it will give you the count of the words present inside this list. So as you can see, 35. So in Python, you will be having 35 keywords. 35 keywords present in Python. Now, among these words, you will be seeing some of the difference between all these keywords. You will be seeing, if you observe carefully, that false, none, true. Only these three keywords present, which is actually starting with uppercase. Now, apart from these three keywords, all these keywords are in lowercase. Now, these three keywords is actually called special keywords. So, in Python, you will be having out of these 35 keywords, there are three special keywords. Three special keywords. Now, why those keywords are actually special? First of all, there is one indication, it is starting. with uppercase. It is starting with uppercase. Now, one more point is like why these keywords? Keywords is actually used for some specific task and its task is predefined by the developer, means it is the task is fixed. Now, if you write a variable, here I am taking a variable, this is what called variable a equals to, if I write if, there is no such meaning of it, it will give you syntax error. Whereas if I take these keywords, the special keywords, let's suppose a equals to false, if I write like this it will take. Even if I write a equals to true, again it will not throw any error. Even a equals to none if I do, then also it is possible. So the thing is, so the thing is, these three special keywords, it has some specific meaning, it is used for any specific task. Plus, there is one more plus point is it can be used, also it can be used as value of the variable, value of the variable. So out of these 35 keywords, these three you are having these special keywords and rest of it are normal keywords. Now we will be moving forward to variables. Variables in Python, because we are now talking about variables. So let's understand variable. And this is all about keywords, Python keywords. So let's understand variables and identifiers. Now, variables. What is a variables? So we already have seen in the keywords, we already have taken a equals to. So if I write a equals to 10, this is what? This a is a variable. So what is the syntax for a variable? Variable equals to value. Variable equals to value. This is what the syntax is. And as an example, this is what the variable and this is what the value is. Variable and the value. Now, whenever I am writing this a equals to 10, what we are exactly doing? Are we storing 10 inside a? So, if you go for the memory allocation, which is very, very important, like what is happening whenever interpreter seeing this a equals to 10, what exactly is happening? So, when interpreter will see a equals to 10, what will happen? Memory means the RAM. This memory will segregate in two parts. One is variable space and other part is value space. Now this 10, whenever you are giving this 10 is actually randomly stored somewhere. If you see, if I give 10 also or 20 also, it will take by the interpreter. Now, if I tell you, let's go and fetch that 20. Can you fetch that? If I go to check whether it is already stored or not, I will be using id. Id, it is an inbuilt function to check to whether it is stored or not. So it will give you, like id is giving you the exact location of the value you are storing. So if I give id of 20, it is showing some integer address. So this is what the memory address it is showing. Now if I want to access this 20, I have no backup. So what is happening exactly? Whenever you are giving 10 or 20, let's suppose go with 10. If I give 10 randomly, it is getting randomly stored somewhere in the memory. Inside a memory block, a single memory block, it will get stored. Now it will be having some address. So generally this address is in integer address. For our assumption, let's take some hexadecimal address. Let's suppose I am taking 0x32. So this is my address. Now this address, what this variable is doing, variable will be stored in variable space and this variable will store this address so that you can access this 10 later. That is why variable a, it's not storing directly the value, it is storing the address of that specific value. So what is a variable then? So as a definition, what we can do, we can write that variable is a container. Variable is a container. This container will store the value? No. For this is a container for storing the address of the value. Address of the value. Why to store an address? Because if you want to access that value later on, what you will be doing? You need to store that address. You need to store the location to reach up to this value, right? So you need the location of the value. That is why variable it is there to store that location. So what variable is doing? Variable is storing the location of the value. Now if I take multiple variable with value, how it is taking. Now before that, let me tell you that in python you don't have to mention the type of any variable. Simply if you take a equals to 10, automatically it will take 10 as an integer, it will be seeing in data type. Whereas in different programming language, if you go for c or java, you will be seeing that whenever you are taking 10, you need to write like this: int a equals to 10. So here if you mention, like here you need to mention the data type, and this variable will take only 10. If you're changing it to 10.5, it is not possible. This variable only reserved for integer values only. So that is why in c or java, whenever you are taking these variables, those are actually fixed, those are actually static. Whereas in Python, whenever you are taking this a equals to 10, this is actually, you don't have to mention the type of it. Automatically, it will detect which data type you are giving. So this is how it is actually called also dynamically typed. Dynamically typed means automatically it can detect. Like if you change this 10 into 10.5, on the same way, it will take. Like there is no such limitation that this variable only take integer value, it can take float value also. What is integer, what is float, I will be coming. Now let's talk about multiple variable creation. Multiple variable creation. Now let's suppose I have four variables: a10, b20, c30, d40. Now if I want to store this four values address in four variables, we have to write these four lines. But as because python is very easy language, each and every lines, like here we don't have to waste these four lines. Rather we can write this entire four line in one. How? A comma b comma c comma d equals to 10, 20, 30, 40. This is how we can do what? Multiple variable creation. So if I run this, a comma b comma c comma d equal to 10, 20, 30, 40. So if I run this, let's go for a, it is accessing 10. Let's go for b, accessing 20, c 30, and d 40. So what it is actually happening here? If you go for memory allocation, again I am showing memory allocation. So this memory on the same way, it will going to divide in two halves. One is variable space and other one is value space. Now if I ask you one question, like which one will be getting stored first, your value or the variable? So variable which it is storing, it is storing the location of the value, so value should be get stored first. So that is why here the value will be get stored first. Now next question is, will this value will be getting stored, like 10 will be stored, right? Some hexadecimal address it is getting generated 0x51, let's suppose. After that it will be getting stored inside a? Obviously no. First, for this multiple variable creation, all these values will be getting stored first, means 10, after then 20, some address 0x32, then 30, any random address in a random block 0x99, and for 40, some random address 0x10. And after that, all this variable will take the location of those value, like a will take the location of 0x51, means a will be pointing to this location. For b will take this value 0x32, now b will be pointing to this location. C will take this 0x99 location and pointing to 30. And on the same way for d will get the location of 40, which is 0x10, and it is pointed to this location. So this is how it is actually happening. That is how you, if you give a, it is actually what it is, interpreter what it is doing. Whenever you are giving a, interpreter will search for a, and then it will see that it is storing some location which is 0x51. Now interpreter will check for where is 0x51, here it is, and the value is 10. So this is how it is giving 10. Okay, now let's suppose I am changing this a, I'm changing this a into 20. A equals to 20 I'm giving. So now what it is happening, if I give after this I am changing the a equals to 20. So what will be happening? Just check, just check id of a. Like now a is 20 and already we have b which is 20. Now id of a, this is the location of A. Now, if I check ID of B, what is the location of B? Same location. Means now it is not pointing to 10. A is not pointing to 10. Now it is pointing to 20. Like once you are writing A equals to 20, this will be cancelled and now A is pointing to this location. Means the previous address will be replaced by 0x32, and this phenomena is called overriding. Like it will be overwritten by the new location. So now a is pointing to this location only, like a and b both are pointing to the same location. That is why the id of a and id of b are same. Now if you check id of 10, id of 10, see, it is completely different. Now, is there any variable pointing to 10? So, if you see, there is no such variable which is pointing to this 10. Now, from here, there is one concept is coming which is reference count. Reference count. Now what is this reference count is? Reference count is giving you the count that how many variables are pointing to a particular value. Like if you see the reference count of 10, what is the reference count of 10? Means how many variables are pointing to this 10? There is no such variables, so the reference count here of 10 is 0. Now, on the same way, if you go for the reference count of 20, the reference count of 20 is 2, as because A and B both are pointing to the same location 20. So, the reference count is 20. Now, on the same way, the reference count of 30 is 1, and on the same way, the reference count of 40 is 1, because one variable are pointing to this location. So, this is what called reference count. So, what do you mean by reference count? This is the number of variables pointing or pointing to a value. That count is called reference count. Now here, as because this 10, it's not being used by any variable, so later if you're going to access this 10, there is no such backup or there is no location or the address, it's not saved somewhere. So how to access 10? So there is no such way to access 10, as because you are not storing that 10, not storing that location of 10 anywhere in any variable. So if the reference count is 0, means if any value is not being pointed by any variable, those variable, those values will be automatically get garbage collected. Like in other programming language, you don't have to free up the memory. If there is one value which is not being used by any variable, those values automatically getting garbage collected. If the reference count is 0, the garbage collection will be happening. But when the garbage will be collected, that is depending on the time. Like if you close this ideally, obviously it will be garbage collected. And even um like after some hours later, automatically this is automatic. Okay, so automatically this 10, as because the reference count of 10 is 0, it will be automatically garbage collected. Now let's suppose I'm giving one more scenario. Let's suppose we are doing a multiple variable creation ABC, and it is having value like 10 and 20. Or otherwise, this is a case 1, and case 2 is I'm giving ABC, three variable with 10, 20, 30, 40, four values. Now, for both cases, as you can see, let's check, will it be possible if I give A, B, C, A, comma, B, comma, C equals to, I'm giving what? 10, then 20, then that's it. So here it is showing what? Value error. Why? Because of here A is pointing to 10, B is pointing to 20. But what about C? There is no such value whose address will be stored inside C. So here you will be seeing insufficient, insufficient value problem. Whereas in case 2, just check case 2, is it possible if I take more than variable, if we take more values like ABC equals to 10, then 20, then 30, then 40. If I go with this, again same value error. What it is showing? Too many values to unpack. So the problem here also, insufficient variables, because A is pointing to 10, B is pointing to 20, C is pointing to 30, but there is no such variables present who will store the address of 40. So here there is a deficiency on variables, so it is for insufficient variable. Fine. So for both case, the output will be what? It will throw value error. Value error. So from this cases, what you have understood, that always your, for multiple variable creation, for multiple variable creation, always your number of variables, always your number of variables should be equal with your number of values. Always it is, you have to maintain this. Now let's go with some different cases. Now I'm giving one case. Let's take multiple variables, multiple variables with same values. Multiple variables with same values means what? Let's take A, comma B, comma C, and I'm taking 10, then 20, again 10. So as you can see, multiple variables means A and C are pointing to 10. Like both are actually having 10. So what will be the memory allocation? Let's take the memory. Memory will be divided into two halves, right? Variable space and value space. Which one will be getting stored first? Your variable or the value? Obviously the value will be getting stored first. So how the value will be getting stored first? All the values first will be getting stored. So 10, so randomly, somewhere in the memory, randomly 10 will be getting stored first. Some random address 0x12 will be generated. Again, next is 20. 20 will be getting stored then 0x33. This is a random address. Let's suppose it is generated hexadecimal I am taking. After that 10 again. Now interpreter take or store this 10 again. Interpreter will check whether this 10 present or not. Actually, when it is going to store some value, it will check whether this value present or not. So when 20 is getting stored, is actually checking 20 present or not. If 20 not present, then only it will assign. Otherwise it will not, as because 10 already present, it will not store that 10 again. Okay. After then, all the variables will come into the picture. Variable a is pointing to what? 10. So what is the location of 10? 0x12. So 0x12. 0x12. So a is pointing to this location. On the same way, b is pointing to 20. So what will be the address? B will store 0x33. Now 0x33 will be stored by 20, sorry, by B. And after then c is pointing to 10 also. So what is the address of 10? 0x12, which will be stored inside c. So c is pointing to this location. So this is how it works. So means what? You, if you have same values, the same value will not stored inside the value space again and again. Once it is getting stored, it will not going to store it again. Fine. So if you go for here, reference count of 10 will be 2 and reference count of 20 will be 1. Correct. So this is how we can execute. So if you go for this also, a comma b comma c equals to 10 comma 20 comma 10. So if you go for the id of a, see the id of a and see the id of c. Is it same? See, it is same because both are pointing to the same location. And go for the id of b, it should be different, right? So see that this is what the difference is. It is completely different. Okay. Now last case for multiple variable creation. So let's go for case b, where we are taking same variables with multiple values. Let's take same variable with multiple values. So same variable, I'm giving the heading same variables with multiple values. Multiple values. So let's take a. A is a variable. So I'm taking same variable with multiple values 10, 20, 30. So what will be happening? First understand by the memory allocation. So what will be the memory allocation here? The memory will be divided into two space, variable space, variable space and value space. Now all the values will be getting stored first. So 10 it is not present inside the memory, so it will take a block randomly and the random address will be generated 0x19. Now again 20 is it present? Interpreter will check, is it present in the value space? No, then 20 will be getting stored. So the address, let's suppose 0x75, it is generated. After the 30, interpreter will check, 30, is it present here? No. Then 30 will be getting stored. So 0x171. Okay. After that, a. Now a is a variable. First of all, a is pointing to what? 10. So what is the location of 10? 0x19. 0x19 will be getting stored. 0x19. After this, again, A is pointing to 20. What is the location of 20? 0x75. Now, this 0x75 will override this previous location and now 0x75 will get stored inside A. After this, interpreter will check that A is again pointing to 30 also. Now, what is the address of 30? 0x71. Now, again, this previous location will override this previous location will be overridden by the new location 0x71. So finally, A is pointing to this location only. Means if you have same variables with multiple values, always it will take this line is equivalent to A equals to 30. Means always your new value will override the previous locations. Fine. So this is how it works. Always new addresses will override the previous address. So this is how it works. Now let's understand the identifier rules. Means like we have seen how the value is actually working. Now let's talk about how these variable names are being created. Now let's understand identifiers. What is the identifiers? Like if I ask you how to identify you, you will be saying your name is the identifier. Now here also to name a variable, we can somewhere use a equals to 10. Now on the same way, I will be using b equals to 20 so that I can differently identify 20 location. So that is why we are taking different name. So in any programming language, if you take, if I going to define a variable name or a function a function name or a class or even one any object name, we need to follow some rule, and these are all the identifier means uniquely, to uniquely identify, we need to give some names. So these are all the identifiers and variables is one of them. So if I ask you that all the identifiers are variable, obviously, no. Identifiers can be variable, can be function, can be class, can be objects. Now, if I ask you all the variables are identifiers, yes, all the variables are identifiers. Now, to name the variables, to name the function, to name any specific class and or object, you need to follow some identifier rule. So, let's talk about what are the identifiers rules we have in Python. First of all, we have seen keyword. Now, keyword is having some specific task. It is used for any specific meaning. In some situation, we will be using those keywords. Now, let's suppose I am using if is a keyword. Now, if I use if equals to 10, is it possible? See, never. It is not possible. We have seen that special keywords we can use as a value of the variable. What if I am taking as a variable name true equals to 10? Is it possible? Never. It will give you the syntax error. It is throwing syntax error. Why? Because first identifier rule. I'm telling you that variable name or identifier name you are taking, so in that case, you can't use keywords. So keywords cannot be used as a name of the variables or name of the functions or class or objects. So keyword cannot be used. Now the next thing is numbers. Can we use numbers? Like in mathematics, if you give a equals to 10, it is possible. Now if I give 2a equals to 10, from mathematics it will be a equals to 5, right? 2 will be divided by 10. Now this is just a problem for a programming language. It will be a confusion for the interpreter. So if I go like this, a2 or 2a equals to 10, it is giving us syntax error. Rather, if I give a2 equals to 10, it is working properly. It will not throw any error. So if I'm defining any identifier name, it should not start with numbers. We can use number in between. A to B equals to 10. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. So if you are using any numbers later after a character or in between a character, then it is possible. But if you're starting with a number, then it's a you will be getting a syntax error. So it should not be start with numbers. Now we will be asking, what about the special character? Can we use special character inside it? Let's suppose I want a at the rate 2 equals to 10. So it's not possible. Why? Because if I going to write any special character like this in the variable name or a identifier name, it is not possible. Only and only there is one special character which you can use, which has no specific task, because other than that all the special characters mainly used as a operator. You will be seeing later, as operators we will be using those special characters in Python. Now there is one special like symbols which is not used as any task. So it is the only special character you can use, that is underscore. You can only use underscore. A underscore b equals to 10, Is it possible? Yes. If I write A only underscore, after then if I give 10, it is possible? Yes, it is possible. If I give before the character, is it possible? Yes. Now the question is, my question is, if I only use this underscore equals to 20, is it possible? Will it take? Check by yourself and let me know in the comment. So, the next point we are getting what? That we can't use special characters except underscore in identifiers rule, in identifiers name. So it should not contain any special character except underscore. Only underscore can be used. Now there is one more question about space. Like in Python, space is very much important because here space is actually used to separate a block of code, and here it is actually called indentation space, or you can say indentation space. So if I give some space, then AB equals to 10, it is taking as indentation. That is why it is giving syntax error, and it is showing unexpected indent because there is some meaning of space in Python. If I give some space in between A and B, and if I give this, yeah, again it is not possible, syntax error it is throwing. Now if I give space after AB, then it is taking, but if I give AB, it is giving 10. Okay, so this space it is not considering, means what? The leading space and the space in between the characters, in between the alphabets, not possible, syntax error will come, but the trailing space it can handle. So what we can conclude here as a rule 4, that it should not contain space in between or at the beginning. Now, as a standard, what we can conclude, that alphabets we can simply use any alphabets, like I can use smaller case, I can use capital case, I can use underscore also. So if I give like this, it will what? So if I give number also, like with the alphabets, and I am giving some numeric like alphanumeric it will be, and only one special character, that is underscore, I can only give in the identifier name. So this is what the standard case. So in the rule 5 what we can conclude, that it can be alphabets, it can be alphanumeric, or even underscore also possible. And there are some case styles also. In Python, you will be seeing some case styles based on this alphabets or alphanumeric or this underscore. There are some case styles. Now, first case styles, if I write the variable name like this, let's suppose student, student, and then underscore name. Okay, so all these words are separated by underscore. If I give like this 10, or here I am giving ABC, name is ABC. Now if I give like this is what called snake case. This case style is called snake case, where all these characters, all this name are actually separated by underscore, and everything will be in smaller case. This is what called snake case. Now there is one more. If I write the same thing like this, S in capital, student, and then again for the name I am writing capital N for this student name equals to ABC. Now this type of styling is called Pascal case. Pascal, PASCAL, Pascal case. Okay, means all these letters, only the starting character will be in uppercase and rest of it will be in lowercase. There is no such separation in between. And camel case, there is one style also, camel case. So it will start with lowercase, but for the next word it will be the starting word will be in uppercase. So like this is what called camel case. So camel case look like this, starting with lowercase, and for the next word it will be starting with uppercase. So this is all the styles if you are going with identifier rules. These are all the popular, you can say, styles in Python. Now there is one more convention which I can write as a rule 6. That is, there is one convention by the ISR, like Industrial Standard Rule, ISR convention. So ISR means Industry Standard Rule. So as per industry standard rule, you can take only 79, you can use only 79 characters for the naming purpose. Like you will be asking how many number of letters I can use in Python to name a variable, to name a function. So you can write any number of variables, like any number of characters. Like if I give this much long variable name, it will take by Python like this. If I take this equals to 10, it will take by Python. But as per industry standard rule, when you will be working in any company or you are working in any company or any industry, you know like how much this can be long. 79 characters, up to 79 characters, it is permissible. Okay. So this is the consideration. And whenever you are writing some identifier name, you need to go with this 5 rules, and sometimes you need to follow this case styles also. So this is all about your variables and identifiers rule. If you still have any doubt, you can directly ask in the comment. I will try to solve your doubt as soon as possible. So let's understand data type in Python. So data type in Python. पाइथन में काफ़ी सारे डेटा टाइप होते हैं। तो पहले जानते हैं कि व्हाट इज़ अ डेटा टाइप। डेटा टाइप मतलब ऑब्वियसली द टाइप ऑफ द डेटा, type of the data. Now, what are the factors like based on which we are actually classifying the data type? There are three primary parameters. Like obviously type तो matter करता है, उसके बाद size, like how much space it is occupying, and what are the characteristics, like characteristics in the sense what are the characteristics मीन्स कैसे बिहेव करता है, क्या क्या ऑपरेशन परफॉर्म होने वाला है, वो सब हम लोग देखने वाले हैं। तो बेस्ड ऑन दिस 3 पैरामीटर्स वी कैन क्लासिफाई दिस डेटा टाइप इन 2 क्लासिफिकेशन। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सिंगल वैल्यू डेटा टाइप, single value data type, like this data type will be holding only single value, only one value. Okay, now this is also called individual data type, individual data type. For example, python में single value data type मतलब integer, float, boolean. So ये single value data type को हम लोग क्लासीफाई करने वाले हैं न्यूमेरिक एंड बूलियन पे। बूलियन मतलब ट्रू एंड फॉल्स, and numeric means number means it can be integer, it can be float, and there is one more numeric data type which is complex. If you already studied 11th 12th mathematics, you will be seeing this complex, and python is fully scientific language, so in numbers complex also is a type of data type. Now आते हैं सिंगल वैल्यूड के बाद मल्टी वैल्यूड डेटा टाइप, मल्टी वैल्यूड डेटा टाइप ये भी बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं हम लोग को देखना होगा, एंड इसको कलेक्शन डेटा टाइप भी कहते हैं, कलेक्शन डेटा टाइप। सो पाइथन में कलेक्शन डेटा टाइप में वी विल बी हैविंग first of all string, like there are 5 types of data type string. उसके बाद हम लोग पढ़ेंगे list, then tuple, after that set, and finally हम लोग जानने वाले हैं dictionary. Now why we are learning data type, why we are learning data type, what is the motive behind data type? ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है क्योंकि हम लोग ऑपरेटर्स पढ़ने वाले हैं पाइथन में, ऑपरेटर्स. सो कौन सी ऑपरेशन कौन सी डेटा टाइप के ऊपर like we can apply those things we have to know about. So that is why data type को पूरा जानना, पूरा कैरेक्टरिस्टिक को जानना बहुत ही important है. So this is what about our data type, all the data types, and for each and every data type like हम लोग समझेंगे ऐसे integer float कह के, but internally when Python interpreter is reading this integer, it is taking as in inbuilt name. Okay, so this data type is having some inbuilt name. Integer को int, float का inbuilt name है float, everything in lower case. Complex का complex, everything in lower case. Boolean का है bull. String को str कहते हैं. List को everything coming under like lower case. Tuple भी ऐसे lower case में पूरा. Set भी lower case. Dictionary को dict. So these are all the inbuilt name. तो चलिए फिर जानते हैं each individual data type के each and every characteristics को. Okay, so now we will be learning integer data type. So integer data type, this is the first single valued or individual data type in Python. So what is an integer data type? If I go for example, a equals to 10, or if we take minus 200, it is integer. This is the type of the data which is having some numeric value, but there is no such decimal points, because if it is a decimal points then it will be considered as float. Now integer means what? Integer means all the real number, all the real number without any decimal points. This is a formal definition, we can say decimal points, without any decimal points. Now the thing is, I'm saying theoretically it is an integer. Where is a proof it's an integer? To understand which data type it is, as because we don't have to mention any data type, automatically it is taking 10 as an integer. Now where is a proof it is taking as integer? So for that case we can go for the type check of it. Now for the type check we have an inbuilt function, that is type. Now what is the syntax for type? In type you can pass easily variable or value inside this type function. Now let's go for ideally and let's check. If I take a equals to 10, so this is my variable with the value. Now I am claiming that it is an integer. Now where is the proof how my interpreter is reading this variable as an integer? So let's check the type of it. Type of a, either I can pass a variable or I can take a value directly. So if I go for type of a, it is returning me class int. What is this class? You will be seeing in oops, because in Python each and everything already have been written in oops, you will be seeing later. But for now just ignore this class, let's understand this, let's focus in integer only. So it's showing us as integer. Let's take any another negative value, minus 200 I am taking. Now for that case if I go with the type check, type of b, just check what's the type of b, it is also integer. So this is how you can do type check. Now there can be like all the real numbers. Real numbers means what? Real numbers means it can be starting from minus infinite to plus infinite, all the values can be considered as integer. Now some of them are negative, some of them are positive. So the range is actually look like this. Range is basically minus infinite to plus infinite, and you will be having a zero in between. So now for each and every data type, whatever the value it is holding, The type of the data here is integer. Now the value for the machine, these values may be like machine can understand what zeros and ones. Means for machine, any value, either it is internally either it is internally false or it is internally true. For each and every data type, I am saying for machine, any value you are giving, either it is false, machine interpret it as false, either it is false or it is true. Now if it is false, that value is called default value, and if it is internally true, that is called non default value. Now for each and every data type in Python, you will be having one single default value. Means in this range, there are infinite number of values for this integer. It can be negative, it can be zero, it can be positive. But among them, there is only one default value. For each and every data type, we will be seeing one default value from where this value is getting started. So that is what actually internally falls for the machine. And for integer, 0 is the default value. So for integer, this is also one characteristics that 0 is the default value. Now I am telling 0 is the default value. Where is the proof? So for that case, what we can write, what is the inbuilt name of integer? Inbuilt name of integer we already have seen int. Okay, now if I write the data type directly like this int, and then I am giving this open close parenthesis, what is the result? Just see, 0. 0 is what the default value. So this is how you can find what is a default value for integer. This is how simply, what is the syntax? Just write the data type and then open close parenthesis. This is how you can calculate. Now to check whether it is internally false or true, what we can do means, let's suppose you want to check whether whether the value you are giving, whether that is default or non default. If you want to check that, what you can do here also you can use one default function, that is bool. Like inbuilt function, it is bool. Now inside bool you can pass directly the variable or directly you can pass the value. So what you can do here, let's suppose I am just taking this 0. So bool of 0, what will be the result? Bool always, this bool function, this is the inbuilt function, always it is returning whether it is true or false. Always it is returning either in true or false. Now 0, what I have told, that default value is always internally false. Means if you give bool of 0, the result must be false. Now, apart from that value, apart from this 0, all the values present here, either in the negative side or in the positive side, whatever the value present, all those values will be internally true. Like in every data type, we will be seeing only one default value, and other than that, all the values will be non-default value. Like, let's check for other values. We already have taken a equals to 10. Now, let's understand either it is default or non-default. By your logic, what it should be? It's not a 0. So it should be what? It's a non-default value. Means it should be internally true. So just check. This is true. Even if I give a very long value, it is also an integer. Now, if I check what is the internal value of this integer, is it a default value or non-default value? Obviously, it's a non-default value, so it's true. This is how you can check. Now one more thing, like you are giving these values to your interpreter. Now if you want to check where it is actually getting stored, means let's suppose you want to check what is the exact location. So for that exact location, you already have seen id. We have one inbuilt function which is id. Now inside id also you can mention the variable or you can directly use the value. Means if I give id of this a, you already have used this a, so obviously it's getting stored somewhere in the memory. So if I check id of this, it is giving the memory address in integer, like in my system in the ram, it's actually getting stored somewhere. Now on the same way, if you check, is it really giving the id, the address of 10? Just check the address of 10, the same address it is giving. Now internally, how it is getting stored, that thing let's get understand. So first of all, memory allocation. Let's talk about the allocation, how it is getting allocated in the memory. So in variable, you already have seen this type of example, like a equals to 10. Let's suppose you are giving this to your interpreter. So what interpreter is understanding, first of all, by seeing this line, first, the memory, the ram will be getting divided into two halves, one for variable, that is called variable space, and one for storing the values, which is called value space. Now you already have seen that variable is a container which is storing the memory address of the value. So for that, you need to know about the address. For that, you need to store the value first. So that is why value will be getting stored first. Now this is integer. Integer means single value data type. So how the memory will be getting stored inside the memory, in a single memory block, randomly it will be getting stored, and one random address obviously it will be generated. Mostly it is in integer, but for our understanding we are taking hexadecimal address. Now this address which is generated randomly by storing this value, that address will be getting stored inside this variable 0x11. So whenever you want to access 10, you just use a to point this 10. Means if you give a, it is giving the value of that location. So this is how in a single memory block, as because a single value data type in a single memory block, you can store integer like this. So what we have studied for integer, the formal definition, inbuilt name, example, how to check the type of it, the range of it, default value means a default value which is internally false, other than that all the values are non default value, and exact location, how the memory allocation is happening. So this is all about your integer. Now let's go for the float. Let's understand float afterwards. Now we will be learning float data type. Float data type in Python. Now how we have learned this integer data type, on the same pattern we will be learning float data type. Now float means what? Let's suppose I am taking a float value 10.3, or I'm taking minus 7.5. So these are all the float values. Means float is nothing but all the real numbers. This is also real numbers, but the point is real numbers with decimal points, where decimal points will be present. So this is real number with decimal points. Now theoretically it is a float. How interpreter is learning this? So let's take this value 6.7. So this is an float. Now what interpreter is looking for? Type check. We can do type of A. So class float. So float it is giving. So this is how it is understanding. Let's take another negative float value 6.0. So it is also giving float. Now this point zero also matters. Like if I tell that 5 and d equals to 5.0. Okay, mathematically 5 and 5.0 are same. Both are actually same. But for the interpreter, for Python interpreter, both are different. Here decimal points present, though it is having 0 afterwards. Still it is a float, whereas it's a integer. Just check type of, if I take type of 5, it is a integer. Now take type of 5.0, this is a float. So if I tell the range of it, it is also real number, means starting from your minus infinite to plus infinite, it is having the real, like all the float values, but in between them there is one zero. But as because this is float zero, so it will be 0.0, not a zero. If I write 0 here, it will be integer, but for float it is 0.0. So if you check the type of it, type of 0.0, what it is? It is float. Okay, now here also you will be having default value. Default value. Now what is the inbuilt name from this? You already have seen this float. This float is nothing but the inbuilt name. Now directly use this data type and use parenthesis. Just see 0 point 0. So this is what the default value is. And default value means what? This is internally what? This is internally false. Now check, though it is a, like, is it a default value or non default value? What you can do? Bool function, inbuilt function you already have. So bool of 0 point 0. What is the result? Obviously it will be false. Now other than that, any value, if you take any value in between that range, you will be getting true, because there will be, for each and every data type, there will be only one default value. Other than that, all the values are non default value, so all the values will be internally true apart from this 0 point 0. So this is what the default value is, and to check you will be using bool as an inbuilt function, and inside that you can pass either variable or the value. And for to get the exact location, on the same way, to get exact location, you have id as a function. Simply what you will be doing here, if you want to understand where it is getting stored, id, let's suppose I'm taking this a already stored inside this memory, in our system memory. So id of a, what is the result? Obviously it is in integer address. Always um, keep in mind that though it is any data type, either it is integer or float, always the id will be integer address. Though it's a float value, still it is in integer address. Always the address will be in integer. And now if I give some example, like if I tell a equals to 7 point, is it a float? Let's check. If I take a equals to 7 point, I'm not mentioning anything afterwards. So now check the type of it. Type of a. If I do type of a, it's a float. Even if you mention like this, b equals to point then 9, is it a float? Check type of b. So you can skip these values. This is also a float. Like this is also you can mention a float. But let's suppose you may be questioning this, if I use only a decimal point, then what will be the result? So it's a syntax error. You have to maintain any one of this format, or otherwise you can write like this 7.9. But you can't write, if you write only this decimal points, there is no such meaning of it. It's properly syntactical error you will be having. Okay. And after that, the memory allocation. So you will be seeing, as because why we are actually looking for this memory allocation, because it is single value data type. So every time you need to understand like how the single value data type is actually getting stored in the memory. And you will be seeing, you will be observing afterwards that actually all the single value data type is actually stored in a same way. Like here also, if I talk about this, let's suppose 3.6. Now if you are storing this variable with this value, what will be happening? Obviously value will be getting stored first, right? So the memory will be segregated into two halves. For variable it will be variable space, for storing value it will be value space. Obviously the value will be getting stored first. How it is getting stored? Randomly it will be getting stored. Where it will be getting stored? Obviously in a single memory block. Why? Because a single value data type, randomly it is getting stored means some random address will be generated, obviously. So 0x77, let's suppose this is my address. Now that address will be getting stored where? Inside this variable 0x77. So whenever you want to access this 3.6, what you will be doing? You will be using a will be pointing to this location. So this is how we can assign a float, and this is all about float. Now we will be learning complex data type. Complex data type in Python. So first, let's understand the example of complex number. Like complex number look like this: a equals to 2 plus 3j, like this. Now this seems like too much weird because there are two parts. Now what is this j actually? So this is the format of complex number. If you are from mathematics background, if you learned mathematics in 11th and 12th standard, you will be seeing this complex number. But for them who are totally beginners, for them I am telling that this complex number, it's not that much important for your coding journey. But in Python we have this complex number. It is having two parts. Like, complex number is nothing but a combination of two types of values. One is real value, this is the real part, and this is what the imaginary part. This is the imaginary part. What is this imaginary? Imaginary means this j. J is actually scientifically or mathematically, this j is a value which cannot be solved, like root over minus 1. We can't take a root of minus 1. That is why we are assuming that root over minus 1 as j, and there is no such value of this j. So that is why this is what the format of a plus a equals to 2 plus 3j. So this thing, like, what is the format of complex number? If I say a plus bj is the format of complex number. So what is this type? How our interpreter is looking this? If I do a equals to 2 plus 3j, 3j, so interpreter will, like, let's check whether interpreter understand this j as a variable or a part of a complex number. So if I write type of a, let's do the type check. So what it is showing? Complex, means it is taking as complex. Now if I take b equals to 2 plus j, is it possible? No. Here j is not defined. Here j is not defined because you need to follow this format. You can't skip b. Means if you are writing 2 plus j, you have to mention this 2 plus 1j. Otherwise, it is not possible. Now check the type of this b, of this variable. This is a complex number. So always this b should be present. Okay, you can't ignore this b. Can you ignore this? Like, this is mandatory. Now the question is, can we ignore this a portion, like the real part, if I give c equals to 3j only? Now check the type of this c. This is what a complex number. So you can skip, this is optional, you can skip this a, but mandatorily you need to maintain this bj. Now let's suppose if you are writing d equals to 6 plus, there is no such real number. Now if you go with this 6, it is an integer. Now if you write 0j, means there is no such multiple of this imaginary number. So if you go for it, just check the type of this value. See, this is a complex number, means 0j is also possible, and this 0j is the default value of complex number. So what is the default value of complex number? 0j. Just, if I give, like, how to understand it's a complex, like, it is a default value. So let's write the default value. Complex is a default, like, inbuilt name. Now complex of this, open close parenthesis, what it is returning? 0j. This is how we are getting this default value. Now it's a default value, means it's internally false. Now check whether it is internally false or not. Just check bool of 0j. What it is showing? Obviously false. Now on the same way, let's take something else. Like in a, we already have taken 2 plus 3j. Now if I check for bool of a, what should be the expected result? Obviously it will be giving us true, as because 0j is a default value, means it is the only value which is internally false. Other than that, all the values will be internally true. Now is there any range for complex number? Like, in the previous data types, we have seen all the data types are real values. Real numbers means minus infinite to plus infinite, it can varies. But complex number is a type of a data type which is a combination of real and imaginary value. So you can't plot anything in the number line, you can't plot anywhere, because it is imaginary in your imagination. That is why there is no such range, there is no such range of complex number. Now here also you will be having the exact address. Obviously you will be, when you are giving this value in the interpreter or in the memory you are giving, means it is obviously getting stored. So if you go for it, if you check the id of any complex number you have taken, so id already it is there, means it is getting stored. How it is getting stored, what is the memory allocation? If I go for the memory allocation for this memory allocation, so if I go with a equals to 2 plus 3j, simply on the same way, memory it is there, memory will be divided into two space, variable space and value space. And as because this is single value data type, what will be happening inside a single memory block, this entire part 2 plus 3j will be getting stored, and some random address will be generated, and that will be getting stored inside this variable 0x12, so that it is pointing to this location. If I give a, if I give a is giving me 2 plus 3j. So this is all about complex number. So what we have studied, what is a format of complex number? What is the definition? Like it's a combination of real and imaginary number. Default value is 0j. There is no range, and the memory allocation. This is how it is working. So now let's talk about Boolean. Now we will be learning Boolean data type. Now Boolean data type in Python, Boolean or the inbuilt name of this Boolean is bool. So bool is having only two values. One is true, one is true and other one is false. Now it is only having two values. Now we have seen the default value. Default value means which is internally false. Now here already we have this true false value, so obviously this false is nothing but the default value and only one value left. So that is what your non default value for Boolean, non default. Now, if I tell about the range, this is the only range because it is having only two value, true and false. And simply how the memory allocation here, it is happening as because single value data type. So if I take a equals to true, first of all, how interpreter is reading this? If I give a equals to true, so as because you are seeing this orange color, it is coming because it is also a keyword, right? It's a special keyword, and even it's a value of bool. That's why it is coming in this color. Now let's check the type. So if I go for the type check, type of a, what it is showing, bool. So this is what, this is how it is understanding or identifying this is a bool value. So how it is actually taking the memory? If I go for the id of this a, so this is what the address. Now how it is happening on the same way, this is the memory. Memory is divided into two half, variable space and the value space. So inside this true, true is a value. So as because it is single value data type, so one random address will be generated. And for this single memory block, obviously as because it is single value data type, so inside a single memory block it will be getting stored, and inside this variable the address will be stored, so that it is pointing to this location. Now what's the best thing for bool, why it is so much special? Because bool, if you see bool is already we are using as a function, as an inbuilt function. We already have used as an inbuilt function where we have used to check whether it is, whether any value, to check whether any value is default or non default. For that case we have used this bool as a function. So, and again, for this bool, it is having only two value. Bool is having only two value, which is true and false. Only two values. And these two values are nothing but what? Spatial keywords. So this is the speciality of this Bool data type. So this is all about Bool. Now let's, in the next part, we will be talking about all the collection data type. Now we will be learning string data type. So let's talk about string data type in Python. So if I give some example of string, let's take a example of string. So I'm giving three example. Let's suppose I want to store this Python word. So what is a string exactly? String is nothing but a collection data type. Obviously, we are starting a collection data type or multi-value data type. So we are storing some different values or the characters inside one variable. So it's a data type which can hold multiple characters, and string is just a combination of or collection of multiple characters. Now let's suppose I am writing this Python's code. Now this is also one string. Again I am writing hi, welcome to Brain Lab Techies. Now this is also one string. So this is the first collection data type we are learning today. Now what is a string? Like as a formal definition from these three example, you can conclude that it's a collection data type. Now it's a collection. So it's a collection of what? Collection of characters. Now these characters can be alphabets. Now alphabets means what? Alphabets means it can be upper, means A to Z. It can be lower, lowercase, small a to z. Even it can be numeric character, numeric in the sense starting from 0 to 9, or it can be any spatial character, spatial character like comma or colon, anything, anything, spatial characters. Now, if you have a collection of these characters inside a data type and that collection is enclosed by either single quote or double quote or double quote or triple quote, then it is considered as string data type. This is a string data type. Now, how internally Python interpreter looking this string data type? Just check the type of it. So type of A, what is the type? See, class string. So str. So this str is what? Str is the inbuilt name. Now string data type can be enclosed within single quote or double quote or triple quote. Now when to use which quote? Generally, if we are writing some collection of characters, let's suppose I am writing a character, some character I am writing, let's suppose it is Python at the rate, it's a special symbol also present 123. Inside this, whenever you are writing inside quote, all the values here, it's a collection data type and all the values will be getting some memory. So this is what, if you go for the type, it's properly a string data type. Generally you will be going with single quote. Now double quote is basically what, if you see this, if you observe this, there is one single quote present inside it as a spatial character. Now, somewhere in the sentence, we need some single quote also. So, for that case, if your data is containing some single quote as a value of the variable, as a value, it is there, as a character, it is present. So, that is where you need to use double quotes. And what about this triple quotes? This is very, very important. Triple quotes is basically used as to write multi-line string. Multi-line string. This multi-line string is also called document string. This is also called what? Document string. Document string or doc string. Now, if you want to write, if you want to store some sentences with multiple paragraphs, for that case, you can use triple quotes. You can enclose that string within triple quotes. Now we will be telling that it's a default, like it's a data type, so it should have a default value. Obviously it will be having a default value. It is also having some default value. Now what is the default value of string? So you know how to find the default value. You know the default name, or the, you know, the inbuilt name, str. Now use this parenthesis. What you are getting, this is what the default value is. So this is what actually called blank string. Blank string. Don't think there is one space in between. No, it is properly two single quote present. There is no such space in between. Okay, and this is what the default value is. Default value means what? Internally false. Now check whether it is giving false or not. So check bool of this blank string, it is false. Now you already have taken this a Python. Now check this bool of a, or what will be the result? Obviously it will be true, right? Now next thing is how many characters present in this string data type. Let's suppose I am writing this Python, then space programming. So how many characters present inside this? So for this case, we will be counting manually, starting from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This space also, it's a special character. It is also having some space, like having some memory. Okay, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. But why we are counting manually? We have len function, inbuilt function we have. So simply what we can do, len and then the variable or the value. Simply it is for only this len function, only for collection data type. Only for collection data type we can use this len function. Simply what we will be doing here, len of, len of, let's suppose, let's take this a equals to Python programming. So Python programming. So this is what my string is. Now let's check the length of it. Len of a, what is the result? 18. So here each and every characters it is counting. Here this space also taking some value. Now how this 18 is coming? Maybe I have done some mistake in manual counting, but len function it is there to understand how many characters or how many values are actually present inside it. So what is the memory allocation? This is very much important because we need to know about the collection data type memory allocation also. Like what is the memory allocation and why we are learning this memory allocation? First of all, because it will be making your logic strong. You will be seeing later whenever you are going to do some operations, or if you want to visualize any programs also, their memory allocation is very, very important. That is why we are learning. So if I go with this, len of a is what? 18. So basically what, whenever this interpreter will understand this a equals to Python programming, whenever you are going to store this data inside this memory, so what will be happening, the memory will be obviously getting divided into two half, variable space and value space. So value space and variable space. Now the interesting part is variable space. The interesting part is here it is a collection data type, not a single value data type. Now what we have observed before, that single value data type you can store inside a single memory block. But This is what not possible in collection data type, because you can't store multiple values inside a single memory block. It is not possible. So what we can do instead? So here we will be going with not a single memory block, we will be going with multiple memory blocks. How many memory blocks? It's depend on the number of characters present. Here 18 characters present. So we will be taking 18 memory block, contiguous memory block, 18 memory block. Now in 18 memory block, each and every character will be stored as a single string like P, then Y, T, H, O, N. So this is how within this 18 memory block, all these characters will be stored. Now this is what called a memory layer. What is a memory layer? Memory layer is nothing but one collection of memory blocks. How many memory blocks present? Based on the length of that particular collection data type. So this is what called memory layer. So this is what the memory layer. Now each and every characters is having some different addresses. Now which address will be getting stored inside this variable? So for this case, the first address of P like 0x13. Let's suppose this is 0x13. So that address will be getting stored. So whenever you will be asking for A will be pointing to this location, and full Python programming, this data will be coming. Okay, so memory layer always depending on the length of the characters or length of values present inside the collection data type. Here name like number of characters present inside the string, based on that the memory layer, this is how it will be getting stored. So this is what about string. What we have discussed, that string is having some enclosed quote. It can be single quote, double quote, triple quote. Triple quote is most important. Why? Because it is used for a specific reason. For document string, for multi-line string, we can use that. And as a default value, we have this blank string. So it is internally false. Other than that, all the values will be internally true. And length function we have to calculate all the numbers, all the characters present inside a string. Now for each and individual, if I going to access, now if I going to access this entire string, if I going to access this entire string, simply I will be using A, and A is having some specific ID of A. Now each and every characters is also having some address, right? Because it is occupying some memory blocks, means it is having some sub addresses. These different characters is having some sub addresses. Now those sub addresses is actually called index. So there is a new concept is coming as indexing. Okay, now we will be learning indexing. So Python indexing. Let's continue with this string example only. So this string is already, if you see the memory allocation, it is like it's a type of collection data type which we are storing inside a memory layer. And this memory layer, like here, it is fully ordered collection. Like if I talk about a string which is having pyt, and if I write pty, both are not same, because for both cases orders is very much important. Like whenever I am going to store Python, this word, then python, in this order these letters should be in. So these are not same. Now the thing is, it is ordered collection. As because it is ordered collection, you can access this entire Python programming string with the help of this A, because you have stored this address or the location. Now the thing is, let's suppose you want to access individual character from this string. Individual character means, let's suppose you want to access this O from this string. So what to do then? So for this case, for every collection data type which is ordered collection data type which is ordered collection, you will be seeing later also, we will be going for list, we will be going for tuple. So For ordered collection, you will be seeing when you can store these values inside this memory layer, all those different elements can take sub addresses, and that sub address is called nothing but it is index. That sub address technically will call this as sub index. Okay, and the phenomena to give the sub address is called indexing. Now in Python, indexing can be classified in two ways. Like if we want to give the index from left to right direction, like in the positive direction, if is it positive direction means from left to right direction, then we can start, like this is what called actually positive indexing. That is what you will be telling, positive indexing. And positive indexing starting from always you need to remember that it is starting from 0 always. Like if I give the positive indexing now, we will be counting from 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, now on the same way, can we go from left side left side to right side? We can do with positive indexing. Now if I go in backward direction, means from right side to left side, is it possible? Yes. That indexing we will be calling as, like right to left direction, that indexing we will be calling as negative indexing. Negative indexing. And negative indexing always it is starting from -1, starts from -1. So if I give -1, we are starting from -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, -7, -8, -9, -10, -11, -12, -13, -14, -15, -16, -17, and -18. So this is how. So always you will be seeing, as because it is starting from 0, it is ending at 18 -1, means always it will be go up to len of this collection -1. Okay, and always you will be seeing, as because negative indexing starting from -1, it will end at minus len. So this is what the indexing is. This is what the indexing means. This is a phenomena. What is indexing? It's a phenomena. It is a phenomena to give the sub address to the individual character or individual element of the ordered collection. And index is only possible. Always remember, indexing is only possible for ordered collection. For ordered collection. Now here we are learning string. So string is a ordered collection. That's why we can do this sub address. Now how to access? How to access? Now to access individual character or individual element here. So to access individual element, what we can do here, the syntax, the correct syntax is the variable, and then in the square braces you need to mention the index of that particular element, and you will be getting the result. Let's suppose you want to access this y. You want to access this y. So for this, what is the variable for this y? What is the variable? A is a variable. Now let's write the index. Now you will be asking which index, positive index or negative index, any one of them. If you use positive index, then we will be writing a1. It will be giving the output as y. And on the same way, we can use negative indexing also. So negative index of y is -17, so we can use -17 also. But the thing is here, when to use positive indexing and when to use negative indexing. So as you can see here, when we are using positive indexing, when my elements are at the very left, then it's a left. So when it is present in the very left, then it is easy to count positively. Whereas when you are going to access something from this right direction, it is easy to count backward. So according to that, according to the situation, like I am suggesting here to go with positive indexing when you are actually um, accessing some elements from left side, And when you are accessing from elements from right side, that time use negative indexing. And for the middle case, any one of them you can use. This is my suggestion. It's not like with negative indexing you can't access the left element. It's not like that. That is your situation. Like according to your situation you can use, like as per your comfort, you can use that indexing. Now let's understand technically, let's go back to the ideally and let's understand how it is working actually. So let's take the same string, Python programming. So as you can see, what is the length of this string? What is the length of it? It is 18. Fine. Now let's suppose I want to access the first character. What I can do? Ace of 0, because 0 is the positive index. So we can use this. So this is how we can access P. Now on the same way, if I want to access with negative indexing, I can simply use minus 18, but better to use positive indexing as because we are accessing some characters from the left side. Let's suppose I want to access the last character. So what is better? Better to use the negative indexing because it is very easy to count from right side. It's actually minus 1, right? So ace of minus 1, this is how we can access the last character. This is how we can do. Like let's suppose I want to access this I, like it is on the 15th index, it is I, but as you can see 15 is very much like you need to manually count that 15, right? Now if you count it in reverse order, it is minus 3. So simply just do s of minus 3. This is how you will be getting this I. So this is how you can access any character inside this ordered collection with the help of index, and index is nothing but some sub address of this individual character. Now we will be asking, is there any address, like actually is there any address of it? Yes, obviously it is having some address inside this memory. If you go for ace of minus 3, just check. We are just calculating, we are just like finding the exact address of I, like where it is actually getting stored. So see, there is one address it is showing. And if you go for the actual address of ace, id of ace, just check, it's totally different. Okay, so by the help of sub address we can access them, because it is not easy to access with its actual location. That's why we are giving sub address, and Python is having this inbuilt sub address phenomena. So this is what is indexing. Now we will be learning list. So Python list, in Python we have a data type which is called list. It's a collection data type or multi-value data type. Now how list look like? Let's take L as a variable, and I'm taking a list 10 comma 20 comma 30. So by this you can observe that this is a list, like this is a collection data type where all these elements, these are all different elements which are like separated by comma and enclosed within square brackets. So it is like very easy to understand that when we are talking about list means all the variables, all the values, or not the variables, values will be separated by comma and which will be enclosed by square braces. So this is what the definition. So I can take another list, 10, 2 plus 3j, false, Python as a string. So as you can see here, I am taking in L1. L1 is another variable, another list variable where I have taken some elements which are different type of data type it is present, right? But here for L, only integer data type present. Now if a list is containing same kind of data type, then it is called actually homogeneous list. Homogeneous means same kind of data type, same type. Now this one, this L1 is actually called heterogeneous list. Now you can check the type of it. Like if I take any value, like 3 value I have taken, now we are taking this enclosed within square braces. So check the type of it, type of L, what it is showing, class, sorry, type of L. So it is showing class list. Okay, so list, List is what? This list is coming, right? So this is what? List is the inbuilt name. Now, is there any default value? Yes, default value, it is also there. So what is the default value? How to check the default value? Just write the data type, list, everything in lowercase, and use open close parenthesis. So this is what? This is the default value, which is actually called what? Blank list. Blank list means there is no such space in between, it's completely blank. Now, what is a default value? Means which is the value which is internally false. Now check, is it really internally false? So I'm using here bool inbuilt function. So bool of this blank list, it is showing false. Now check bool of normal L. I have taken a L also. Obviously, it will be true, as because it is non-default value. Means only the blank list will be the default value. Other than that, all the list will be non-default. So what is the definition? The formal definition of list. I'm just writing. So this is a list. List is a collection of homogeneous or heterogeneous elements where elements are separated by comma and enclosed within square braces. Okay, so this is the formal definition of list. Now, for as because it is a collection data type, so obviously we can understand the count of it. We don't have to count manually. We can use len. It is also an inbuilt function. So for list also I can use len because list is a collection data type. So len of L. So for L, manually you are counting 10, 20, 30. Three elements are there. So 3 is the length of L. Now I'm just taking one example of one list. So this is one more list I have taken. So as you can see here, I have taken one list inside it as an element of this entire list. So for that case, it is actually called as, because this is also a collection data type. This is string, this is a collection, and even this is also a collection. So whenever you will be finding some collection inside a collection data type, this is what actually called nested collection. So for this case, it is a nested list. It is actually called what? Nested list. Now, how the memory allocation is happening? If you like, if you can visualize how this memory allocation is happening, it will be very easy to process further. Or if you want to write, like, list is a type of data type which you will be using a lot of time in the programs. In normal programs we will be using lot of time. So understanding the list, visualizing a list or a complex type of list, like this is what actually called 2D list, as because you are having a list inside a list, and this simple list is actually called 1D list. So if you can visualize this list by the memory allocation, it will be helpful for the future programming. Okay, so let's understand the memory allocation. And for this 2D list, if I ask you how many elements you are finding in this list, how many elements? So what is the count of it? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6? No, this entire nested list, it's a one element. Okay, so the count is actually 5. Now check it. L equals to, I am taking 1 comma 2 comma 3, and after that let's take one string which is python, and then I am taking one more nested list, 10 comma 20. So if you check the len of L now, len of L, it is what? It is 5, not 6. Because your nested collection, this nested list itself, one element of this primary list. Okay. So how this memory allocation is happening? First, let's understand simple thing. 1, comma 2, 2 plus 3j, true, and 3.5. So for this case, len of L is what? Len of L, let's take L1. Let's take this variable as L1. Len of L1 is what? As you can see, 5. Len of L1. So if I take the memory allocation, now on the same way, as because it is also going to store inside the RAM, so the memory is actually segregated into two halves, variable space and value space. Now which one will be getting stored first? Obviously the value, because you need, like, variable need the address of that particular value, right? Now, as because this is collection data type, and now here also order is important. This is ordered collection. Make sure You need to keep in mind this is ordered collection. So as because it is ordered collection, so you need a memory layer to store all these values. So we are again storing it in a memory layer. Now this layer, how many blocks, memory blocks will be there? As because five elements present, so five memory block. Like in the first block 1, then 2, 2 plus 3j, it will follow the proper order 3.5 like this. And the random address of the first block 0x12, that will be getting stored inside this L1 0x12. You will be asking, as because it is order collection, is there like can we give the sub address? Yes, of course we can give sub address, means indexing possible. Indexing possible. Why? Because order matters. As because it is ordered collection, so indexable, it is indexable. So on the same way we can do indexing. We can start positive indexing from 0, obviously 0 1 2 3 4, like this. On the same way we can go back with negative indexing -1 -2 -3 -4 -5. And as because this list is containing only the single value data type, so it is very easy to store in single memory block. Now let's check how this you can access, like how you can access this individual elements. So I am taking this L1 equals to how it is 1 comma 2 comma 2 plus 3j, then we have true, and then we have 3.5. So this is what my L1 is. Now what is the accessing syntax for that case? We already have seen with index how we can access, where and then index. This is how. So what is the variable name here? L1. So I am using L1. Now let's suppose you want to access this true. So what is the index of true? It is 3. Either you can use 3 or you can use -2. So as because it is very right, so better to use with negative indexing. So L1 and L1 of -2. So what will be the result? See, true. Now this is how, if you want to access the last element, you will be using L1 of -1. So you will be getting 3.5. Now in the same way, if you want to use the first element, if you want to access L of 0, this is how you will be getting the first element. So this is how you can access. You can access with the help of index. Now let's talk about this complex type of 2D list, like when you will be having this type of list, like when you will be having a list inside a list or a string inside a list, then what will be the memory allocation? That is very much important. So L2 I am taking. So let's take 1 3.5, and then Python, and then I'm taking one more on one more list 1 comma 2. Fine. Now the thing is how the memory allocation, again on the same way, memory will be getting divided into two halves. One is variable space, and other one is value space. Now in the value space, obviously the value will get stored first. Now in the value space, first of all let me ask you one question. What is the length of this L2? If I check the length of L2, what is the length of L2 here? 1 2 3, and this is one element. So 4, all total 4 blocks we need inside the memory layer. Okay, so 1 2 3 4. Now this is what one is, what single value data type, it is integer, so we can store inside a memory block. 3.5, it's a float, so it's single value data type. 3.5 you can store. Now Python, can you store this entire Python inside a single block of memory? Obviously no, so it is not possible. Now what is the solution for that? What is the solution for that? So as because this is a collection data type and you can't store this entire collection data type inside a single memory block, so the solution is that you need a secondary memory layer. So you will be creating one more, not you, actually the interpreter will be creating one more memory layer for this Python, like somewhere randomly. So pyt, like Python is having how much length? It is 6, right? So 6 memory blocks, with that a layer will be created, and some random address, obviously it will be there 0x13. That 0x13 will be getting stored here, not this entire Python, but the address of this nested collection will be stored. Now on the same way, this 1 comma 2, this is also one more nested collection. So for that case also, as because the length of this nested list is what, 2, so you will be getting a layer, secondary layer with two memory block, 1 comma 2, some random address, obviously it will be there, let's suppose 0x77, that address will be getting stored here. Okay, and finally for the entire list, the main or the primary, this one is a primary layer, right? This is the primary layer and this one is a secondary, this is secondary and this one also secondary. So for the primary layer, there should be one address 0x91 that will be getting stored inside this L2 variable 0x91, so that whenever you are going to check L2, you will be using L2 and L2 will be pointing to this location. Now we will be telling that then how this indexing will be going on, how to give the indexing. Now for this case also, for the primary layer you will be giving the indexing like this 0 1 2 3. Now the same way -1 -2 -3 -4. Now for this nested collection, here also you will be giving indexing from 0. There is no such link with the previous one, so you have to start from 0, and again you can start from -1 for the negative indexing. Now in the same way 0 1, and here -1 -2, this is how. Now the thing is, let's access them. Okay, so let's take L2. L2, I'm taking this L2, 1 comma 3.5 I have. Okay, after that Python, and then we have a nested list also 1 comma 2. Now just verify what is the length of this L2. Length of this L2, what it is, 4. Clear. Now let's access the first element. How to do that? L of 0, because 0 at the 0th position we have this one, so I am getting this one. Now the same way, if I want to access this Python, what I can do? What is the index of Python? Index of Python is 2. Either you can use 2 or you can use -2, any one of them. -2 also, if you go for, sorry, it is L2. L2, just a minute, let me correct it. L of 0, L2 of 0, we are having 1. L2 of 2, we are having what? Python. Now on the same way, L2 of, if I use -2, I can have this Python, right? So I can get this nested collection with the help of the index. Now this this address is the sub address of the primary layer. Now let's suppose I want to access anything from this secondary layer. Let's suppose I want to access this Y now. What to do then? So for that case, I can access this L2 of -2. If I give, I can access this Python, right? Now if I going to get more detail about it, what is the index of Y here? 1, so I can use double index here. For nested collection we can use double indexing. So for this case, let's go more detail. So what is the index of Y? 1 is the index of Y, so if I give L2 of -2 of 1, you will be getting this Y. Now in the same way, let's suppose I want to access N. Let's try it. N, let's suppose I want to access what? N. So first we need to go where? We need to go for Python. Now what is the index of Python? Obviously it is -2. So -2 means Python accessed. Now we want to access N. What is the position of X at the last? Means -1 is the index. Now if I go, N is my result. Now on the same way, let's suppose I want to access this 2 from this list. So it is inside the list. It is inside this nested list. So for this case, what we have to do? Here we need to first access the nested list. So L2 of what? L2 of -1. This is how I can access the nested list. Now I need to go further more inside it. So L2 of -1. Now what is the location of 2 here? Location of 2 again -1. So L2 of -1 and -1, I will be getting this 2. So this is how you can do nested collection indexing. Okay, so double indexing you need to give. So this is how you can access, and I hope it is like I can clarify this by this visualization of this memory allocation. Fine. And still, if you have any doubt, do comment me below. So this is all about list, but there is one more thing which is very very important, which is left. So let's talk about it. That is, if I give, like, let's go back to L. So this is my L. Fine. Now we can do L of 0, and L of 0 will give me what will be the output, the first element it will return, right? Now in this place, let's suppose I want to change this 1 into 100. Is it possible? So if I use a new value after this, now check L, this is what the result is. Means the actual list is actually modified. So what will be happening here? If I want to modify, if I want to modify a list, what I can do here, L of the index, and then I can pass a new value and it will change. So as, because like list is a collection data type which can be like where elements can be accessed plus can be modified. You can modify a list. That is why lists is actually called mutable data type. Mutable data type means for this L2, let's take this L2. In the L2, if you are changing this L0 to 100, what will be happening in this block? This one will be override by 100. New value will come in this place. So in this particular location, you can change these values inside these blocks. You can change these values. That is why list is a type of data type which can be modified. That is why it is called mutable data type. Okay, so with the help of index, this is how you can modify a list. So what is the modification syntax? L of index equals to new value, you can change it. Now one more change I am just showing. Can we change inside a nested list? Yes, we can. Let's suppose we have this 220 inside this. Now I want to make it 2000. Is it possible? So for that case, let's access 20. How to access 20? We need to go inside this nested list. So first we need to access a nested list. What is the index of nested list? -1, obviously. So this is how I can get the nested list. Now let's go inside this nested list, the last element. How to access the last element? Obviously again I have to give -1. Now this is how I am accessing this 20. Now let's go back to 20 and let's change it to 2000. Now check L. So it is possible. Now one more thing, let's change this Python to Cython. Like in the place of P, I want to change C. Is it possible? Now check. So let's access P first. So what is the index of Python? So if, as because it is easy to understand its index from the right side, so it is -2. Fine. L of -2, you are getting Python, clear? Now L of -2. Now let's go more inside this P. I want what P? What is the index of P? 0. So L of -2 of 0. I am getting what? P. Done. Now that P I want to change to C. Now if I going to do that, equals to, I want to change this to C. Is it possible? No. What it is giving? Type error. Why? Because what it is telling, str object does not support item assignment. What we are trying to do? Modification. We want to do modification inside a string, but let me tell you important information about string, because that time string we have not completed fully. String is a data type which here element you can access, element you can access through indexing, through subaddress you can access. But if you're going to change it, string is a data type which cannot be modified. String is a data type which cannot be modified. Modification Not possible. Once string is defined means it is properly locked. You can't change anything inside this. So this yellow color, this sublayer is properly locked. Okay, this is locked, fully locked. You can't change it. Anything you can't change to C. No, it's not possible. Because one string is ready means you can't change any element. You can only access them, but you can't modify them. So this phenomena is called immutable. So that is why string is immutable data type. Immutable data type. So what is mutable? Mutable means all, like that type of data type where elements you can access as well as you can modify also. But immutable data type means you can only access them but you can't modify. Once it is, like the memory is getting stored, means once it is, you like it is getting the memory layer means it's properly locked. You can't you can't modify them at all. So this is the immutable data type string. So that is the biggest difference between a list and a string, that string is immutable data type whereas list is mutable data type. Now we will be learning tuple. So tuple in Python, so this is a data type which almost look like a list. You will be sometimes getting confused if you are very beginner, that tuple look like this, 1 2 3, like this. Or I'm taking one more tuple which is taking some value like this, Python, then 1.5, then 1, then mm, 1 comma 2, a list I'm taking. So nested list I have taken. So this is tuple. Now what you can observe here, all these elements are actually separated by comma as list, but the difference, the biggest difference is the square braces. In place of square braces you are having what, this parenthesis. Okay, so tuple is a collection data type. Let me write the proper, like formal definition. The tuple is a collection. Obviously it's a collection data type. Now see this one, as because it is containing all the same type of data type, like integer data only it is having, so it is homogeneous tuple. Homogeneous tuple. Now on the same way, as you can see here, string, there is one float, integer, a list, so it is a heterogeneous tuple. Now on the same way we can write like it's a collection of homogeneous and or heterogeneous data types, where values are actually separated by comma and enclosed within parenthesis. So if I show you, this is what the tuple is. Like tuple is actually enclosed within this parenthesis. So just check the type of it, type of T. So it's a tuple. So this tuple, everything in smaller case tuple, this is the inbuilt name. So if I talk about the default value, you better know how to find the default value. Simply we will be using the tuple and then parenthesis, we will be getting this. So this is what actually called same wise blank tuple, means there is no such space in between, it's properly blank. So this is a default value. Now check, is it really a default value? So inside this bool function I am just passing this blank tuple, so this is false. Now on the same way, if I give this t inside this bool function, obviously it's non-default value, because apart from this default value, this blank tuple, all the values are non-default, means internally it will be true. So that is why we are getting this true. Now same wise we can have this len function also, because it is a collection data type and we can use this len function. So as because you have seen this t manually, you can calculate that how many present, how many character, how many elements present here, 3 elements, so len of t will be 3. So this is how. So what is the biggest difference here? Like if I talk about the difference between list and tuple, you will see, just see the memory allocation first. Memory allocation, how this memory allocation is happening, it's almost same as list. Almost same as list. How? Let's go with one heterogeneous list. So I'm taking 1 to 2.5, then 10 comma 2, one list, and one string, and even I'm taking one nested tuple also, 1 comma 2. So If I go for the memory allocation, first of all, the memory, which is already divided into space, variable space for the variable, value space for the value. Now inside this value you need what, as because it is also what, ordered collection, means indexable means ordered, it is fully in ordered collection. So you need a memory layer, you can store it inside a memory layer. Now what is the length of this t? What is the length? 1 2 3 4, this is one element, right? 4 5 and 6, so 6 blocks it will contain, 6 block. Now this one is single valued, it can be stored inside a single memory block. 2, again single valued, it can be stored. 2.5, it's a float, again single valued, you can store. Now this is what a list is. Now for that list you need what, you need a memory layer again, which is having two blocks, 1 comma 2, sorry, 10 comma 20. So 10 comma 20, this is one, this one is a list. So some address will be generated that will be getting stored inside this single memory block, because it is not like it can't contain the entire list, so that's why its address it's getting stored here. Fine. Now after this you need a again one more memory layer for Python, and Python is having how many characters? 6 characters, so you need a very big sub layer of 6 blocks. So this is how Python is getting stored. Okay, some address will be generated 0x73, that will be getting stored inside this. Now for a tuple also, again there is one more tuple, this is what a nested tuple is. Again for that case also you need a sublayer 1 comma 2 0x11, that will be getting stored. And for the entire data you need one address 0x23, that will be getting stored inside this memory, inside this variable. Okay, so here also, as because it is ordered collection, again on the same way you can do the indexing, like positive indexing or negative indexing on the same way. Okay, 0 1 minus 1 minus 2 on the same way. So let's check in the IDE. I'm taking this tuple, nested tuple, so 1 comma 2 comma 2.5 comma, I have a list 10 comma 20. Then we have Python, and then we have one tuple, again nested tuple it is. So this is what, so if I check the length of it, what is the length of this t? It's 6. Fine. Now let's access this 2. So what is the index of 2? As you can see, this main 2, like in the primary layer there is one 2, right? We are not talking about this nested 2, this normal 2. If we want to access this normal 2, so what is the index? 1 is the index, so t of 1. So this is how simply variable, and then in this square braces index, this is how you can access this single like single value, you can access. Now on the same way, if you want to access this Python, how to write that? T of, obviously the position of this, better to use negative indexing, t of minus 2 Python, like this. Okay, now let's talk about the modification, because in list you have seen that modification possible, right? Now if I want to modify the first element from 1 to 1000, let's suppose I want to change it to 1000. So first we need to access, so t0 is giving me 1. Now in this place of 1 I want to replace it with 100 or 1000. Let's take 1000. So t of 0 is 1000. If I take, what I am taking, what I am getting, this type error. Okay, just same as the string, like in the previously we have faced the same type of error, if you remember. So what it is, tuple object does not support item assignment, means what, tuple is also immutable like string. Okay, so tuple is a data type. Tuple, you can access, you can access them, but you can't modify them, you can't modify them. Okay, means if you want to change this main layer, this is the tuple layer, this one is the tuple layer. Let's take any other color, green, I'm taking this green. So this green one is the tuple layer, so this is immutable. Again, on the same way, if you see, this string is already immutable, and there is one more tuple, there is one nested tuple is also present here, 1 comma 2, so this one also immutable. So if you want to change anything inside it, it is not possible. But there is one list here, so you will be asking, can I change that list? As because tuple is containing a list, now that list is properly unlocked, as because list is what? Mutable collection. So let's access this list first. So how we can access? If I use -3, -3 is the index of the list, 10 20 it is giving. Now change this -3 of, let's access this 20, so I will be using -1. Okay, so this is how. Now in this place, let's suppose I want to change it to 200. Now check this t. So what is the thing? Tuple is fully immutable, but tuple can store mutable data also, and those mutable data can be modified, but you can't change this primary layer. Or if this tuple is containing some immutable data type, those things you can't change. So these are not modifiable. But you, if you have a mutable collection as a nested, so as a sublayer you can access them or you can modify them. But those sublayers which is are properly immutable, you can't modify them. Even the primary layer also cannot be modified. So tuple is fully immutable. So immutable data type, you already have understood string. Now you have one more member in the list, that is tuple. Tuple is also what? Tuple is also immutable. Now if I ask you one question, which is list versus tuple, what will be your answer? What are the difference you have got? Like as a list, if you see, list look like this, 1 comma 2 comma 3, and tuple look like this, 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, here as you can see here, square braces is used, square braces, and this is what the parenthesis is. Now the biggest thing is, the list is a data type which can be modified, right? So this is mutable, mutable collection. And if you see tuple, tuple is what? It is properly immutable, immutable collection. And as because tuple is immutable, means once you are creating a tuple, it is locked for the future. So as because it is locked, it is more secure. Tuple can bring more security because tuple cannot be modified. Once if you want to need some more security, you can store the data inside a tuple. Tuple cannot be modified, whereas list is having some less secure, it is less secure. Okay, and one more very important point I would like to add here, that if you take a list of one element, okay, so this is how you can take, right? So what is the type of it? What is the type of this L? It's a list. Okay, now take one tuple with one element, so this is how you can take. Now type of T, check what it is showing, int. It's not a tuple. Means if you want to store one length tuple, for that case you need to mandatorily use the comma, otherwise it's not a tuple, it will be one integer. Okay, so for that case you need to mention this comma, otherwise it will not detect as a tuple. So now check the type of it, type of T, check, this is a tuple. Okay, so comma is mandatory. Okay, so there is one more point, that single list can be possible with this one, possible. But if you go for single tuple, single length tuple, single length tuple, comma is mandatory, comma is mandatory. Okay, so this is all about your list versus tuple. Now we will be learning set. So there is one more collection data type which is set, and mathematically also set exists. So set look like this, 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, so as you can see, as you can observe here, this collection data type here having all these elements, but these are all enclosed within this flower braces or curly braces. Now I am taking one more set which is having different type of data type, different type of data type it is having. Fine. So I hope you have understood the pattern, that this is the homogeneous one, this is homogeneous set, and this is our heterogeneous set. Heterogeneous set. Now only this is the definition, that all these values are actually separated by comma. This is the only thing? Obviously no. There are lots of things are there. Like let's take a set, a simple set. I am taking 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, now I am repeating some elements, comma 2 comma 1, like this. Now if I ask you what is the length of this set, you will be telling apparently it is look like 5. But if I check the length of s, what it is, 3. Now check s, 1 comma 2 comma 3. And even if I write some list like this, 2 comma 3 comma 40 comma 70 comma 7 comma 80. So this is my s. Now just check s, all the data are already rearranged. So the thing is, first of all, set is a collection data type. Set is unordered. Set is unordered. There is no such order in the set. Okay, set is unordered means indexing not possible. It is non indexable. Indexing not possible. And even set cannot contain duplicate values. There should not be any duplicate values. Set always take unique values. So there is no such duplicate values exist. Now the thing is, then set can be modified or not. So how the set is actually stored, if I go for the memory allocation here, memory allocation for set, the thing is here, we can't store a set inside a memory layer because it is not indexable, even unordered. Means if I take a set like this 1 comma 2 comma 3, and if I take a set like 2 comma 1 comma 3, both are actually same. This s and s1 both are same, and all those values are not written in this order 1 2 3. No, it's not written in this order. It is randomly stored somewhere in the memory. So there is no such ordered manner. So there is no such layer memory allocation it is there. So we are not going to um, learn this as a memory layer. But the thing is, store it is actually getting stored with the help of hash function. Hash function means each and every value will get stored randomly, and each address will be getting some hash address. Now one more point, that if I going to store, I'm taking a heterogeneous list for the heterogeneous set for this case. So I'm taking a list inside it, 1 comma 2 and 8.5 python, and one more tuple 1 comma 2, like this. Okay, so if I go with this, see, I already have told you that hash function is used to store each and every element. Now if you see, this list is unhashable, means we can't store a list. Why? Because list is mutable, and which are actually mutable, it's not hashable at all. Okay, for hashable function, for hash function, if it is hashable, it should be immutable. Okay, so set is a collection data type which only can take elements, like set elements. Set elements should be should be immutable. Immutable in the sense, we can take integer, we can take float, Even we can take complex, even bool, and for collection data type immutable only we can have string and tuple, so we can store. Now you will be questioning that can we take a set inside a set? Obviously no. Why? Because set is also modification is possible inside set. Okay, so set can be modified. Okay, set can be modified. So that is why set is actually called mutable collection. Set is also mutable collection. Now how set can be modified? We have lots of methods. Even all those mutable data, like the mutable collection you have seen till now, you have seen list, now you have seen set. Now for list modification, set modification, for both cases we have some separate methods, means some inbuilt function. Now those inbuilt function we will be learning in functions chapters. We are not learning now, but there are some lots of methods are actually left to learn about list, about set, even for dictionary also. Even for dictionary, for now only, just know that set is mutable. You can modify a set, but with the method. There is no such index possible because set is fully unordered, so indexing not possible. But with the help of method, with some function, you can modify, and later we will see how to modify now, what to modify. So let's understand now dictionary. Now we will be learning dictionary. So how dictionary data type look like in Python? So dictionary data type is basically a key value pair. If I write one example of dictionary, it's basically like this: A10, B20, 1, comma 2, 10, 20, like this. Okay. So what you are saying, this is like one element. Like if I ask you what is the length of this dictionary, it's not 6. Like this one, this is the first element, second element, third element. Now each element is actually separated by comma, but each and every element is actually a key value pair. So dictionary is nothing but what? Key value pairs, collection of key value pairs. So each and every element is like this: key and value. And this key is having some restriction. In this key, what are the data types? Like there are some restriction to keep the data type. Not all data type you can take as a key. Here you can take only the immutable data type you can take as key, because key should be always unique. It is immutable, it should be unique also. You can't repeat a key, like similar to set element also, like this. And immutable in the sense it can be int, float, complex, bool, string, and tuple. Now apart from that, if you take anything, it will give you the error. So if I take one dictionary for this, a of 10, and after that I'm taking a list as an dictionary key, like this, it is giving the error, type error, unhashable list. So we need to keep in mind that key always immutable. And what about the value? There is no such limitation, no limitation. You can take any data type as an value, any data type you can take. Now coming to the default value. What is the default value of a dictionary? Default value. Now we have not talked about the default value of set, because what is the default value of set? This one. If you check for the default value of set, this is the only default value, set. But for dictionary, this one is the default value. So that's why we have not talked about it. So I have not given you any spoiler about dictionary. That's why we have not talked about it. So dictionary, like if you are getting this curly braces with blank, then it is not a set. It is actually dictionary. Blank dictionary, not a blank set. This is blank dictionary. Blank set look like this. Okay. And what is the inbuilt name? If I take a proper dictionary, 1 is to 10, comma 2 is to 20, then 5 is to, I'm taking a list. As a value, I can take a list, right? So this is my dictionary. Just check the type of it. Type of D, what it is? Dict. So the inbuilt name of dictionary is dict. This is the inbuilt name of a dictionary. So that is how you can get this default value dict. Now if you want to check that is it really the default value, just check bool function is giving us false, means it's a default value. Now other than that, if you go for bool of D, what it is? True, obviously. Now let's suppose I have told you that dictionary we can't take as a, like we can't repeat any key for a dictionary, and dictionary elements also are not in ordered. So if I take some key with different value, what will be happening? I'm taking same key, but key should be always unique. Key should be always unique, but I have taken two same key. Okay. And let's take some other keys also. Now if I ask you what is the length of D, check the length of D. What's the length of D? It is 2. How? Because one value, like it will take only one key value pair randomly. Any one key value pair will be taken randomly, because we can't take duplicate keys. Key always will be unique. Okay. So now one more question you will be finding that like you should ask that one key and value can be same. If I take key 1 and value also 1, key 2 value also 2, is it possible? Yes. And let's talk about this accessing the elements. Okay, so here as you can see, this dictionary this dict is a data type which is unordered, which is again unordered. So unordered, as because it is unordered, it is not indexable. We can't give the index. Then if I want to access any single element, we can access value. Still we can access the value. For set it is not possible to access a value, but for dictionary to access a value, yes, it is possible. Here in the place of, like, these keys are actually acting like, this key acts like index. Like we have some syntax like this: variable and then index subaddress. Okay, this is how we can get any value, any individual elements, right? Now same thing we can do here for dictionary. So here we will be using the variable, but in the place of index we will be writing key. So this key you can use to access the value. Like if I use D of 1, so it will be giving us 1 as a value. It is giving us what? The value it is giving. Okay, if I give D of 2, it is giving me what? 2 as a value. Let's take some other dictionary. I'm taking 10 colon 240, and then I'm taking pi. I can take a string as a key, right? So I'm taking a list as a value. Okay, after that, let's take 9.9 as a key, and let's take one dictionary here, 1 comma 2 comma 3. Not a set, not a dictionary, let's take a set. So this is how. Okay, now the thing is, if I want to access that set, what I can do? What is the key of this? 9.9. So always for the user, for dictionary, keys are the visible layer. Okay, so I can use the key to access the value. So sorry, I have used the variable, wrong variable I have taken. So D1 is my variable. As because for D, there is no such key, that's why key error will be coming. So if I use the proper same variable name D1, so the result is like this, the set it will be giving. Now if I ask you one more question, that can we use, just comment down below, can we use one dictionary as a key of the dictionary? Is it possible? Comment down below. And now the next thing, dictionary. Dictionary is a data type which can be modified. Okay, modification is possible. So as because modification is possible, and this is the hint of the answer of the previous question, so it can be modified, and as because it is modified, it can be modified. Dictionary is mutable collection. This is mutable collection, and there are lots of method we have. Again, one more way to modify, there already we have one modification method with index. We can use a new value like this, right? Now we can use the same syntax with index. If I use where, then index, and if I pass a new value, just check whether it is possible or not. So D1 of this 9.9, if I give, it will return this value which is a set. Now if I give equal to 200, I can change this value. Now check D1, D1 value already changed. So this is how you can modify, but there are lots of methods are there, dictionary methods are there, we will be seeing in function. We will be seeing each and every method of those data type. So up to this dictionary it is. And if you want to learn more about dictionary, like how this memory allocation is happening, so for your understanding, just see how this memory allocation it is happening. Let's take a very simple dictionary. I am here taking 110, 220, 330, like this. So it's very easy. This variable space and value space. So value space, you will be seeing two types of values are there. Key also a value, and value is also obviously it's a value. So there will be two layer. One is the key layer and other one will be the value layer. Okay, this is the value space. Now in the key layer, key will be stored in value layer, respective values will be getting stored. So this is how dictionary memory allocation is happening, and key will be getting the random address which is generated for storing inside D. That is a random address generated by the key. Why? Because key is the visible layer. Always key will be the visible layer. This is the visible layer, and if you want to visualize the value, you need to use the key to access this value. Okay, so this is how you can access. And also modification also possible, and we will be seeing some methods also in the future. Like after some hours we will be seeing some methods also. Okay, so this is all about dictionary. Okay, so let's draw one conclusion about this data type. So you have seen lots of data types we have completed successfully, but there are lots of terms you have seen, that mutable versus immutable. This thing you have seen, even ordered versus unordered, you have seen. Even you have seen hashable versus unhashable. Now all these terms, if you're very beginner, all these terms you may confused on these terms, right? So let's draw one conclusion. Like mutable, mutable means which you can access, plus you can modify on the same location. But immutable means access only, access only, no modification. Modification on what? Modification on the same location. Now mutable data type, what are the mutable data type you have seen? List we have seen, and tuple, no, tuple is immutable. And then we have seen set and dictionary. And for immutable we have seen, for the collection data type we have seen string, then tuple. And even if I say about immutable, it can be integer also, float, complex, bool, because on the same location you can't change. Okay, once it is done means you can't change any value in that same memory block. So that is why all these are actually immutable. Now, ordered versus unordered, and from there you will be getting one more concept, that is indexable. Indexable versus non indexable. Now let's conclude that order and index are related. Ordered collection, in ordered collection only, in ordered collection you can do indexing. Indexing possible. So which is ordered collection means it is indexable, which is unordered means it is not indexable. Now ordered collection we have what? We have string, we have list, we have tuple. Okay, so list, string and tuple, each and every data type are indexable. Whereas if I talk about unordered data type or non indexable, that is set and dictionary. And hashable, it is very advanced topic, but for now only just understand all the immutable immutable data type means this string to bool, everything is hashable, but unhashable means if it is list or if it is set and if it is dictionary, it will be unhashable. So this is all about the conclusion. And for mutable data set, for mutable data type, mostly for mutable data type, for list, for set and for dictionary, you will be getting lots of methods. Like there a list method is also there, set method, dictionary method you will be seeing in function. When we will be covering function, on inbuilt function we will be covering list method, set method and dictionary method. And even for string, tuple, also there are some methods to access those string and tuple. So those all those methods, all those methods, or better to say it is also called inbuilt function, because predefined by the Python developer. So all those inbuilt function we will be seeing in the part of function. Now for this ordered collection where indexing possible, for that we will be going for a new topic which is slicing. So let's talk about slicing. Let's understand slicing. So what is slicing? By the name slicing, what comes in your mind? Slice means what? Pizza slice, pizza slice. Okay, so basically, let's take a string like this Python program. So it's a string. Now if I want to slice out some character, like we have indexing, right? Indexing is used to access single character, right? Single character. Now slicing is basically what? Multiple character. Slicing means to access, it's a phenomena to access a group of a group of elements, a group of elements. Now this slicing is properly based on index. Okay, without indexing, slicing is not possible. Index is used in slicing. Okay, means the indexable, those data type which are indexable means string, list and tuple. In three type of data type we can do slicing. Now slicing means what? Taking or accessing some group of elements. Now if I want to slice out this pie, what I can do? Or let's suppose I want to slice out this gram from this program. I want to slice out this slice, what I can do? So this is very simple. I am going with this example only. Python, their space and then program. So intentionally I am giving this space in between. So let's suppose let's take this as a memory allocation, because you know now how this memory allocation inside this layer, all these characters are actually getting stored, right? And each and every characters is used as a single string. This is space, program, gram. So let's give positive indexing 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Means your length of S is 14. Now on the same way, let's give negative indexing -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, -7, -8, -9, -10, -11, -12, -13, -14. Okay, so now let's slice out. Now for this case, let's suppose you want to slice out this pie. Okay, you want this, like you need to start somewhere. This is a start, and here you need to stop. You need to start somewhere, you need to stop somewhere. So there is one syntax, syntax of slicing, that is variable, then starting index, colon, ending index. There are lots of things you have to write, and after that updation. There is something left to write here. So starting index, ending index, updation. For now, let's ignore this updation. Let's focus on starting index and ending index. So just see what is the starting index for this pi. Let's suppose I want to access this pi. Where to start? At 0 we need to start. So start is at 0. Where to stop? At 1 we need to end. At 1 we need to end. 0 and 1. So if I go with this, let's go to ideally. So if I take this as, this is my variable, and starting index, we are starting from 0, we are ending at 1. So if I close this, I'm just ignoring updation for now. So it is giving me p, not y. So if I want to stop at 1, I need to do some increments on it. Like if ending index is 1, I need to give 2 if I want to access up to y. Up to 1 if I want to print, I have to mention 2, because the ending index will be excluded. The last index which I will be mentioning, that will be excluded. Means if I want to access this pi, what I have to do, here variable is s, we are starting at 0, and if I want to stop at 1, we need to write 1 plus 1. Okay, we need to give some increments of 1. Fine. So this is what. And even for negative index also same thing. So if I go in negative direction, we need to give -1. So that is why I have given this blank. This is, you need to write either +1 or -1. This is a syntax. Now this updation is important. What is this updation? Like you can do slicing. Slicing can be done in two ways. Slicing can be done in two ways. In forward direction, in forward direction or in backward direction. In forward direction, if you are doing slicing in forward direction, means from left to right, from left to right, you are going in this direction. And there is one more, that is backward, backward direction. Now backward direction means obviously from right to left, from right to left, in this order you need to move back, from right to left. Okay, so when you are going at forward direction, your updation, for forward direction your updation must be positive, for backward direction your updation must be negative. Now forward direction, backward direction, what it is all about, like if I want to, like for example, if I want to access this p by t, then it is in forward order, so that is why always you need to take updation as positive. Let's suppose I want to access marg. So as you can see, M A R G. So in this order it is going. So for this case you need to take updation negative. Okay. Now the thing is, what is this updation? Updation generally, if you go for PYT, let's suppose you want to access this P, then Y, then T. So this updation is basically the jump, like from P where you are going, the next cell, that is y. So updation is here 1 plus 1. Again on the same way, if I go back for marg, from 13 you are going to 12, after from 12 you are going to 11, so your updation is what, minus 1. So this is how you can do. Fine. So according to this syntax, if I want to use, if I want to access this slice pyt, so what will be my syntax? We are starting, let's take the variable first. S is my variable. Where we are starting? We are starting from 0. Where we are ending? We are ending at 1. So I have to give the increment as 1. Okay. After that, we are going how? Just consecutively we are going from 0 to 1, 1 to 2, like this. So it's p by t. Okay, I done a mistake, that is we need to stop at 2. We need to stop at 2 because it is not py, it is pyt. So we need to give 2 plus 1, 1 increment, and we are going from p to y, y to t. So 1 1 increment it is there, 1 1 updation, 1 1 jump it is there. So I am writing here plus 1. So this is how this will be the syntax to access this pyt. Okay. Now, when, like this is my suggestion, when you are going forward direction, the same thing you can do with negative index also. But when you are using forward direction, when you are going forward direction slicing, for that case, better to use positive index, positive index, better use positive index. And when you are going in backward direction, there use negative index, there use negative index. Now let's understand this negatively backward direction means, let's suppose this marg you want to slice out, means where you are starting, you are starting at minus 1, as because we are going in backward direction we will be using here negative indexing. So minus 1, where you have to stop at g, what is the index of g, minus 4. So minus 4 you need to write minus 1, 1 increment. So minus 1. What is the updation here? You are jumping in the backward direction. 1 1 jump you are doing. So minus 1 is the updation. So this is how. Now let's check in the ideally. Is it really working? So for this case, so I'm taking what? S 0. If I want to stop at 2, we have to give what? 3 means 2 plus 1. And I can give 1. this updation, so it is giving me p by t. On the same way, if I go in backward direction, I can use minus 4, and after that minus 5, as because I want to stop at minus 4, which is g, and my updation is in the negative order, and negative indexing minus 1 I am giving. So this is how. Okay, now on the same way, if I want to access this program, just focus, program, I want to access program. Now for that case, I will be using what? S. We are starting where? We are starting p. What is the index of p? 7, right? So I'm writing 7. Where to stop? Where to stop? 7 colon, where to stop? At 13 we need to stop. So 13, as because I want to stop at 13, I will be writing 13 plus 1 here. Okay, and what is the updation? I need each and every word step by step with this jump. P, after then R, then O. So jump is only 1. So if I go with this, program is my result. Now updation 1, if I'm not mentioning this updation, if I write 7 is to 14, okay, and I'm not mentioning this updation, automatically it will take 1. So if I'm not mentioning this updation, means by default it will take updation as 1. Okay, so updation always, it is, if you miss the updation also, it is by default, it is by default 1. Means even if you are not giving any space also for this, if you are not keeping any space also for this, it will be giving like this. Okay, so automatically it will take updation as 1. Okay, now on the same way, let's suppose I want to print python but in different order. Like I want this output, first I am writing this output, n o h t y and then p. This is what should like it should be my output is. So as because I'm going in negative order, in backward direction, better to use negative indexing. So what is the starting point? N is a starting point. What is the negative indexing? Minus 9. So minus 9 I am giving. So how much we are giving? Up to 14. I will be going up to 14, so I will be giving minus 14 minus 1. We have to give an increment. Now, what is the updation here? As because we are going in the negative order, and minus 1 will be our updation. So, this is how we can get. Okay, is that clear? Now, the thing is, let's suppose I want, just follow this indexing. Let's suppose I want that my output should be P, then T, then O. P, T, O. So, for that case, what we can do? So S is my variable. Now there is one jump, as you can see. From P, it's not going up to T. It is going where? It is going to, it's not going to Y, P, then T it is going. From T it is going to O. So there is a gap of plus 2. So the updation will be plus 2. So where it is starting? You are starting from 0. Okay. You are going up to O. What is the index of O? 4. You have to give one increment. So 4 plus 1. And what is the updation here? Updation is plus 2. So if your updation is 2, you need to mention, otherwise by default it will take 1. So this is how you can get PTO. Fine. Now you can skip the index. Let's suppose you are skipping the starting index. What is it is happening? Always you need to give the square braces. Let's suppose you are not mentioning the starting index and you are writing 6. 6 means up to 5 it will stop. Okay. And there is no updation, means updation automatically it is taking as plus 1. Fine. So if you're not mentioning the starting index, it will automatically start from the beginning, means from 0 it will start. Okay, now on the same way, if you are not mentioning the starting index on the same way, but you are mentioning a negative value, that is minus 5, and you already said that it is a negative, in negative order you need to go, so automatically just say what will be the starting index, as because it is going in the negative order, backward direction, as because minus 1 is the updation here, so it will take automatically from this minus 1. Okay, now in the same way, can we skip this ending index? Let's suppose I want to print this program. We already did, right? Program. So we are starting at 7, right? We are starting at S of program. So P is at 7. So if I'm not mentioning anything after this, I am keeping full blank. Okay. And as because we are going up to the last and we are going with updation 1, I'm not mentioning anything else. Okay. It will take automatically up to the last. See, program. It's fully printed. Okay. So this is how you can go with. Now, if I'm not mentioning anything, no starting index, no ending index, no updation, what will be happening? Starting index, it will start from the beginning. Ending index, it will go up to the last. And updation, no updation means by default it is 1. So entire list will be printed. Now, if I give this -1, what will be happening? -1 means backward direction. Backward direction means what? Starting index, this one should be the starting, and this one you are not mentioning the ending, so ending at the last. So everything will be giving in reverse. So the note is just one note you have given. You already understood that note is to reverse, to reverse a ordered collection, ordered and ordered collection. What you have to do? Variable, then colon colon -1. This is how you can do the reverse. You will be using this logic in palindrome. Okay, so this is all about slicing. Now this similar example you can use in tuple also, you can use in list also. I'm just giving one brief about this list. I'm taking a simple list 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4. Now if I want to do slicing, and I am just reversing this list. How? See, with the help of slicing, I'm just reversing this. Okay. Now let's slice out 3 and 4. What we can do? 3 and 4. So what is the starting index? 3, 0, 1, 2. 2 is the starting index. We want to go up to the last, so we are not mentioning anything. Just 3 and 4 slice out. On the same way, let's suppose I want to slice out 3 and 2. 3 and 2 in like this is my result. This should be my result. 3 comma 2. So backward direction it is. So what we can do? L. What is this? -2 is the starting index. Okay. How much I want to go? I want to go -3. Okay. That's why I have to give some increment also -1, and the direction is negative. So this is how 3 and 2 printed. So this is what. Now on the same way you can use tuple also, but in set obviously not possible. No, no set. For no set it is happening. So 10, 20, 30, 40. So I'm just giving you that it is working. This slicing is also working for tuple. So this is a tuple. Let's suppose I am starting from 1 and I am going up to the last. So what will be happening? Starting from 20, everything will be printed. So this is how. Okay. Let's suppose you want to reverse this tuple. What will be doing? This colon colon -1. This is how you can do. So this is your slicing is. If you still have any doubt, just do comment me, okay, in the chat. So this is all about slicing. Now let's understand typecasting. So typecasting in Python, typecasting means what? Changing the data type, like from one data type. Let's suppose you want to change the data type into another data type. So it's a method, and simply what you have to do always, you need to use the, let's suppose you want to change into a specific data type. Simply what you have to do, just write this data type and put the variable inside this. This is what the syntax is always. Okay, means let's suppose you have a integer a equals to 10. Now let's suppose you want to change it to float. Simply what you will be doing? Float of a, like this. Or if you want to change it to complex, what we will be doing? Complex of a, it will be 10 plus 0j. 0j will be added and it will be converted into complex. Now on the same way, if we want to do bull of a, so we are, what we are doing, we are converting our integer into boolean, so obviously it will be true. So this is how it is working. Fine. Now string, is it possible? If I do string of a, yes, obviously it is possible. Like typecasting to string also possible. What is the difference is, like when it is a integer, it is taking only one block of memory, but when you are making it to string, it is a collection data type. Now it will be taking two memory blocks, so memory will be getting increased, nothing else. Now rest of it, if you want to change a list into list, not possible. Even for tuple also not possible. Even set or a dictionary, if you want to change, it is not even possible. Okay, so let's go for, like, if you what you have seen, that integer to what it is possible, integer to float possible, integer to complex possible, integer to bool possible, and even integer to string possible. Rest of it not possible. Now the same way, if I go for float, let's take a float s equals to, I'm taking 4.5. Okay, that float to integer, float to complex, float to bool, float to string possible, rest of it not possible. Now the same way, if I go for complex, so let's take one example. Let's take a equals to 2 plus 3j. Now say integer, if I want to make it an integer, what will be happening? The real part will be like sliced out. No, it's not possible. Even if I want to make it a change into float, it is not possible. And complex, why to convert into complex, it's already in. But bool is very flexible. If you go for bool of a, obviously it will be giving either it is true or false, so obviously it is true, as because it is non default value. Now string also, string is also very flexible. If you go for string, everything will comes under this parenthesis, sorry, this quote. Okay, and rest of it, like for list not possible. Even for tuple also, tuple not possible, set not possible, and dictionary also not possible. Okay, so what you get as a conclusion, that complex to integer not possible, complex to float also not possible, complex to complex not needed, complex to bool yes possible, complex to string possible, list not possible, tuple also not possible, set dictionary not possible. So if I talk about the bool typecasting, like bool is a type of a data type which, like, from other data type to convert into bool is very easy, either it is giving true or false. But if I want to try to make it or convert it into other data type, so this is a equals to true, this is a bool. Now I want to make it into integer, so what I can do, int of a, if I use int of a, it is giving 1, means for true it will be 1. Now on the same way, if I take false also for b, I'm taking sorry, we have to use the proper case. Okay, so this is what, now int of, if I go for int of b, it is 0. Fine. Now on the same way, if I go with the float of a, it will be 1.0. And on the same way, if I want to typecast it to float of b, if I want to do 0.0 point 0. Now on the same way, if I go for complex of this a, this will be 1.0 plus 1 plus 0j. And on the same way, if I go with the complex of b, then you will be getting 0j only, because 0 plus 0j, it's 0j, right? Now str also, now if you convert it into string, what will be happen, like everything will come inside this quote, right? On the same way, if you go for string of a, it will be coming in quote. So the point is here, bool is taking, like, if you take a equals to true, it is taking a single block of memory, whereas when you are converting to string, it is taking more memory, like 4 blocks of memory it is using. For this false, it is using 5 blocks of memory instead of one, right? So memory is getting increased. Now apart from that, if you go with list, now let's suppose I am changing it to list of a, so it's not possible. On the same way, if I go with tuple also, it's not possible. On the same way, if I go for set also, not possible. And dictionary also, if I go with dictionary, if I want to convert, it is also not possible. So what you got as an idea, that integer is possible, float conversion also possible, complex typecasting also possible, multiple not required, string obviously it is possible, very flexible it is, list, tuple, set, dictionary, it is not possible. Now let's talk about string typecasting. Now let's talk about some conversion, some typecasting from string to other data type. So let's take a string, I'm taking simple pi. Okay, now if I want to change it to integer, obviously there is no such character or numeric character present, so obviously it's not possible. But if I use anything like this 8, so it is a numeric character present. Now if I make into integer, then only, sorry, int of b if I take, then only it is possible. So this is the criteria. Fine. So if your string is containing some integer, then only you can change it to integer. Now on the same way, let's suppose I am taking one float inside this. Now if I going to do that, float of a, see, it is giving. So if it is containing some float character it is present, then only you can change it to float. Otherwise, obviously it will be not possible. Now if I go with the same thing, a equals to pi, if I write the same thing, and if you want to change it to float, obviously there is no such meaning of this. Correct? Now see, is that same thing happen for complex as well? If I take anything complex inside this string data type, inside this code, and I want to change this to complex. It's already string because it is enclosed within single quote. Now if I make it to complex, yes, it is possible. But with other data, like if I go with a of pi equals to pi, and if I want to change it to complex, then obviously there is no such meaning of it. Correct? So this is how you can do it. Even so, now the thing is list. Is it possible? Like if I take, I'm taking simply Python. Okay. Now I want to make it a list. What I can do? List of this string. So each and every character will be separated by comma and comes as a single elements of this element of this list. Okay. So this is how it is working. Now on the same way, if I make it a tuple, see, everything comes inside this parenthesis. So tuple is tuple, like string to tuple typecasting also possible. Now the same way, if I go with set, see, everything comes with set, as because set is unordered, so all the data is coming, all the characters are coming, but not in a ordered manner, in different manner it is coming. And even if you have some like repeated words, let's suppose, I have mom, this type of words, let's suppose I have this type of string. Now if you make it a set of a, what will be happening? Only two character will be present inside the set, because set can't take uh, duplicate values. Correct? Now for dictionary, if I go with dictionary, a equals to, let's suppose, the same thing, that mom is there. Now if I want to make it into a dictionary, dict of a, so obviously there will be no, like no typecasting possible, because dictionary is what, a key value pair. So what we got? String to integer, yes, possible for some cases, like when, only when the string contains some numeric character, right? Float is also same, when string contains some numeric character with decimal, then only it is possible. Correct? Now complex, it is possible when string contains complex characters, then only possible. For bool, of course, yes, it is possible. Like if I have a equals to pi, and if I make it to bool, obviously it will be giving according to default or non-default value. As because this is non-default, it will be giving true. So obviously, yes, string to bool typecasting, yes, possible. And string to string, no use. String to list, yes, yes, possible. Like each and every character will be coming separated by comma. Tuple also possible, set also possible, and dictionary, it is not possible. Okay, so set is a type of data type. Like if you will see later also, like we have left for list, tuple, set, and dictionary context, but you will see that string is a type of data type. Like from other data type, conversion into string is very much easy. Every data type you can change into string, and you can change into boolean. Okay, you will see that. Now let's talk about from list to other data typecasting. So if I take a list, and let me take a list in 20, 30, so it's a list of length 3. Now if I make a integer, it's single valued. Now I want to make one multi-value data type into single value data type. So what will be happening? error, not possible. On the same way, if I go for float of L, again not possible. On the same way, if I go with complex of L, it is also not possible. On the same way, bull of L. Now for this case, obviously we already have checked whether it is default or non-default, and that time we use this bull function, right? So bull, if I do, yes, possible. So what we got, that integer not possible, float also not possible, complex it is also not possible, and bull, yes, possible. Now let's talk about the other data type, all the collection data type. Now, if I want to change it into string, str of L, I will be writing str of L. So everything, whatever the list it is there, everything will comes inside this quote. Means string is possible. Now, if you check this length of this str of L, you will see that these braces also are taking some like different memory. So 12, it's not 3. Now it is actually the length of this string is 12. Okay, so actually the memory is getting increased. Okay, on the same way, if I go for tuple also, if I want to make it a tuple of L, so 10, 20, 30 will comes inside this. So it will be like when you are changing one list into tuple, means you are making one mutable data into immutable one, means it is fully locked. Now on the same way, if I go with set, what will be happening, everything will be coming inside this set and unordered way. So this is what. Now if I have a list, let's suppose if I have a list which is a 2D list, okay, I have a nested list also inside it. Now if you make it a set of this L, so it will be not possible. Why? Let me know in the comment. Okay, this is a very tricky question. If I have this typecasting set to list, not possible. Why it is happening, just comment me below. Okay, so now what we have seen, that list to tuple is possible, list to set, for some cases it is possible, for this case it is not possible. Why? You know the answer better. And for dictionary, if I go with the dictionary, L of, so already I have this L, right? So dict of L, if I go with, so it is giving me error. Now there is one exception, because I have ticked here list to dictionary, yes, possible, but for some cases, L- actually whenever you want to make it a dictionary, dictionary needs what, key and value pair, right? So now if you take a list which is having some value which is actually collection data type, like it is only and only possible when this list will be having some nested collection. Now nested collection in the sense, let me take a nested collection, means I'm taking a string, but make sure its length should be 2. Let's take one list, let's take one tuple, 2 comma 3, like this. Let's take one set, like this, a comma b. Okay, so every time I'm taking what, I'm taking one character here, like each and every element should have length 2, and all these elements should not be single valued element, it should be collection data type. Now see, this is also L, obviously this is an L. Now make it a dictionary, make it a dictionary. See what it is showing. See, there are, as you can see here, this there are four elements. Now what it is happening, like key value pairs it is creating. For the first element it is taking as key, and the second element it is taking as value. Now there are four elements present, but dictionary, when you are typecasting it to dictionary, three elements came here. Why it is happening, let me know in the comment box. If you understand these data types properly, you know the answer, so do let me know in the comment. Okay, so this is the assignment for you. Now clear? So list and dictionary is very important. This is very important for the interview. If interviewer asks you that dictionary typecasting, list to dictionary typecasting, is it possible? Yes, possible. For this case, for which case? If and only if there are some conditions, like this list should contain collection data type of length 2, and one more thing is, as because here to convert into dictionary, the first element is taken as the key, so key should be immutable, so it should contain also one element. There will be first element, like first element or one element should be immutable, it should be immutable, otherwise it is not possible. it should be immutable. Otherwise, it is not possible. Fine. Still, if you have any doubt, you can comment me. Now let's talk about other typecasting from tuple data type. So tuple, let's take a tuple here. I'm taking a tuple. So 1 comma 2 comma 3, just a simple tuple I am taking. So obviously if I make it, it's a collection data type. Now if I want to make it a single type, single value data type, it's not possible, right? If I want to make it a float also, float of t, it is also not possible. If I want to make it a complex, it is not possible, obviously. And for bool, if I want to make it into bool, obviously bool is very flexible, it is possible. So bool only possible, other than that any single value data type not possible. What about this collection data type? Let's check. So if I want to make it a string of t, what will be happening? Everything will come inside this quote. Okay, so for this case, just check, length is actually getting increased, means the memory is getting increased, because here this parenthesis is also taking one memory. Fine. So the length of this string is actually 9, right? Now the same way, if I want to make it a list, what will be happening? Everything will comes inside this list. Means what? Tuple, it was properly locked because it was immutable data type. Now this list is getting like unlocked, means it is mutable now. Now all those, like, this list you can modify, but this tuple you can't modify, correct? So this is what. Now if you want to make it a set, simply set of this t. So everything comes inside a set, and obviously it is unordered, not in ordered. So set always will be unordered. Now if I want to make it a dictionary of t, it is obviously not possible, but there are some catch. You already know what we can do. If I take a tuple which is having like this collection data type and 1 comma 2 like this, okay, means collection data type it is having, and all these values are l- having length 2. This collection should be length 2. Now if I want to make it a dictionary, the first element will be coming as key and second element will be coming as value. So this is what my typecasted value is. So what we got: string obviously possible, list, tuple, everything possible, set is also possible. And for dictionary, for some case it is possible. Already I have written the criteria, so you can better know what it is. Okay, now let's go for set. So let's take a set now. Set, I'm taking a very simple set, 1 2 3 4. So S is now like this. Okay, so if I want to make a single value data type, obviously it will be not possible. Now on the same way, for float also not possible. For complex also it will throw definitely one error. Now but for bool, if I go with, obviously it will be giving me true. So bool only it is possible, other than that integer, float, complex not possible. Now let's talk about this other data type. So now let's make it a string. So str of s, what will be happening? Obviously memory will be increased and everything come inside this quote. Fine. So string, yes, possible. List, if I want to make, what will be happening? Everything will come inside some, sorry, list of s, so everything will come inside a list. In ordered collection, it will be in ordered. Now on the same way, if I go for tuple, if I go for tuple, tuple of s, everything will come inside this ordered, but it will be locked properly, immutable it will be. Fine. So list also possible, tuple is also possible, and set to set not not required. For dictionary, obviously the same thing will be happening. You have to take something like this. I'm taking some 1 comma 2. Can I take a list inside a set? Let me know in the comment. Now I want to make it a dictionary, so dictionary of s. So first element is coming as key and second element is coming as value. So here also some points is there, 3 points it should follow, you know better. So still if you have any doubt, do comment. Okay, so now let's understand dictionary. Now, among all data type, dictionary is a type of data type. Typecasting from dictionary, it is not that much possible. Why? Because I'm telling. Let's take a dictionary, one of two, like one is the key, two is the value. Now, on the same way, 23 is the key, 32 is the value. Yeah, I'm taking very simple key value pair here. 10 20 like this, so it's a simple dictionary. Obviously it's collection data type, so obviously single value not possible. all the single valued, like if I take integer, if I take float, also not possible. Sorry, I have taken a, but it should be d, right? Int of d, my bad. So int of d, even float of d, even complex of d, not possible, and even bool of d. Now say, is it possible? Obviously it will be possible. So we already have checked it, right, as a default or non-default value. So bool, yes, possible, but integer, float, and complex, not possible. By the way, what is the default value of dictionary? Just let me know in the comment. We already have seen, right? Let's check how much you can remember. So now let's talk about like dictionary to other collection data type. Now, if I want to make it a string of D, I will be writing str of D. So str of D, str is very, like, string is very flexible, right? So when I want to typecast into string, everything will come inside this quote, right? So this is the output. Now, if you're going to check the length, this is too much. Like all these things, all these values comes inside this, like as a character it is taking different memory, so it's getting huge, right? Now in the same way, if I want to make it a list, what will be happening? List of d, if I go with list of d, what will be happening? See what it is giving, all the keys it is giving. Why? Because dictionary to string possible, dictionary list possible, but here it is returning what? Only keys. Only keys is returning inside this list. Why? Because keys are the visible layer. Now on the same way, if I take a tuple also, tuple of d, so all the tuple is coming, like tuple is coming, all the keys are coming inside tuple. Why? Because keys, again, key is a visible layer. Now set, for set also same thing, set of d, every keys will be coming inside a set, obviously in unordered way. Okay, dictionary, not, no use. So this is all about your dictionary, like dictionary typecasting. Still full typecasting we have fully covered. Now still, if you have any doubt, do comment me below. Now next we will be learning copy operation. So copy operation in Python, copy, by the, what copy, what comes in your mind? Backup. So why to do copy? For a backup means there will be one original version and there will be one copied version. But why to make a copy? Obviously for the future use. For the future use. Now, as a copy, what you can do as a backup? Let's suppose I have a equals to 10. Okay, so as a copy, if I want to tell you that make a copy of it, what you will be doing? You will be taking one variable, another variable equals to a, you will be doing. So in that case, B, like this 10 will be copied inside B. The 10, not exactly 10, the location of 10. So see, let's see, A equals to 10, it is there. Now if I do B equals to A, so the ID of A, now check ID of A and check the ID of B. So both locations is actually copied, correct? So this can happen, and this is how you can do normal copy. Now the thing is, if I take one list, I'm taking a list 10, 20, 30. Now I'm telling that take a copy. So you already have taken B equals to A. Now this is what? This is list. List means what? A mutable collection. A mutable collection. Okay, and the copy operation you have done here, this is a type of copy operation, and this type of copy operation is actually called general copy. General copy. Now let's, you have done what? General copy operation. So this is my list 10, 20, 30. Fine. Now you have taken one backup inside B. So now if you check B, B is taking this 10, 20, 30. Now it is what? A mutable collection, means on the same location of this list you can change anything. Like if I tell that let's change this 330 into 300, So b of minus 1, this is how you can access 30. Now let's change it to 300. Now check A. Okay, so original list changed. Fine. So what you are doing here, after this you are doing A of minus 1 equals to 300. So original list now change into 10, 20, 300. Fine. Now check B. B is what? B is a copied one. Now check. B is also changed. Means your backup. This is the backup you have done. So there is no point to make a backup like this. If you do general copy for a mutable collection and if you change the original collection, it will be reflected on the copied also. Why it is happening? See how this memory allocation it is. Like if you go for the memory, so this A, how it is getting stored? This A, this is your variable space and the value space. Now in this value space, all this 10, 20, 30 is getting stored inside this memory layer 0x71. Let's suppose this is the random address. Okay, so whenever you are doing general copy like this line b equals to a, what you are doing, you are copying the variable space. So general copy is what? General copy is nothing but copying variable space. Variable space. So what you are doing inside b, when you do b equals to a, this means what interpreter is doing, b, like here interpreter is copying the address of this 0x71 inside this b. Okay, so that is how a is pointing to this location and b is also pointing to this location. Now b is what? B is a backup. Fine. Now as because this is what? This is a list. This is what? A mutable collection. Now as because it is mutable, you are changing anything, you are changing something. So you are changing this 30 into 300. Now as because you have changed it and b is also pointing to the same location, that is why b, in b also it is reflecting. So there is no such like meaning to make a copy, because the copied inside your copied collection also it is getting reflected. The original and the copied both are getting changed. So this is what the demerit, you will say. This is what the demerit for general copy. Then general copy, for which type of data type general copy is better? General copy is good when your data type, it is applicable when the data type is immutable. When the data type is immutable means you can't change anything inside this. Once it is created, once this memory is created, it should not be changed, right? So if it is locked means immutable data type. Immutable means all the single valued you can take, or otherwise string and tuple, obviously it is there. Otherwise all your integer, float, complex, bool. For all this data type, general copy is good. General copy is nothing but what? General copy is nothing but copying the variable space. This is a phenomena of copying the variable space. Now, what is a solution then? There should be a solution because it is not working properly for the mutable collection. Then how to copy the mutable one? So for copying the mutable, we have a solution. We have a solution. That solution is shallow copy. Shallow copy. Now, what is a shallow copy? Shallow copy is basically what? Here, the solution is like by which, like, what is your general sense is telling you that what is the catch? Like, you here, the problem is here B is copying the address of this A. That is how it is pointing to the same location. This is the only reason, this is the only problem. Let's suppose b is actually copying this entire value differently, not copying the address of it, then only it is possible. So the catch is, if it is copying the value space, if it is copying the value space, then it can be possible to mitigate that problem. that issue. So shallow copy is basically, what is the syntax for shallow copy? For this case, what you will be doing, you will be doing b equals to a dot copy. Now this copy is what? This is a method. This method, it is a method of list method. Okay, so a dot copy you can do. So what it is happening, if you do b equals to a dot copy, now check b is having what? 10, 20, 30. So a already it is there 10, 20, 30. Sorry, 300. Now you have copied with shallow copy. B is now what? 10, 20, 300. So here there is no such variable space copied, the value space copied. Like distinguishedly, it is taking another memory location in the value space. If you check the ID of A, sorry, ID of A, this is what the ID of A, and now check the ID of B. This is the ID of B, fully different. Means for this case, what it is happening? This is your variable space and the value space. Now, first of all, this A is already stored inside this three blocks 10, 20, 300. Now, this location 0x71, that is getting stored inside this A 0x71. Now, what you are doing? You are copying with shallow copy. So, instead of copying the variable space, the address, what you are doing here, it is distinguishedly creating one more memory layer in different location 0x, let's suppose 99. Okay, 10, 20, 300. Fine, this is how it is created. Now inside B, that 0x99, that new location will be stored. Means the original list is pointing to this location, the new one is pointing to a properly different location. Means it is copied in a new, it is a new location. It's copied in a new location. Now if you change something inside this original one, let's change something in the original. So a of, let's suppose I am changing this 300 to 3000. So a of minus 1 equals to 3000 if I go. So now check A, what it is? 10, 20, 3000. Now check B, is it changed? No. So if you are, after that, if you are changing like this, a of minus 1 equals to 3000. So this 300 will be changed into 3000, but your B will be intact. So now this problem solved, right? So this is what your shallow copy is. Shallow copy is what? Shallow copy is copying the value space. Fine. Now the thing is, let's take one 2D list. What do you mean by 2D list? 2D list means nested list. Let's suppose I have a nested list. Fine. So let's take a copy of it. Let's take a shallow copy. So I am taking S equals to, I'm taking a shallow copy, L dot copy. Okay, L dot copy I'm taking. So now S will be what? S will be like this 10, 20 and 1, 2, like this. Fine. And the location also will be different. Let's take in the ideally. So this is the S, sorry, L, and let's take the shallow copy, L dot copy. So this is how S now copied. Check the ID of L, it's different. ID of S, fully different. Fine. Now change something in L. Let's change something in L. If I change the first element, sorry, L of 0, if I take this one, like there is 110, right? There is, the first element is 10, now change into 1. So if I do, L is changed. Now check S, is it changed? No, obviously there will be no change, there will be no, like it will not affect the copied list. Now let's change something in the nested list. L of minus 1, let's change that 2 into 200. So L of minus 1, this is how you will be getting this 1 2, this nested list you can access. Now let's go inside this nested list. Means L of minus 1, again I am giving minus 1. Now this is how you can access this too. Now in this place you need to put what? You need to put 200 for this case. So L equals to what now? 120 and 1 comma 200. Now check S. What it is? It's changed. It gets affected. Means the problem is now if you change something inside this nested list, it is getting affected. Like the copied list is getting affected by the original list. Now why it is happening? Just understand. So again I am giving you the visualization of the memory. So variable space and the value space. Now how it is getting stored? 10, 20 and 1 comma 2. So obviously there will be three memory location. 1, 10 and 20 can be stored easily, and this is what a nested collection. So for that case you need a sublayer, right? So for this case 1 comma 2, some address will be there 0x11. So 0x11 will be getting stored, and for this case 0x73, it is a location that will be getting stored inside this L 0x73. Now when you have done this S equals to L dot copy, what you are doing? This is the primary, this is what the primary layer. So when you are doing this L dot copy means you are copying differently in other location. So what you are doing? You are copying this differently in other location. 10, 20, fully copying this value space. So value space copied in other location means some other addresses, memory address will be generated randomly. Let's suppose this memory address is 0x53, that will be getting stored inside this is 0x53. But if you closely observe one thing, that is this 0x11, like L and S both are sharing the common address, means both are sharing this nested collection. Okay, because here if you copy a address somehow, if you like accidentally copying one address means on that particular location, if I change it to 200, it will be getting affected by, like it will get affect the original list also, the copied list also. This is the thing, this is the problem. Okay, so that is what. Now this is a demerit for shallow copy, because shallow copy, what you are doing here, you are copying blindly the value space. So for this case we have again a solution, we need to come for a solution. Now for that case I will be giving one more copy operation, which is deep copy. Deep copy. Now what is the syntax of deep copy? For that case what you have to do, here you have to import, here you have to import one class, that is copy, and after this you need to write like this. Let's suppose you have a list 10, 20 and this 1 comma 2, right? Now you want to copy in another variable. So for that case what you have to do, here you need to write b equals to copy dot deep copy. This is a syntax, and inside this deep copy you need to put the original list. So this is how you can do it. L equals to, now check, L equals to, it is what, 10, 20, and there is one nested list 1 comma 2. Okay, now import. Now first of all let's understand this, first understand this. I'm taking first of all, if we go with s equals to, s equals to L dot copy means we are doing what here, we are doing a shallow copy, shallow copy. So what I have told, that here both are actually sharing this location of this nested list. Now let's check the location of nested list. So if I go with id of L, how you can access this nested list? L of minus 1, right? So if you check the id of nested list, this one is id, and if I go for the id of nested list of S, check, both are same. That is why if you are changing anything, let's suppose change anything into this 2 to 200, so that is why it is getting affected. like the original list and the copied list both are getting affected. So this is the problem we are facing now. Now let's take this L again. I'm taking this L again and let's do deep copy. So what we are doing for deep copy, once you have to import this copy, this copy class. After this, take a variable. Let's take b equals to, as a backup I am taking, so copy dot deep copy, copy dot deep copy, and inside this put this L, this original list. Now check b, now check b. So this is what. Now let's check the id of the last element, means the nested list. So this is the id. Now check id of s, sorry, not s, b of -1. Check it. What is that? Fully different. So what it is happening in deep copy? Deep copy means this memory, see what it is happening. The memory, let's divide it, variable space and value space. So here you are not exactly copying the variable space, not like neither the value space or the variable space. No variable space, value space is copied. What it is happening here, like distinctly, let's suppose it is 0x11, here it is getting stored 1 comma 2, 0x11 and 0x73, that is getting stored inside this L, 0x73. Now when you are taking this deep copy, this b, what it is happening, b is actually storing this primary memory. Before, like there is no such copying of value space, it is distinguishedly copying everything like this 10, 20. And for this also, this sublayer also getting some different address for this case, not 0x11, something else, 0x91, like this 0x91, fully different address. And 0x53, let's suppose this is the address of the general, the primary list. So inside b, that address will be getting stored. Now if you change, like now if you see, L is pointing to this location, b is pointing to this location, and even both are not sharing any nested collection. So if you are changing this 2 into 200, it will not get affected by this. Okay, let's change it. So L of -1 of -1 of -1 equals to 200 I'm taking. So now check L, chill, see, L is properly changed. Now see this b, is there any effect on b? See, there is no such effect in b. So this is what called deep copy. So what on all the copy operation we have seen? We have seen the copy operation, mostly three type of copy operation it is there. First of all, general copy. We have seen general copy. General copy means what? General copy means copying variable space. Copying variable space means the address is getting copied. So basically b equals to a, this is the syntax. If I go for next, that is shallow copy. So this is good for linear list, one day list. So this is what? This is copying the value space. This is copying the value space. So what is the syntax for this case? B equals to a dot copy. Okay, and finally we have deep copy. So this deep copy for what? This 2D list. Okay, so here you are copying all the values differently or distinctly. So for this case, what is the syntax? You need to import copy, and after then you need to write b equals to copy dot deep copy. So you are doing what? Deep copy with, here you need to mention that original list is L. So b equals to copy dot deep copy of L. So these are all the comparison between all the copy operations. So this is all about your Python copy operation. Let's understand operators in Python. So what is an operator? Operator is nothing but some spatial symbol which are actually predefined by the developer for some specific task. So this is spatial symbol. All the spatial symbols, there are some meaning, and for some situation you need to use that spatial symbol and it has some meaning and it is already predefined, means its task is fixed. Okay, its task is fixed. Now in Python you will be seeing seven types of operator. First we will be going through arithmetic operator. After then we will be seeing logical operator. Then we will be seeing comparison operator, or it is also called relational operator. Then we have bitwise operator. After this we will be learning assignment operator. Then we have membership operator. And finally we will be learning identity operator. So this is the roadmap for operator. Now we will be learning about arithmetic operators in Python. So in Python, arithmetic operator is used for mathematical calculation. Mathematical calculation. So mathematical expression and mathematical calculation, like simply if you give the interpreter 2 plus 3, fine. So it is giving us 5. We don't have to write any code for this. 2 plus 3, it is giving 5. So what you are exactly doing? You are actually performing one operation. What is 2 plus 3? Now here this symbol, this spatial symbol is an example of operator. Operator. Now for this operator, if you use this single plus, is there any meaning? No, it is giving us syntax error. So we need to mention this integer or either float, any numeric value or any data type we need to mention, right? So this is what called operand. Without operand your operator will not work. So always operator needs two or more than two, or maybe sometimes one operand. Operand means it can be data type or any condition. It can be data type or any condition. And sometimes this operator, like for arithmetic operator you will see some special symbols, it is there for this mathematical calculations in Python. And later you will see some keywords also used as an operator, fine. So first arithmetic operator will see, that is addition, and it's very easy, like this is what the addition operator, right? So for this case always you need two operand and you need to mention this plus inside it. So it can be what, which data type it can be possible, like all the numeric you will say all the numeric, means if I talk about 2 plus 7.5, so always the result will be 9.5. So as you can see here, we if we add int plus float, always the result is coming as float, correct? Now what about if I take some 2 plus, let's suppose after that I am taking a complex 3 plus 4j. Okay, so what will be the result? 2 will be added with 3 and 4 both? No. For this case, only the it will be added with 3 and you will be getting 5 plus 4j. And whenever you are adding this integer with complex, the result will be in complex. Now, let's suppose I want to add this integer with a Boolean value, true. So, what will be the result? Will it be coming as true? Because 2 plus true, it is what? True means if you typecast to integer, it will be 1. So, the result is 3. Now how it is happening, see, whenever for any operations if I use different data type, so 2 plus true, so from this example I guess it is clear that first of all this true, this bool is actually converted or typecasted to 1, and after then it is getting added. Now this typecasting you are not doing, the typecasting we have done, that is forcefully, but here automatically typecasting is happening, it is fully automatic, fine. So that is why it is called implicit. Implicit, this is what an example of implicit typecasting, like for its easiness, Like for the situation, like whenever you are going to add 2 plus true, interpreter will convert or typecast to integer. Now how will know, like like in that, is there any priority to typecast for this implicit typecasting? Obviously yes, there is one priority. First, bull is coming. If you are comparing with integer with full, integer will get more priority. After then, if you are comparing with integer and float, float will get more priority. And if you are comparing with complex, complex will get the like maximum priority. Okay, so this is all about single value data type. Now if I ask you, like that this addition operator, will it work for any multi-value data type? Yes, it will work for multi-value data type. If I take some ABC, it is what a string. Now if I take one list which is having 1 comma 2, now if I going to add, it's not possible. So if you want to work with multi-value data type, so same data type you need to mention. So for multi-value data type, if you are going with multi-value data type, you need to mention the same type of data type. Means it is only possible with string plus string, or list plus list, or dictionary, sorry, list plus list, or tuple plus tuple, tuple plus tuple. Now for this case, what will be happening, just check. If I go for ABC and plus I am giving PY, so what will be happening, everything is comes inside a new string is actually getting generated. And this phenomena is called concatenation. Concatenation. Okay, so that is what, like plus operator, this plus this addition operator will work normally for addition for the numeric character. But if you're going with the collection data type, then it will be acting like concatenation. But if you go for set, like for tuple, it is possible. Yes, tuple, for tuple, if you go for tuple 1 2 plus 3 4, so if I do with tuple, yes, it is possible. You will be seeing that tuple cannot be modified. How it is possible? Because it is creating a new more tuple in another location. And for list also it is possible. 1 comma 2, it's a list. And I am taking, for now, I am taking another list which is 7 point comma 8 comma 9. So check, this is also another list. It is getting created. So actually concatenation is happening. Now if you go with a set, if I take 1 comma 2, I'm taking a set. Now let's add this set with 4 comma 5. What will be happening? It's giving error because for set it is not possible. Concatenation is not possible for set and as well as for dictionary also. If I take a dictionary, this one is a dictionary with like one elements I am just taking, one element I'm just taking. Now see, dictionary and dictionary also concatenation not possible. So always remember, not possible, concatenation not possible for set and dictionary. So this is all about your arithmetic, sorry, addition operator. After that we have subtraction also. Subtraction. Now subtraction, you know already that subtraction, it's minus a minus b. This is also, for this case also you need to use two operand for this case. Now this operand, which data type you can use for this case? All this numeric character, numeric values you can use like this. And here also implicit typecasting will be imposed. Now simply let's take some example. If I take here 1 minus true, so what will be happening here? Integer will be getting more priority. So 1 minus 1, it will be 0. This is how it works. Fine. Now in the same way, if you go with like 3 minus, if I take a complex number 4 plus 5j, here the end result will be a complex number. So this is what normal subtraction is happening. But what about this collection data type? If I take any collection data type, let's suppose I am taking ABC and I want to subtract this a, like concatenation, here subtraction also work like this? No, never. So for string, list, tuple, it's not possible. But let me tell you one important point, that is 1 comma 2 comma 3. For this operation I'm taking set here. So if I go with 1 comma 2 comma 3 and I am going to um just subtract this 2, so what will be happening? 1 comma 3 for set only. Like for all the numeric value, like here data type, if you go for the data type, which data type can support this subtraction? So all the numeric, means a single value data type, single value data type it can support single value data type. Now apart from that, set is also there, set operation is also there for this subtraction option. But if I go with dictionary, let's check. Let's suppose this one is a dictionary, let's take another more 20, this one, both keys. Now let's take a key which is common. If I go with this, let's suppose change it to 200. Now check, dictionary minus dictionary, not possible. Now next, next one, next arithmetic operator, that is multiplication. Multiplication. So in Python we will be using like this, a star b. So what it is, which data type can support any, here, any single value data type. Obviously for single value data type you can do normal arithmetic operations, right? So any single value data type, if you take, like simply it is 2 into 3, the result will be 6. Obviously if you go with 2 into false, so it is what, it is what, false means what, let's change it. This is not a false, you need to start with capital F. So false is 0, right? So the result will be 0. So simply it is a multiplication, nothing but a multiplication. For single value data type it will work, for complex also it will work. 2 into 3 and multiplied with 3, if I do, 3 will be multiplied with both real part and imaginary part, for both. But what about the multi-value data type? Multi-value data type. This is the biggest question. Like multiplication operator, how it is working for multi-value data type. Now, just go in the intuition of multiplication. What you are exactly doing? Whenever you are multiplying 3 into 2, what you are doing? Exactly. What we do exactly? We are actually adding this 3 two times, right? Right, like into 2 means 2 times, we are adding 2 3 times, 2 times, right? We are adding 3 2 times. So that is what here. If I go like this, abc into 2, what will be happening? Just check. If I go, this is a string, into, I am doing into 2. So what it is happening? ABC and ABC. So basically here concatenation is happening. Concatenation is happening. Means if you using this multiply with 2, means twice it will be getting added. So concatenation happening, and all those data type which supports concatenation. Which data type can support concatenation? All the data type which are actually string, list, and tuple, means all the order data type actually supports concatenation. Those data type will support this multiplication also. But the thing is, the difference is here that you need to mention, like here one of the operand should be integer. Like it can be like this, string into int. Like if you go with like this abc, and if you multiply it with 2.5, it will be not possible. You need to use integer. You can multiply a string with integer. If I ask you, can we multiply a list with a string? Let's suppose take a list here and let's multiply it with 3. What will be happening? See, one concatenation 3 times, it will be getting concatenated. Now on the same way, if I ask you, if I take a tuple, if I take a tuple, can we multiply it with some integer? Yes, 3 times it will be getting concatenated. So this is how it works. Now let's talk about the next arithmetic operator, which is very much important for your programming knowledge, that is division operator. Division. Now division, you will be seeing that like division means normal division, but we will be having three types of division for this case. Three types of division. So let's suppose I am taking one example, that is 11 divided by 2. Okay. So what it is, like what you can do, let's multiply 2 into 5, it will be 10, and the remainder will be 1. So one thing you can do, you can like keep it here up to here, or otherwise you can go with decimal values, right? So 2 fives are 10, and then 1 you are getting point, and then after that you will be getting 0. So 5. So this is how. Fine. Now, based on this phenomena, you can give like this one. If you want to make a remainder up to 0, okay, here there is no such remainder. So you are actually going to find the true value of it. And now this is what called the true division. Okay. So in division, we will be having true division, and this one when we are keeping up to the real value, like up to the whole number, this is what actually called floor, the floor division, floor division. And this is what the remainder, if you want to find the remainder only, the remainder only. Now this is what called modulus, modulus. Now different symbols it is, like here you have to use for division, you will be using a by b. For float division, you will be using a double slash b. And for modulus, if you want to make, you if you want to find the remainder, then only you will be using what, you will be using this modulus, this percent sign. So let's take the same example I am taking with 11 divided by 2. If I go with 11 divided by 2, the result is 5.5, and this is what the true division is. Now let's go for float division. If I go with 2, it is only giving the 5, not the decimal point. So it will be 5 only. Fine. Now let's suppose I want the remainder only. So for that case, I will be going with this remainder of remainder. For the remainder, I will be using here percentage, which is actually considered as modulus. We will be telling as modulus. This is a division operator. So 11 modulus 2, the result will be 1. So this is how it works. Okay. Now after this, there is one more arithmetic operator, which is power operator. Power operator, like um like very often we use 2 to the power 3. So how to write technically this? 2 to the power 3 means what? 3 times you are multiplying this 2, right? Now this thing we can write, like technically we will be writing like this. Power operator, for that case you need to use double star. For multiplication you need to use single star. For power operator you need to use double star, like this, a double star b. So for this case 2, as because you are like putting a power of 3, power of 3 on 2. So 2 should come first. 2 to the power 3. This is how you need to write. 2 to the power 3. The result will be 8. So this is how you are getting the power operator. So this is all about your arithmetic operator in Python. Let's understand logical operators in Python. So logical operator means logical operator means those logical gates, means it is used, mainly it is used, logical operator is used to combine the condition, to combine the condition, conditions. Means always, like logical operator, there are three types of logical operator. One is and, or, and not, and or not. Okay. For and we will be using a keyword and. For or we will be using keyword or, and for not we will be using not. Fine. Now how to write that? Like we will be writing two condition, condition 1 and condition 2, like this we will be using in program. So let's suppose I want to use two condition, and my variable should satisfy both condition. So if I want that both conditions should be satisfied, so for that case we will be using and. So and means what? Both conditions should be satisfied, both satisfied. What about or? It is like either or cases. If I use condition 1 or condition 2, for this case what it is, like here how to combine these two condition. Let's suppose I want that it should satisfy any one of the condition. Or means what? Any one of the condition. should satisfy. Okay, and not means, not is fully different. Not means not, it is actually work on only one condition. Okay, so not means basically what, not always the complement, it gives the complement. Complement means the opposite of the condition. Means if the condition, if your condition is true, if it is true, then not of the condition will be false. Not of the condition will be result, the result will be false, and vice versa. Vice versa. But how this and or operator is working? Like if both conditions satisfy, then the result will be true. Means what? If both condition true, if both condition true, then only the result, then only the result will be true. And here for or it is different. If any one of the condition, any one of the condition true, then the result will be true. How it is working? Let's understand the truth table. I just give you the truth table. Let's suppose you have condition 1, condition 2, and you have this combination condition 1 and condition 2. So let's suppose both condition. Here for this condition you can use the data type also. Data type, because data type also having some internal value true and false. Based on true and false, everything is getting decided. Okay, so let's suppose condition 1 and condition 2. So let's suppose both are actually false. Both are false. The end result will be false. If one of them true, as because both are not true, the result will be false. Even here, let's suppose condition 1 false but condition 2 true. For this case also it is false. Only and only it will be true when both satisfy, both agrees. Then only it will be true. Fine. Now on the same way, if I go with or, or, so for this case condition 1, condition 2, and in this case we have condition 1 or condition 2. Means if anyone say yes, then the end result will be yes. So for this case, let's suppose both are telling false, so the result will be false. But if anyone agrees, then the result will be true. If condition 1 not agreeing but condition 2 is satisfying, so it will be true. And if both are true, obviously it will be true. This is how it works. And for not, not is properly different. It's basically works on one condition. So condition 1, and if I give this not of this condition 1, not of this condition 1, so basically what, if condition 1 is telling true, so the result will be false, and if condition 1 is giving you false, so the result will be true. So this is just a complement or the opposite of it. So this is how it is actually working. Let me give you one simple example. So it's basically just take, we can take a data type also, because data type also can be true or false. So if I take a simple data types 10, 20 and 30. Okay, so and I am taking and of this blank list. So what is the internal value? This is not a default value, so the internal value is true here, and this is the internal value, it is false here. Now what will be the result? The end result here, the end result will be what? End result should be false, because if one of them false, the end result will be false. But as you can see, let's take the ideally, let's understand with ideally. If I take here this list 10 comma 20 comma 30. Okay, now if I go with and here a blank list, it is giving a blank list. How? It's giving false. So that is why, let's suppose I am taking both false. Let's suppose I am taking both false. This false also and this false also. Now which false will be coming? Obviously it will be false, but which one? Which one? The blank list will be coming or a blank tuple will be coming? Just check. This is and this blank tuple. So blank list it is coming. So always you need to keep in mind, Always whenever we are actually using and operator, it is actually searching for, and always searching for false value. Okay, first it will take the internal value, it is false, it is false, and it is also false. Now it will check for false. Once it is finding this false, it will stop right there, so the result will be false. Like this it is happening. Now for or also, if I go with or, okay, how you have to determine this or. Let's suppose I am having this 10 20 30, and or I will be having one more 10 20 as a set I am having. So if you go for both condition, it is true, again it is also true. The end result will be true, but which true? So here also you will be like, you will see that or is actually searching for this case, or is searching for true only. It is searching for true. So what it is getting, the first true, it will stop right there. The result will be like this 10 20 30. Okay, this is how. And your not operator, always it is giving the result in true and false. Like if you give not of Python, what is the internal value of Python? The internal value of Python is true, right? It is true. Now not of true, the result will be false. Like this you can determine. Okay, now let's understand the or operator for this case. Let's go for the or operator. So I'm just taking the same example, this 10 comma 20 comma 30, and sorry, not and, or I am using, or I am using one more 10 comma 20 as a set. So you will see the first true will be the result. So the first true, just check. Sorry, here I have did a big mistake in the braces. I need to enclose it within square braces. Now check. The first two, it is coming as a result. So this is how. Now if I give you a very complex, not that much complex, just a simple problem, that let's suppose I have a blank list and I have one tuple. After then we have or, then we have this a b and one blank string. Then I have one more or, then I have Python, and then not of this blank list. What will be the result? If you understand this, it will be very easy. So let's suppose this is the how interpreter will think. Just for your understanding, I'm just showing you. So the priority, if I go for the priority here, which one will be getting like getting solved first? So not first priority is not, after then and will be getting the priority, after then or will be getting the priority. So where is not? This is here not is, so the result inside it is false. Now the end result will be true. So now it is having true. Now and will be getting the priority. Here and is there, here also and is there, and here also and is there. Okay, so what is the result for this and? This is what is the internal value of this, false. This is the internal value, true. So it will search for false, so and is searching for false, so that is why false is the result. So in place of false, what you will be getting, this blank list, or this or is coming in this way. After this, here what is the result? This is true and this is false. Which one will be coming? This blank string will be coming. After then this or will be coming here. Now say this Python is true. Now this is also true, and you are using and, so it will search for false, but there is no such false. Then what will be happening? It will check first, it is true, it will go for the next, it is also true. So as because it is not finding anything, it will give you the true, because now it is the value is true. As because it is not finding any true, it will give that particular operator operand. Okay, now say this is what, this is false, this is also false, and this is true. Now it is or operator. Or operator is searching for what? True. So the result will be finally true. So this is how you can you can like perform this operations in ideally also, and you can check. And still if you have any doubt, you can comment me in the chat. Fine. So this is all about your logical operator in Python. Let's understand relational operators. Now, relational operator, if I talk about in Python, relational operator. So, relational operators is also called comparison operator because here it is mainly used to compare some data type or operand. Okay, so it is also called comparison operator. Comparison operator. So, first comparison operator we can say equal to operator. Equal to operator look like this. Means let's suppose you have the value 2 equal to 5. So obviously the result will be false like this. Okay. If I take a set 1 comma 2 and equal to I am taking 2 comma 1. Is that same? If I want to take want to check whether the value are same or not. For this case we will be using equal to operator as because 1 2 and 2 1 as because set is unordered, so obviously it will be true. So that is how you can get, so it will be true. Now on the same way, if we want to check whether two values are not equal, so not equal to is look like this is how we can use. So basically here if I go with 2 not equals to 5, obviously the result is true. Fine. Means here for this case, if I use 1 comma 2 equal to, let's suppose I am taking 1 2 3. Now not equal to I am using not equal to, like this set and this set are not equal, obviously it's not equal, that's why true. Clear? So basically here you will be using what operand equal to operand 2. This is a syntax, and for this case not equal to operand 1, not equal to operand 2. This is how you can use. Now third, I am coming to greater than. Greater than operator. Now greater than operator, simply this is the greater than operator. Now if I give 2 greater than 5, obviously if your operand 1 is greater than operand 2, then only it will be true. Correct? If your operand 1 is greater than operand 2, operand 1 this 2 is greater than 5, obviously no, that's why it is giving false. This is how you can do. Now on the same way, if I go for less than operator means fully opposite. Means your operand 1, if your operand 1 and operand 2, if operand 1 is less, then only you will be getting true. So for this case, if I give 2 is less than 5, yes, it is true. That is how you can get. Fine. Now on the same way, there are, like if you mix this greater than and equal to, you will be getting one more, that is greater than equal to operator. So it's basically like this, greater than equals to. Now if I give like this 1 comma 2, which is greater than equals to 1 comma 2. So it's basically you need to check either operand 1 is greater than operand 2, or operand 1 is equal to operand 2. If any of the condition is true, then result will be true, as because here these two set at same, actually the equal as the value, that's why you will be getting true. Now on the same way, you will be getting the less than operator as well. Less than operator. Now for less than operator, less than equal to also works like the same way in opposite order. Like either you, if you have operand 1 which is less than operand 2, or operand 1 which is equal to operand 2. For both case you will be getting this true. So let's suppose you have like 2 and 5 minus 3. So is that less than equals to, as because it is already equal to 2 and 5 minus 3, both are equal. So as because this condition is true, that's why it will be true. Like any of the condition, if it is true, then only it will be true. Now I'm just giving some exception about this. Like these are all the relational operators: equal to, not equal to, greater than equal to, less than or less than equal to. Now I'm just giving some use cases of this operator, relational operator. So let's compare one string. Let's take ABC, and which is, I'm just comparing with capital ABC. Now both are same. It is giving us true. How it is giving true? like small abc is greater than capital abc. How it is actually working? Now whenever you are using this greater than operator in string, what it is happening, it's actually understanding the ASCII value. Okay, so ASCII value it will go through. Like if you going to use for string, so for that case, if you go for capital A, ASCII value starting from 65. Like for B, it is 66. Like this, it happens. And for small a, the ASCII value will start from 97. 97. For B, it is 98, like this. So always you will see that ASCII value of smaller case always greater. So if I ask you that ABC and greater than, is it ABC? So always it will be true. Why? Because the ASCII value of A, it is 97, and ASCII value of capital A is 65. That is why always it will be like that. Now, is there any case for length? Like if I take something like this A, okay, and I am taking very long string after this Python. So if you go again, true, because always it will check for the first character, like first character ASCII value, always. That is how it works. Okay, now on the same way, if I going to compare this, like same way less than operator also work. So collection data type, you need to know about this. So let's take a collection data type 10, 30, 40, like this. Okay, and now I'm writing less than. Okay, I am giving, sorry, I'm giving here 1 comma 3000. That's it. Okay, so apparently what it is, what the result it should be, the result should be what, like, as because let's take this few much longer, 5 6 7, like this. So what it will be, the result should be false. But how it is actually taking this as false, how it is taking this false. Now if you are going to compare a list, let's suppose you have value 1, value 2, like this value in, and let's suppose you are using greater than or less than or anything, greater than equals to, less than equals to anything. Here also you have value 1 1, value 1 2, like this value 1 in. So it's not depending on the length of the list, it will always check whether this value 1 and value 1 1, value 1 and value 1 1 is they are actually, like value 1 1 is greater than value 1. If it is greater, then only the entire result will be true. Like it will understand only by looking for the first element, it will compare the first element. Okay, as because this 10 is actually greater than 1, that is why it is giving false. Now I'm just writing the same thing. Okay, now instead of writing this 1, I'm just writing here 1000. Okay, now it is what, now 10, 10 is actually less than 1000. Now see, that is how it is giving true. So this is all about the first element. Now we will be telling if the first element are same, 20 and 34. Okay, now I am giving greater than, fine, and now again I am taking 10 and 2 and 34 also. So as because the first element are same, it will check for the second element, 20 is greater than 2, yes, that is how it is giving true. Okay, so this is how your greater than or less than, or this greater than equals to or less than equals to operator will work for this string. For string it will compare the ASCII values, and for list it will, for list, for tuple it will compare the first element, and it will not work for set and dictionary. It's only for collection data type, only for string, tuple and list. For these three it will work. Okay, so this is all about your relational operators. Still, if you have any doubt regarding this relational operator, you can directly ask me in the chat box. Let's understand bitwise operators. So bitwise operator in Python, bitwise operator is basically works on binary, bit by bit it works. Okay. So bitwise operator, first bitwise operator we have bitwise or. We don't need too much this operator, as because all this actually like you we are not going to do manual calculation will not do here. All the things we will be seeing like in surface level bitwise, or this is how it is actually shown pipe. So always it is works like operand 1 or operand 2. So what exactly is happening first, like this operand 1 and operand 2, it should be integer, it's actually work like this 2 or 3 like this, but it is bitwise or. So basically what it is happening, first this integer, first it is converted, first step is integer is converted into binary, and after this, as because it is or, so or operations is performed, or operations is actually performed. Okay, so basically how it is actually happening, if I go for 2 and then I'm giving this pipe, then 3, so it is giving 3. So how it is happening, this after this or operation, again whatever the binary you are getting, that binary you will be changed to integer. This is what the working procedure. So how it is happening, I'm just giving one calculation, but you don't have to use too much. So for 3, 3 if I going to make it to binary, how to make it binary, 2 ones are 2, so 1 is the remainder. So from this, if I go for the binary, you will be getting 1 1. So you need to read like this, 1 1 is the binary. And for 2, what is the binary for 2? It is 1 and 0. 0 is the remainder. All the remainders I will be writing here. So for this is for binary of 2, binary of 3, and this is binary of 2, that is 1 0. Now if I going to perform OR operation here, 1 1 and 1 0, if you add this 1 0 means this is true, this is false, you will be getting what, 1. And for this 1 1 you will be getting 1. What is this, if you go for again for the integer, 1 1 is the integer value is 3, and the binary is 1 1. So whose binary it is, the binary of 3, correct? So this is how you are getting 3. So if I go for few more example like 7, I am taking 7, 7 or 2, or for this case 7 or 3. So what will be the result, just check. 7, if I go for 7, 2 3s are 6, 1 is the remainder, again 2 1s are 2, 1 is the remainder. So you will get that binary of 7 is triple 1, you need to read in this way. And what is the binary of 3, 2 1s are 2, and for this case it is 1 1. So it is what, 1 1. Now if you're going to perform the or operations, let's perform the or operations. Now for this case what you have to do, this is 3 digit but this is 2 digit, so you need to use 0 before that. Now let's add them, 1 1 means 1 1 1 also 1, and 1 0 also 1. So whose binary it is, 7 binary it is, so the result is 7, because you need to move back to integer also. Now let's check it. If I go for 7 or 3, it is 7. So what is the point to learn about this, we don't going to use, honestly we will not going to use this or operator like bitwise operator here for the programming, but for your like, as because you are learning Python from scratch, you need to know about this. Like after this bitwise operator, on the same way we have this bitwise and also bitwise and operator, on the same way it can work. So in that case, what is the syntax, like you will be using operand 1 and here, and this symbol is used, not a keyword is used. Whenever you are using this and keyword, it is logical operator, not bitwise operator. So you don't, like you should not be confused about it, that's why we are learning this bitwise and. So this and this and not same. Okay, So for this case, again on the same way it will work like this. If I go for 2 and 3, so here bitwise and operation is performing. Okay, on the same way it is working. Like binary, after then and operation is happening, after then it is going to convert it to integer again. Now on the same way we have one more, that is bitwise not. Now bitwise not is actually used like this. Like you will be going to use this and, okay, and then 3, so you will be getting -4. Okay, always you will be seeing that, always you will be using operand 1 like this. Okay, there is no such use cases, so we are not going to the logic here. Again on the same way, um it is converted into binary and not is performed. And there is one more, that is bitwise or. Now this question is important, bitwise or. Now how this or operator is actually working? Zor operator is basically the truth table. I'm just showing you operand 1, operand 2, and let's suppose you have this zor in between, zor. So how it is working actually, let's suppose both are false. If both are false, you will be getting false. And if any one of them is true, then only you will be getting true. Okay. If any one of them means operator 1 false and operate 1 2 true. So for this case, you will be getting the XOR as true. But if both are true, you will not get true. You will be getting again false. Means if like it is working on either or condition, only it is true if one of them is true. Okay, this is how it works. So means how it is working. So XOR operator is here. You can use this XOR operator. What is the syntax here? Operand 1 and this symbol is used, and then operand 2. This is the symbol of XOR. Now XOR here, how it is working, like in the step 1 internally what it is happening, first conversion, convert to what, convert integer to binary. After then step 2, then it is like using XOR operator. And step 3, again whatever the result you will be getting in binary, that binary you need to convert into integer. So that is why the end result will be the integer. Like on the same way, if I go with 2, and here it's not exactly to the power. Whenever you are using this operator XOR, let's suppose 2 and this XOR 5, it is bitwise XOR, result is 7. So the working actually like this. Okay, and you will be asking that like we are actually manually we can count this binary. So is there any function? Yes, there is one inbuilt function. Even you can calculate the binary by this bin 2. So it will be giving the value. Just ignore this 0b. This is for object, as because python is written in like class and object. So that is why. But 10, just focus on this 10. 10 is the result. We already have seen 10. 10 is a binary value. So this is how also you can calculate, but we don't need this binary operator as much. Okay, just for theoretical understanding it is good. And we have two more bitwise operator, which is one is bitwise left shift. Bitwise left shift, which is like this. Sorry, left shift it is. So it will be on left. Okay, so how it is working, operand 1 left shift, operand 2, and one more is bitwise right shift. Bitwise right shift. So for this it is right shift. So operand 1 right shift, operand 2. Okay, so what it is happening, like if I go for like 3, what is the binary of 3? Let's go for the binary of 3. So 3, if I go for the bin of 3, what it is, already we have seen that 1 1. Okay, so we have 1 1. Let's take 0 also. Now if I go for uh let's suppose 3 and then left shift of 2, so what will be happening, just check. If I go for 3 of 2, 3 left shift, 2. So the result is 12. How it is happening? Simply what it is, like this is your binary value. Now this will be shifting two times. Like once it will be shifting in left. So shift, shift, shift means 0, 1, 1. Now in this place you will be getting 0. Now again one more shift will be there. Why we are learning this? There is no such point. I'm not even supporting to learn this bitwise operator. Really, I have not used this bitwise operator in the upcoming programming also. So there is no such way to learn this. But the internal working is actually like this. Whatever you will be getting here, you will be convert into integer and you will be getting that 12. Okay. Again on the same way, right shift also working on the same way. But which is very much important to learn, that is the difference, because sometimes you may be confused between logical and bitwise, because in bitwise also bitwise or is there and logical also or is there. In bitwise and is there, उधर भी bitwise में और है and है, लॉजिकल में भी और एंड नॉट सब कुछ है. तो अब लोग को like you will be feeling some confusion. So for this case it is important, like what is the difference between your logical and bitwise. So it can be used in any kind of data. First of all, logical, any kind of data type you can use here as an operand, as operand you can use. Whereas if you go for bitwise, only you are working with integer. If you consider here, if you observe here, we are only working with integer, and that integer can be only converted into binary. So it is only for integer, only for integer. This is the biggest difference. Okay. Second, I am coming to the internal value. Like here, it is actually checking. It checks like logical operator checks the internal value. Internal value means whether it is true, whether it is false. That is how, that is why we were learning internal values, default value, non default value. That is why we were checking, because operator use this, logical operator use or going to check those internal values. That's why we were learning, is that true, is that false, those things. Okay. But for bitwise here, not internal value is actually calculated, but here it is conversion. Like it converts operands. Here the operands means operands in int always, right? So it converts the operands into binary always. Fine. And last thing is keyword. So here keyword, like for logical operator, keyword are used keyword are used, like and is used, or not, this type of keyword is used. But for bitwise, if you see that spatial symbol is used, spatial symbol is used. What are the spatial symbols? Like for and it is like this, for or it is pipe, for not it is like this. So these are all the symbols are actually used. Now this is the difference between your logical and bitwise operator. Okay. Let's understand assignment operators. Now in Python, if I talk about the assignment operator, it is very easy and you already have used too many times assignment operators. What is this assignment operators? Whenever you are assigning some value, a equals to 10, what you are assigning? You are assigning a value inside this variable. What it is actually mean, that you are actually storing the address of 10 inside this variable. So this is what actually the assignment operator, this equal to is the assignment operator. Now this equal and double equal to, I hope you have understood that these are not same. This is what the assignment operator is, assignment operator, and this is what actually called the relational operator. And more specifically, which relational operator? This is equal to operator. This is not equal to, this is means that this is the assignment. You are assigning 10 inside a. Okay. And there is one some, like there are some shortcut, like you will be seeing, like in programming we will be going to use some um, variable like this, I equals to I plus 1, like we are assigning by incrementing that variable. So this thing you can do a shortcut, and this is a part of assignment operator, that plus equals to 1. This is how you can write. Now on the same way, if I going to do like this, I minus 1, same thing we can write like this, I minus equals to 1. Now whatever, like how many operators you know, for all these cases you can use the same, like I multiplied with 1, I let's suppose you are using division. Okay, so for this case, I division equal to 1. Even for float division also, simply you can use like this, double equals to double slash equals to 1. Now you will be asking for modulus, will it be same if I write like this, I equals to I modulus 2? Yes, we can write the same, modulus equal to, as because here, now see, as because here it is 2, modulus equal to 2, we need to write like this. Okay, now whatever, all this like logical you can't use, only for the symbol, like all the symbolic operator you can use, like this assignment operator. Fine. Even all the bitwise operator also you can use, but we will be not using that much bitwise operator, but simply this will be the result. You can use all the bitwise operators also, we will be mostly using this. Fine, this is all about your assignment operator. Let's understand membership operators. So membership operator in Python, if we talk about membership operator, there are two types of membership operator. So from this name membership operator, I hope you are understanding that we are here actually like finding about any value which is a member or not. So basically in membership operator you will be using two types of keywords. One is in and other one is not in. So basically what you will be choosing, you will be choosing a value which is present in some collection or not. So if it is present in the collection, then it will be giving true, either true or false. So always the return type, the output always will be either true or false. And what you are checking here, either this value is present inside this collection or not. And if you are using not in, so the syntax will be like value not in the collection, in the collection. And again, if it is present, then it will be giving false if present, and if absent, then it will be giving true if not present. Now same thing, the opposite wise, it will be giving true if present, and it will be giving false if not present. So this is how it is working. Now how to check that? Let's take 10. Now 10 in, if I take a collection, simply 10, comma 20, comma 30. So this is a list. If I want to check whether 10 is present inside this list or not, what it is, 10 already present, so you will be getting true. Now on the same way, if I take 34 and if I going to check that 34 in this 10, 20 and 30, so is it present or not? 34 not present, that's why false. Now on the same way, if I use 34 not in this collection, 10, 20, 30, so it will be giving true. So this is how this membership operator works. Now simply if I take like pi, so I am taking what, it's a collection. Now I am using pi in Python. If I going to use like this, it is true, because this pi consecutively, if it is present, then only it will be giving true. Now if I check pt, see p and t both are present but not consecutively it is present. Now if I check this, is it present pt in Python? It will be giving false. Now on the same way, if I take yt, see yt is present in this consecutive way. So if I check that yt is present in this Python or not, so it will be giving true. Now there are some cases, let's check like 1 comma 2. If I check this list present in this collection 1 comma 2 comma 3, what do you think, what will be the answer? Was it like, is it true or false? It is false, because
when we are checking that 1 comma 2 is present inside this list or not, it is actually expecting to be a element inside this list. So rather, if I use 1 comma 2 in in this 1 comma 2 comma 3, and I am taking also a nested list 1 comma 2. Now 1 comma 2 is an element of this list. Now if you go, it is true. So this is how our membership operator will work. Now on the same way, if you're going to check like any value, is it a vowel or not, it's present inside vowel or not, what you will be doing here, this type of use cases you will be seeing that, let's suppose a, now A is a vowel or not. So you will be checking A is in the group of vowel. So I will be writing everything in this A, E, I, O, U, either this or A, E, I, O, U. It can be smaller case, it can be in larger case. So this is how we can check. So it is true. This is how you can implement membership operator in every like lots of programs you will be using that. So we will be going for when we will be practicing program, there we will be implementing this membership operator. So these two keywords is used, in and not in. So this is all about your membership operator.
Let's understand identity operators.
Now in Python, the identity operator, you will be using two keywords. Here also one is and other one is not. So what you are exactly checking here, here you are checking whether the variables sharing the same address or pointing to the same location or not. Pointing to the same location, pointing to the same location or not, means basically, and is not is basically opposite of it. Like if you are taking a is b means a and b both are pointing to the same location. Okay, so if I take a equals to 10, fine. Now if I take b equals to 10, now if I going to check a is b, so it is true. Why? Because the ID of A is equal to ID of B. Just check. Yes, it is true. That is why A is B means if A and B both are actually sharing the same address, both are pointing to the same location, like A equals to 10, B equals to 10. So A is B, by which, like a, if I go for the memory allocation, let's suppose 10, 0x12 is the location. So a is pointing to this location. Now if you do b equals to 10 also, interpreter will not store this 10 inside this value space, because already in the value space 10 present. So what it will do, b will get the address of this existed 10. So b is pointing to the same location. That is how you are getting a is b. Yes, it is true. Okay, now on the same way, if I take c equals to 20, now c is pointing to different location 20. So 20 it's not present, so let's assign this 20 0x13. Now that 0x13, maybe it is 0x15. Now inside this c you are getting 0x15. Now if I going to check a is not c, so is it true or false? As because A and C both are pointing to different locations. So A is not C. So that is how you are getting here true. Now we will be saying what is the difference between your equal to operator and this identity operator, because this is a keyword and is not also, like is and is not, it is identity operator. Now what is the difference between this identity versus your equal to? Because from this if you say a is b, yes it is true, a is b. But if I check a equals to b, that is also true. Now what is the difference exactly? So let's take different thing, like I am taking a equals to true. Okay, now b equals to 1 I am taking. Now check the id of a, check id of a. As because a is what is the type of a, it is boolean, right? So it is taking this location. Now check the id of b, it is totally different. Fine. Now just check, is that a is b? Obviously, no, A is not B because both are not pointing to the same location. So that is why A is not B. But if you go for A equals to B, one is true and other one I have taken what? 1. So C, it is true. Means equal to operator is actually what it is actually checking. It is checking the same value. It is checking the same value, whether the value are same or not, irrespective of the location. It's not checking about the location, but the value it is checking irrespective of the location. Okay, so for equal to operator your 1, even it is equals to true, and even it is equals to that true or 1 also equal to like 1.0. Just check, if I take 1 equal to 1.0, yes it is. Okay, so this is what an identity operator is basically checking. It is checking whether two variables pointing to the same location or not, pointing to the same location or not. That is what that is or is not is going to be used by this concept. Okay, it's basically reference count concept. Okay, so this is all about your identity operator versus equal to operator, and here your operators fully complete, like successfully you have complete the Python operator. Fine.
Let's understand input output statement.
So now we will be going for the topic input output statement. So basically we are starting our first program. So from here only we are starting our first program. So we already have written the first program in our Python, that is print hello world. You have already written. Now without any technical knowledge you just have written this hello world. Now we will be seeing what we are exactly doing here. Okay, so this is what is actually called the output statement. Output statement. So basically when you have printed this, what you got? You have got, or you already displayed this hello world as an output. So basically you are printing one statement which is giving as an output, right? So let's go for the ideally and let's check how it is working. So if I write print, now print, what is this? Print is a inbuilt function. Why to use print? So if I write some message like hello world, if I write some message, so it is get printed or displayed in our screen. So this is what the output is. So this is what is our output statement. So print is what? Print is a function. Print is a inbuilt function. Inbuilt function. So its task is fixed, that it is used, which is used to display. It is used to display the message. Whatever you want to write, it is used to display the message. Fine. Now right now if I want to print few more lines of code, let's suppose I want to write all the codes first, like hello, print hello, and after that I want to print welcome to Welcome to Brain Lab Techies. Now this thing I want to print. But the problem is if we going to write this in ideally shell. This is what called the ideally shell. Here you will see this ideally shell already have written. Now if I going to write this print and then hello. After then I want to write one more print. But the problem is here, that is it can only run the code, execute the code line by line. So where's the code editor? For this case, should we go for the Colab or should we go for the VS Code? No. For this case, what we will be doing in ideally shell also, we have file option. We will be creating file. So for displaying this is basically what? This ideally shell is actually working like command line interface, CLI. Fine. So if you want that I need a code editor, so we will be creating what, a Python file. So now what we will be doing, we will be creating a Python file. Here we will be writing all our codes, and after that you will be giving this to ideally shell. Ideally shell will run the code line by line, line by line. Execution will be happening and all the output will be given line by line. So all the code first you will be written, and there will be multiple lines of code, multiple lines of code. So for writing multiple lines of code like this, to print I want to write. So for this case, if I want to write multiple lines of code, we will be creating what, a Python file. Now Python file extension, let's suppose it is our first code. So I will be creating first.py. So .py is our extension. Like whenever you are actually downloading or installing any kind of software, you will be seeing exe file, exe. So this type of extension you have seen. So for Python file we will be having this py extension. So from this, your machine will be knowing this is a Python file. Okay, so let's create the Python file. How to create? Just go here. See, there is one Python file option. So new file you can click on, or otherwise there is one simple shortcut, control N. So if you go for control N, it is created. Now let's write. So I'm writing print. Print is a function to display something in your screen. So print function I am writing. So our first line is hello. Just check whether it is allowing us to write multiple lines of code or not. So I'm writing print, and after that print hello. After that I am writing welcome, welcome, and after that I am writing to brain lab techies, to brain lab techies. Now if I want to run this code, where to run this code? So there is one run option. If you go for this, you will be seeing F5 is one shortcut. Now for some of you will be not finding F5, it will not work, only F5 will not work. As you can see, brightness button is working. So function, you need to press function and F5 both at the same time. But what it is actually showing us, save before run. So that is why we need to save it. So for this case, what I can do here, we can click on OK for this time, or otherwise to save we will be just using the shortcut control S. Control S for save. Now we will be selecting some folder. So for us it is our program file. So Python program, I'm just naming it Python program. Now in this folder I am going to store. So Python program. So as because this is our first code, so I will be writing first. Now as because I have created, like we don't have to mention .py automatically, as because here as you can see save as type Python file, so automatically it will take as .py extension. Just check. See, this is where first.py at the very top, it is already written first.py. Now the thing is, if you're going to run this, control S first, control S save it, saving done. After this function F5, just check hello, welcome to Brain Lab Techies. Okay, so for this multi-line we are writing this, but this is Python. Why to waste these 3 lines of code? Let me show you. Let's comment down. Let's comment it out. Okay, now I will be writing this thing in one line. How? We can write this print function. In print function, it's not like we can only write one message. We can write multiple values, multiple message, like hello, after this comma, then welcome, then comma, after then to brain lab techies. Now 3 values, like these 3 paragraphs we are writing separated by comma. Now I'm just clicking on this run button and just check. everything is coming in one line separated by space. Now let's suppose I want to make it separated by enter, because after every words I need enter. So for this case I will be using one option, that is shape. Shape, this shape what it will do exactly, if I give shape at the rate, let's suppose I am giving is this character, what will be happening, just check. Every word is now separating by what? Every word is now separating by this character. Now in this place if I write, now see, I want what? In this separation, I don't want this character. I want proper enter. So for this case, I can use one escape sequence for the next line, that is slash n. So what you will get here, just check. See, everything is printed like this. Fine. This is what our output is. So this is what about print function. So what it is, you can write multiple values inside this print function, like the output function, the only output function for displaying any value means multiple value you can display. So the print function syntax is print, and then you can write value 1, value 2, value 3, and n number of value n. And if you want any separator, you can write separator, and that specific character you can mention here. Okay, if you are not sure what to write, just put it a blank, automatically it will take what? If I am not mentioning separator, then simply if I run this code, it is giving me all these words separated by space. So if I'm not mentioning this separator, okay, if I'm not mentioning the separator, then by default it will take a space. Okay, if not mentioned, this separator, if not mentioned, then by default, it is what? By default it is space. Okay, there is one space, by default it will take. Now after that separator option, so if you're going to print, let's suppose I am taking this separator, sep, and then equal to, and what I am wanting here, escape sequence for the next line. So this is my output. Now the thing is, if I going to print the next thing, print thank you or thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. I just want to print this. Now function F5, if I run this, as you can see here, it is like next print function is actually running, and it is giving the output to the next line. Now who is telling to go for the next line? There is one more option. If I mention end option means how to end. So automatically it is taking the end as enter. Now if I want that, I want to end with hash. So this is a character I want at the last after brainlab techies. So just check this. After this brainlab techies, it is ended here. Then it is ending with hash. Now next line is print thanks for watching. That is coming after this. Okay. So basically what you are getting here, we have some another option, that is end. If I end with hash, then it will be ending with hash. So next line will be coming after this hash. There is no such enter. But if you are not mentioning this, if end is not mentioned, usually you will not mention, right? So if it is not mentioned, then by default it is enter this slash and escape sequence. Now let's make it more easy. Let's write something else. Let's give you one task. You can pause the screen and you can write. So I want this output. I want this output like this. I need the output like 1 @ 2 @ 3 like this, and then hash. Okay, I want to print this. So you can pause your screen and you can try by your own. Fine. So now how to do it? We'll be writing print function. Okay, there are three values as you can see, 1 comma 2 comma 3. I can write like this as because it is separating by at the rate. So I will be writing shape. Okay, so as a character at the rate it is there. Now it is ending with hash. So end with hash. Okay, now let's run this function f5. Now check, you are getting this output. Okay, now if you are not mentioning this, what will be happening? If I give this print only 1 comma 2 comma 3, what it is happening? Just check. See, this 1 comma 2 comma 3 is coming separated by space, because if I'm not mentioning any separation separator here, by default it is taking space and it is going for the next line. Like after this, how it is ending? If you write anything print and you are writing brain lab, brain lab techies. Now as you can see here, if you run this code, first you need to save it, control S, after that function f5. Now check. See, after this line, this second line, it is coming to the next line. How? Because here it is ending with, like by default it is end with like this. It is ending like this slash in. That is why. Sorry, slash in. That is how it is actually ending by default. By default it is ending like this. That is why. Means if you are not mentioning, by default it is taking an enter after this. So this is all about your output, how to display in the in your screen with the help of print function. So we have written our code, we have written some programs. So after this, let's take some input from user. So input function, input statement. Now let's suppose in my program I will be doing some print of a plus 5. I want to print that. But what is a? I am taking a equals to 10. But here as a developer I am taking 10. But let's suppose I want to ask from the user, like who will run this code, user will be giving this 10, not me. So for this case we will be using what? Input function. Input function. Now for this case don't add something, just print this function, whatever your client or whatever your user will be giving, that input will be printed. Okay, so if you can use input function to ask for the input. So if you give this, let's comment out with this, as because it is multi-line code you can comment out with this triple quote. Okay, so after this let's write input. Okay, so a equals to input. This input function allows the user to take some input inside this. Now print a. If I do like this, here as you can see here nothing is showing. If I give 10, see, sorry, again I am running this function f5. Okay, now I am giving 10. Okay, so it is giving what? Printing 10. But if you run this code, I am just again running this code. So if I run this code, there is no such indication that we are actually asking for an input, that we are asking from the user enter something. So we need a message here. So better to write a message here, enter something. Otherwise how the user will understand that you are asking for something? Now see, this message is coming for giving the instruction. Otherwise how to show that input function is actually working? So if I give 34, that 34 is printed. Now check this 34. What do you think? What is the type of this 34? Through input function you are taking this 34. So what should be the type of this A? It should be integer, right? 34 it is integer. So just print, let's give 66 now. Now check what it is showing. 66 it is printing. Now after that space, and then it is printing what? This is printing, this is class str, means it is taking what? It is taking string. Okay, this input function, whenever you are asking any input, so it is taking as a string by default. Okay, so input function, what it is, you need to put some message here, put some instruction, put some instruction. Obviously that instruction should be inside this code. Okay, now after this message you will be seeing that by default it is taking as string. Now let's suppose you want int input. What to do then? You want int input. What you can do? We have done typecasting, right? We have done typecasting. So this is your, just I'm just commenting here, this is your input function. Okay, by default taking string, right? Now let's comment out. Now let's take integer input after this. Let's take int input. What we can do here? Just use your common sense. We can do typecasting, right? Int. So that inside this int we will be writing the input. We will be taking the input. So here I have to give the instruction that enter a integer, enter an integer, integer, integer. Okay. Now close that. What it is happening here, you are taking input in string. Obviously that string should be having some numeric character, that instructions you are giving. Then it will be typecasted to integer and will be stored inside a. Now let's print this, and let's print the type of a also. And I want to separate this value by the escape sequence of enter. I want enter in between these values. Okay, so I'm writing separate sep here. Now run this code. Function f5, enter an integer. So you are asking from the user that enter an integer. I am giving 5. Now see, it is showing what? Class int. Okay, understood? Still if you have any doubt, just comment down, I will clear very soon. And after this, let's take float input. On the same way we can do, right? Float. So in this place what I can do? Typecasting to float. So let's take this and run this. Now take here, this message is wrong. Let's write this float. Just closing this. Let's kill this. Okay. So if I give a float here, 7.5. So see, 7.5 class float. So this is how it is giving. This is how it is giving. So this is how float input. Now on the same way, can we do bool as an input or complex as an input? Try it by yourself. Okay. Now let's talk about collection data type input. So string automatically, if I want to make it a string, should I write here string? Should I write here, let's suppose I want to make a string, should I write here str? Obviously no, because already we are using input, and input automatically it is taking inside, like automatically it is taking as string. So why to write string again? We don't have to write it, right? Then let's talk about list. How to take list input? How to take list input? what we can do to write list input. So let's take list input. What we can do? He will be telling, let's take L and let's take the typecasting string to list, right? So we will be taking input and outside we will be converting it into list. The string we will be converting into list. So here I am telling enter a list. Okay. Now here we will be printing that L and we will be printing the length of this L also. Okay. Now check function F5. So let's put a list. So what is the length of this list? Obviously it is 3. Fine. So it should be 3. Now check. What is the length here? It is showing as 7. It is showing as 7. Why? Because of this. Because of string to list. What it is happening? First, when user is giving this entire list, it is actually taking as a string. After that, whenever you are actually, like here you are doing some explicit typecasting, right? You forcefully making it list. So what it is happening, each and every brackets, comma, everything is coming as a character inside a list. So this is a problem. Even the same thing will happen for tuple also, for other data type also. So the best thing is to use, if I going to take any collection, mainly connect collection input, what we can do here, we can use eval function. Okay. So for the input, for int input, typecasting based. Okay. So for this case we will be using int, then input, and finally the message here. Now on the same way you can go for float also. Same thing here, you will be using float and then input and then so on. Now on the same way you have all this single value data type. For string, if it is for string, simply you will be taking what, input, and then the instructions you will be taking. But the problem is for multi-value data type, like what about list, what about tuple, how to take a list, how to take a tuple, or even dictionary or set, how to take this. So if we have any ready-made inbuilt function which will automatically detect if I give list or tuple, dictionary, set, like this. So for that case we have this eval function. So what we can do, we will be taking input and we will be passing that input inside this eval. See, we are keeping this input, entire input thing inside this eval function. So what it will do, it will automatically detect, it will automatically detect the data type, the data type. So if I use now, let's use this. So eval I have taken. Now we will be checking the length of L also. Now run this code. So let's give the list 1 comma 2 comma 3. So what should be the length of this L? Obviously 3, right? So let's take this. See, this is the length. Now see, it is taking as list. Now check the type of L also. Type of L. And let's separate this with escape sequence. Otherwise, it's look like a little bit messy. So just check this. 1 comma 2 comma 3. So this is what our result is. Class list. So automatically it is taking list. Let's suppose I am here changing this enter a data, okay, and I want that this type, this len, there will be some message in between, so I will be writing len here as a message, len equal to this, okay, data, like as a message it will be coming, okay, data equal to this. Fine, like this. But separated, I'm just removing the separator now. Let's use like this. Better to use like this. Type also I want to print, so I will be using type. So it's just for decoration, for understanding that it is giving us the type. So I can use like this. Okay, so now run this. There is one problem. What's the problem here? I have not given the comma, right? Now run this function. I am just giving a tuple. Let's give a tuple 1 comma 2 comma 3. I'm just giving a tuple. Now check. Data is 1 comma 2 comma 3, length is 3, type is class tuple. Okay, so if you give tuple, it is understanding tuple, automatically it is detecting tuple. Okay, if you give a dictionary, let's give a dictionary 1 colon 10, 2 colon 20. Now check. Data is this, length is 2, type is dictionary. So it's excellent function, inbuilt function, which can automatically detecting only the collection data type. Just check. If I give 12, it is what? Integer? Just check. What's the problem? Length will not work for this, right? So let's remove this len, because it is only valid for collection data type. So only data and type we will be checking. So now give this 23. See, data is 23, type is what? Class int. Means here it can detect all the data type, not only the collection data type, all the data type it can detect. Fine. Then why to use integer? Why not to use only eval? No. If you are very sure about it that you need integer only, just mention integer. Otherwise, it will take some time complexity, because eval is a function, it is running for general case. If you know, if you are very confident about integer, like if you want that only your program can take integer value, so use integer, int typecasting. Don't use eval. Eval use for your requirements. When your user will give multiple data, multiple type of data, that time use eval. So this is what about eval. Now let me show you one print function. Like let's suppose you want that some decoration. Let's think about some decoration. Let's suppose you are taking some value. Okay, you are taking some value, that a equals to, you are taking integer. Okay, integer you are taking. So in integer you are taking an input. Let's take a float, because let's suppose you are asking for the age. Okay, now you are asking that enter enter your age. So it can be in float, so you are writing in float. Let's comment down the previous one, the previous question, previous program commented down. Now float input you are taking as enter your age. Now let's suppose I am telling you the question that print what will be the age of him or her after 5 years. After 5 years, what will be the age? You will be adding 5 with it, right? So you will be printing that a plus 5, right? This is how. So run this code. Just give the age. Let's suppose your age is 22. So I'm giving this. So the result, like after 5 years, it will be 27.0. So 27 it will be. But there is no such like instructions. So from this 27, if your user is getting this 27, what it is really means? So put some message in the print. So let's suppose I want to print like this. Your age will be, your age will be like this. I can write. Now check function F5. If I give your 34, your age will be 39, like this. Okay, now let's suppose I want to make some changes. Let's suppose I want to use name also here. Let's suppose, let's take another program. Let's write another program that you will be entering the name and you will be getting welcome, and then your name will be visible. Okay, so let's suppose I'm taking your name. So obviously it will be in string, your name will be coming in string. So let's take a variable a equals to, I'm taking input function. Okay, input function. So I'm telling enter your name, enter your name. Fine. After this, let's print welcome. So I want that welcome, then your name, I want your name, that is a, and then I will be writing to brain lab techies. I want to print like this, welcome this. So let's suppose your name is Rahul. Okay, so I, the result will be welcome Rahul to brain lab techies. Now what if I will be writing everything without comma? Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. Like in a paragraph, in a full line, in a sentence I can write. That's what called actually if string. If string. If string means what? If string is formatted string. Formatted string means this formatted string you can use, and you can use, you can use placeholder. Placeholder. Like in your name you will be giving placeholder. How? What is the correct approach? Write an if and write one continuous string here. So welcome A to Brelab Techies. Now in this A your name will be coming, but A is now is a part of the string. If you run this code, if you give Rahul also, Rahul, it's coming as welcome A because it is static. Now make it dynamic, as because it is formatted string. What you can do, it you can make it as a placeholder. Now if you give your this flower braces, what will be happening, this A is actually converted into placeholder. So in this A, your value, the value you are entering, that value will be coming here. So if I run this and I am giving here Sneha, so you will be getting that welcome Sneha to Brainlab Techies. Okay, so this is how you can write formatted string in print. So this is all about your input and output statement. So do some practice, think some creative examples and you can write. And also there are some assignments about input and output statements. Just check the description, there is GitHub link and all of the assignments are uploaded already. So check it and do practice it. So this is all about your input output function.
Let's do some basic program on input output statements.
So let's do some basic program on Python. So first question is write a program to add two integers. So how to do it? Let's go to the IDE and let's create one file. Okay. So you know how to create a file. So I have created one file. Now let's paste the first problem, which is write a program to add two integers. So we need two integers, add. So we will be taking this as an user input. Fine. You can pause your screen, you can pause this video and you can try by your own. Fine. After that, come to the solution. So let's get started. A is a variable. So in the first variable, I want to take integer input. So I will be asking that input from the user. So int, I'm taking what? I am doing the typecasting. I'm taking also the input. So it is basically I am giving the instruction to the user that enter the first enter the first number. Okay. After that, taking B. B is another variable where I am taking again one more integer input. Here I am taking enter the second number. Okay, so my two variable are ready. Now we need to print. I need to print. So for this case I will be printing like this. We going to add, right? If I going to add, simply I can write a plus b, right? But I will be using here the formatted string. I want to show this as the sum of, I will be writing like this, the sum of a and b, a and b, and in the place of a and b I will be writing the value which my user is given. So for this case take a placeholder, because if you give 10 and 20, the result will be like the sum of 10 and 20 is this, like this I'm going to print it. So this is what, even for this case also, this a plus b also I have write inside this string, okay, with a placeholder like this. So everything I am writing this as a formatted string. So a will be coming by the user input, b will be coming in the user input, and a plus b after the operation it will be going inside it. So if I run this and I'm giving here 10, and next I'm giving the second value 20, so sum is 30. See, inside this placeholder also it is working. Okay, and if it is, you feel difficulties for this, you can write it like this also, a plus b, again it will work. If I give 30 and next 40, so 70, this is how also you can write. Okay, now let's comment it down. Comment done. I have commented it. Why I am commenting, that's like your interpreter will not run those code, will ignore that code. Okay, it will think it as comment. Okay, it will think it as a comment. So second problem, what's the second problem? It is all about second problem. I'm just taking one more comment. Second problem is write a program to find the square of a given integer. Given integer, where when given integer is telling, always try to take input, because input is making your program dynamic. Always try to write dynamic program. Don't write any static program. Don't take any integer by your own. No, take a integer input and take a input from the user. Just give a instruction, enter a integer, enter an integer. Okay, after this, what do I want to print? I want to print the square of it. Either I can give a into a, or I can use a double star power operator with 2, right? So if I run this code, okay, I can give 10 and the result will be 100. But what is this 100? I need to write this also. So let's suppose I want that square of this. So I will be using here also a formatted string, that the square of what, this a. So I will be giving this placeholder square of a. Of a is what, this. So if I give 12, the square of this 12 is 144. So let's give one separator also. Here I am giving a colon for your understanding. So if I give 4, it is giving 16. The square of 4 is 16. This is how it is working. Okay.
Now let's go for the next question. What is the next question is, write a program to convert a given float into integer. Given float means we need one float as an user input, right? I'm gonna paste it this question with the comment. So this is my third question. So let's solve this third question. Let's take one integer, sorry, float input. So if I want to float input, so float I will be using, okay, inside this I will be taking the input. So input, here I want some input from the user, so I am writing this enter a float, enter a float. So after this, what we can do, here it is like going to print convert a given float into integer. So we need to print this float into integer. So what do we have to do? Int typecasting integer obviously. So int of a, if I do now run this, so it's asking for enter an integer. Why? Because the for this second one I forgot to comment it out, so let's comment it out. Okay, now run this function f5. Now it is asking for a float, right? So let's give a float 6.4. So it is giving 6, so this is a conversion. Okay, now you can fix it with some string also, like this, the integer version, as because it is said to make it an integer, so the integer version of this value a. So I'm just putting a placeholder inside it. So this is how I can make it. Function f5, let's give 2.3. So the integer version of 2.3 is 2. So let's fix it is, and then colon. So now 4.5 if I give, see, this is how we are getting the integer. Fine. Now next question. I hope it is clear. Now let's go for the next question. So what's the next question is telling? Write a program to extract the last character of a string. So it's very easy. You already know slicing, right? And the indexing also. Now choose here. Let's give a comment. Now say which phenomena we will be using, slicing or typecast, sorry, slicing or indexing, which one? As because extracting the last character, extracting last character means only single character, indexing is enough to go with. So let's take a integer first, let's take a string first of all. So I'm taking s. Okay, so for string should I go for str? No, input I have, because default input function, default in default it is taking string. So let's take the string from the user. We will be giving the message enter a, enter a string. Okay, so it will be one string. Now what do I have to do? What do I have to do? Print of is the last character, means what we can do, we can use -1 as an index, correct? So if I go for the function f5, just put the string, let's suppose it is python, so I'm expecting to print n. So n it is printed. Now how to redesign this print? So here again I will be giving a one f string. So I will be writing the last character, the last character of s. So let's give the placeholder is like this. Now see, function f5 I'm giving python. So now the last character, okay, I'm running this again. Function f5. Now give Python. See, the last character of Python is n. See, it's working with indexing. Clear? Any doubt? If you have any doubt, just ask me in the comment. Fine. Okay. Now let's go for the next question. Let's comment it out and let's go for the next question. Okay, so the fifth question is write a program to reverse a string. Now this is also easy. We already have seen. So what do I have to do if I want to make the reverse of a string? So for this case we have slicing, right? Let's take one string. So input, and here also let's write enter a string. Now done. After this, what should I do? We will be printing what? We will be printing here the reverse of this. Reverse means what we can do, colon colon -1, right? This is how we can do reverse. So if I run this function f5, now put this put the string python. See, it is coming in the reverse order. So let's fix it. Let's fix this with formatted string. So here the reverse, I'm writing the reverse of S. So for this S, let's put a placeholder is, then comma, and yes, that should be the quote and the comma. So function f5, let's give Python again, Python. So the reverse of Python is this. Clear? Still, if you have any doubt, do comment. And let's go for the next question. So the next question is, write a program to get the middle value of the list. Now this is a bit challenging. Why? Because not all cases you will be getting the first, like the middle value. This is only possible when you have a list with odd values. Okay, so how to do it? Means what? Let's take, I'm just giving you one example. Like if you have like this, if you have a list like this, 1 comma 2 comma 3, then can you figure it out which one is the middle value? Here, mid value is 2, correct? Now if I am showing you this list, 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4, now can you say the what is the middle value? What's the middle value here? It's not possible. So middle value only possible when you have odd odd number of elements, correct? So for this question there is some limitations. When you will be seeing the conditional statement, this question will be more meaningful for you. But for now only, what we can do, we can pass one instruction while taking the input from the user. Okay, so let's take one list input. Now list input, for this case what we are gonna use it, list or eval obviously. So eval, after then input function I am using input, and then let's enter the message, enter a list. Here let's rewrite this odd number of elements, okay, for the message. Otherwise, if user is giving some values which is having like even number of values present inside this list, then it will not work. That's why enter a list with odd number of elements. This is our instruction, okay. Otherwise these things we can fix with conditional statements, later we'll see. Okay, so after this what we can do here, we need to print what the middle element. Now middle element means 1 2 3, so here this 2 is a middle element. Now how to understand this, which one is a middle element? So for this case, let's understand the logic behind it. So what's the logic here? If I take one list that is having 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Now by observation it is very easy to identify this is the middle value, correct? This one is the middle value. But what is the logic, like mathematically how to show this is the middle value? So let's understand what's the length of this L. Length of L, it is 5, right? Now if you see that the index, this is 0 1 2 3 4. So for the middle value, if you want this 2, what you can do, always you will see that 2 means always it is 5 plus 1, 5 plus 1 by 2. If you do, what it is giving? It is giving 3. But we need what? We need 2. So one more thing, one more logic we can place, that is 5, if I divide this 2, 5 by 2, what we are getting here? 2.5, right? But I need what? 2. Means I don't want this decimal value but this whole number. Do I have any option? Yes, in an operator we know flow division, double slash. If I do, then we'll get this 2, correct? So this is how I can use the middle value. Middle value means always divide the value, divide everything by 2. So here we are not going for true division. Better to go with flow division. Okay, so this one is the logic. Fine. So if I have this length is n, if this length is n, we will be doing n flow division 2. Means n means what? N means length. Length of L. So basically, what is the logic? We will be printing here the length of L. This is the length flow division by n. So this is what? This is the index. This is the index we are printing. Now that index, this 2, you will be getting, this is equivalent to 2. Now this thing you need to place inside this L. So this thing you need to write inside this L, then only you will be getting. So you need to write this L of len L float division of n. Fine. Is it clear? Just check this. So first of all, let's go step by step. What we are going to do? We need L of which element? The middle element. How to understand the middle element? See, this is our logic. This is our logic here. Okay, this one means we need to figure it out that how to get that particular index. Now that index we can figure it out by len of L. That thing we will be dividing with float division by 2. So this is what my middle value is. Now run this code. Okay, now odd element, as because I'm giving 1 2 3, sorry, 1 comma 2 comma 3. Let's make it simple. So now check, is it giving the middle value or not? See, 2 is the middle value. So it's working properly. Now here you can put some message. I'm not using any more formatted string. Better just use normal string. The middle value. Let's give this the middle value of the list. Of the list. Simply this. Now let's give again 1, 2, 3. So 2 is the middle value. Okay, this is how it is working. So it's easy. Still, if you have any doubt, you know, just put a comment. Put a comment. Okay. Now let's go back to the next question. Seventh, write a program to get the value present at the even position of the tuple. Okay. So we need the tuple which is present in the even position. Now, even position means what? Let's understand the logic first, then we'll figure it out. So, first of all, let's take a tuple. I'm taking 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Now, even position for human being, this is the first position, this is second position. I'm not going with technical. We are not writing the index. Here, just understand this is the first position, first value 10, second value 20, third value 30. So second even position means this is a position which is even position. This is a position which is even. Again, this is a position which is even. I'm not talking about the value of it, the position. Okay. Now if you see the index for 10, it is 0, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then what you are getting? That we need to print the odd indexes. The odd indexes. What we can do? Slicing. What do you think? Slicing? Yes, we can do. So, from where should I start? This is my starting value, right? T of 1, colon. I need to go up to the last, will not mention anything. And what's the jump? From 1 to 3 it is. So, plus 2 will be the jump. Now, if I go with this, I hope it will be working. So, let's take the tuple. So for this case, what I can do? Tuple should I write? Obviously no. Eval we will be writing. Eval then input. Okay. Now inside that write enter a tuple. Enter a tuple. After this, let's print. Now what to print? The tuple which like those values which present in the even position, which is present in the even position means this is the logic. So let's write this t of 1 colon colon 2. Okay, now see function f5, just running it again. Okay, so now let's give 1 comma, let's give something else, 10, 45, 66, 34, 77, like this. Okay, so I need what, I need the values in the even position. Let's put some 88 also. I need values in the even position, means second position, fourth position, and sixth position. So let's check 45, 34, and 88 is coming or not. So make it enter. See, 45, 34, 88 coming. Okay, done. So just put one message here. What we have done here, we are printing the value at the value at even position. So this is how. Sorry, what's the problem here? Can you figure out what is the issue here? I have missed the T. So now see, if I give the tuple again, 12, 23, 34, 56, 67, 78, 89. Fine. So from here, what I need? I need 23, 56, 78. Just check. Okay, coming? Fine. So this is how it is working. Now let's go for the last question. Write a program to extract the last digit of an integer. Okay, so last digit of an integer. Let's write this question. Okay, so let's comment it out, the previous one. Okay, so what is the question is all about? Write a program to extract the last digit of the integer. First, understand the logic behind it. So, what's the logic? What's the logic? Let's suppose I have an integer which is 243. Now, from this 243, if I want to extract the last digit, what I can do? What I can do? If I divide it with 10, just check. If I divide it with 10, so first 2 we are getting 20, 43. Let's make it with 4, 10 into 4, 43. Now what I need? I need this 3. Now this 3 is coming as, this 3 is coming as a remainder. Do we have any operation or operator to print this 3? Obviously. What is that? Modulus. So if I do 243 modulus 10, it will print the last digit. Yes or no? The last digit it will print. Correct? So in place of 243, I'm going to write user input n, which is in integer. So the logic is in modulus 10, which will be printing the last digit of the number. So now let's ask the integer input. So I'm writing int, and then I am just putting input, and here just put a message, enter the enter an integer, enter an integer. Okay, done. After this, let's print. Now what to print? Here we have decided to go with n modulus 10. So this is what it will print. Now give, let's suppose 234. So the this is the last digit. Last digit of what? Last digit of n. So let's fix it with formatted string. So if, and then write last digit of n. Now in n, this is what? Now put a comma. Now run this. Last digit of 456. So last digit of, sorry, some mistake in the typing of. and let's put a is also. Now this is fine. So give 567. So the last digit of 567 is 7. So this is how it is working. Now still, if you have any doubt, you can ask in the comment. Okay. So this is what our last question. So this type of questions we already listed in the some files, okay, which you will be getting in GitHub. Okay, so link in the description box. Do check it out and do practice well. Fine. And if you have any doubt, you can simply ask in the comment or directly you can reach us by the contact number. It's already in the comment. Sorry, it's in the description. Okay, so this is all about some programmings. Next, we will be doing few more programs, but later after some concept. Let's understand control statement. So control statement in Python. Now what is control statement? Control statement. So ultimately we are talking about what? Control. Control over what? Let's write some program like if I write a equals to 10, b equals to 20, then I want to then I have written print Python. After then I am writing print a plus b, and after then I am writing print a into b. Okay, so the point is here, if you run this program inside a Python file, let's suppose it is your 1.py, this is your Python file name, and this is what have written in your file. Now the thing is, which line will be executed first? Obviously the first line, because it is actually uh, like executed by the interpreter. So line by line execution is happening. Correct? Line by line execution. So first this one, second this, third, fourth, fifth. This is how it will execute line after line. Now let's suppose I want the ultimate control. I want that this print of Python I want to execute first. Like this will be my first line of code. Second, I want to print this. I want to execute this 2, 3, and then 4, then 5. This is how. If I want to make it a control, want the control, or want to make it in order, but I will not write this in different order. No, but I want the control over the statement I have written. Now for the control. So we are asking for the control, over what? Over the execution of code. Over over the execution. Over the execution. Which execution? Flow of execution. Over the flow of execution of Python program. Python program. The ultimate control, if we are asking for, we need to write control statement. Now, what I'm gonna write this control statements, it seems like this is too much. What is there? So it's nothing but there are two types of control statements. But before coming to this two type, let me give you the formal definition of control statement. So control statement is what? The statement which control the flow of execution of Python program, and that's what we are gonna write. Now control statement, if we talk about control statement, is actually classified into two types. If you have any idea in programs before, or if you know Python, you know what is control statement is nothing but you can control this with conditional statement. Once you can put some condition to control, to take the control. So conditional statement we have, and otherwise we have one more option, that is looping statement. Looping statement. Now here, this conditional statement is nothing but you can mention is it as decisional statement. Decisional statement. So here you are controlling the flow of execution based on, here you are controlling the flow of execution, the flow of execution based on some condition, based on some condition. Okay, whereas in looping statement, loop means what? Some lines of code that you will executes, like that same lines of instructions you will execute repeatedly, on a repeatedly, or again and again you are going to execute, but you will be writing once, but again and again it will going to be executed. But that is because of you have to use what? Looping statement. That is also a part of conditional statement. Okay, until and unless, until reaches it reaches to the termination condition. Termination condition, everything I will clear when we will be going with the looping statement. So this is basically what looping statement, just I am giving a brief about it. Looping is basically you are writing a line of code, some blocks you have written, now that will be executed n number of times until and unless some condition you need to give a looping condition. Looping condition there will be. Okay, that is a part of control statement. Now that looping condition, until and unless it is false, this code will run in loop. Okay, in loop means again and again or repeatedly. Okay, so we will be doing this looping statement later, but first let's understand the conditional statement. Conditional statement means here you are putting some condition, and based on that your interpreter will decide which line of code will be executed first and which will be executed second. Okay, so here again this controller means the interpreter will decide which lines of code will be executed, which will not execute, like that. Now you will be seeing four types of conditional statement. Okay, four types of conditional statement. So first of all, it is simple if. We will be seeing simple if in this conditional statement. After this we will be going for if else. If else, then we will be going for elif, and finally we will be understanding nested if. And for looping we will be going with, there are two loops in Python. We will be going first with while loop, and second we will be going for loop. Okay, so this is what our control statement planning is. So let's get started with control statement. So first of all we will be learning this conditional statement with simple if. So if we start with the conditional statement, conditional statement, so this is what? This is a part of control statement where based on some condition we are gonna control some code of execution, the flow of execution of the code. Okay, so I'm just giving a formal definition of conditional statement. So this is just a statement which is actually helps program to do the decision making. Okay, this is also called decisional statement. This is also called decisional statement. Now, first conditional or decisional statement is simple if. Now, simple if, here we will be using the keyword. Now, like which keyword will be used here? We will be using this if keyword. Okay, if keyword will be used. If. Now, how to use and how to give the condition, how our interpreter will make the decision. Let's understand. So first of all, how to write? If you go for the syntax, let me show you the syntax. What you need to do, You have to mention this if condition, if keyword, after that you need to write the condition. Now, if this condition is true, then some block of code will execute. That block of code will comes under this condition. Now, how to write under this condition? Means within this condition you need to write. Now in Python, you can't write within brackets. Now these are all the syntax for C program or Java, but you are not writing brackets here. Indentation space matters. Here you need to give this colon, and when you click on enter, automatically you will get this indentation space. Okay, this is what called indentation space. Now this indentation space is the indication that whatever you will be writing here, this is a part of the block which is under this condition. If this condition is true, if this is true, then only it will execute, it will run. Okay, so here you will be writing what? True statement block. Why you are telling this as true statement block? Because if the condition is true, then only it will get executed. So that is why you are, whatever you will be writing, that is actually the true statement block. Okay, so what's a flow diagram? Just let me show you the flow diagram. Means what I'm going to say, that this is like if, then the condition, then this is, let's suppose this is the interpreter or the controller. So controller will be entering inside this condition. You have the condition with if you have written. Now if this condition true, it can be true, it can be false, right? If it is true, it will be going in this direction. If it is false, it will be going in this direction. If it is true, then only it will execute the block of code. So there is one block of code. This is your TSB, true statement block. True statement block. So it will execute like this. What if it is false? Then it will ignore this true statement block and simply it will run like this. Okay, it will ignore this true statement block if it is false. So this is the entire pipeline for conditional statements. Now how to implement that? So let me write a simple program on this. I'm just writing it now. So um, let's suppose we are checking whether a number, like write a program to check whether a number, whether a number or integer is positive. Is it positive? So what is the condition here? If I take a n, let's take a n integer input we want to take. So int, then input. So enter an integer. This is my message. Enter an integer. Now after this, what we have to do? We need to check. We need to check. So for checking, we will be giving what? A condition. If that is positive, positive means what? If it is greater than 0, right? If n is greater than 0, then only we will be telling it is positive. So simply what I can use here? If condition. Then the condition n is greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, then what should I give? We will be printing what? Printing that n is positive. Okay, so f string, we will be putting a f string, n is positive, like this. Done. So what we are trying to say here, this is the condition. If this condition is true, then only it will execute. If it is false, then nothing will get executed. Okay, so let's understand this. Let's go for the ideally and let's see how it is working. So let's create a file, a new file. Okay, let's name it as conditional statement. We are going to write each and every conditional statements, means if, simple if, elif, nested if, everything we will be writing here only. So this is my conditional statement py file. So this is ready, conditional statement. It is ready. Now let's go for the first program. So the our first program was write a program. So this is my program. So let's take the integer input int, and then input I am taking input, sorry, input, and take the integer input, enter an integer. Okay, done. After that we will be writing the if, simple if keyword, and then if this is the condition, if n is greater than 0, then only will print that it is positive. So which is positive? This n. So n is positive. Okay, now run this code. Function f5, I'm giving 23. So 23 is positive. Now let's give some negative also, negative value. So what it will do if I give -100? So it will ignore this block. So this is how it is working. Okay. So these are all the questions we will be solving. So let's go for the second question. So what's the second question? Let me paste it. So this is our second question is write a program to check whether the given integer is even or not. Now even, we need to find that it is even. First of all, let's take the integer input. So int, then input, enter the integer. Now this is what the input is. Now what do I have to show that is it is even or not? Now how to check it is even? Even means what? Let's go for the logic. If I go for even, even means 4 or 12, like this. So what I can do? How to say it is even? If I give this, if I divide this 4 by 2, what it is? 2 to the 4, so remainder always 0. You will see 2 6 are 12, remainder always 0. Means if I divide this value 12 modulus 2, always it will be what? 0. Even on the same way, if I do 4 modulus 2, it is always 0. So this is my condition. In if it is in modulus 2, if it is 0, then only it will satisfy. It will be what? It will be even. Okay, so I'm just writing the condition in modulus 2 is equal to 0 or not. If it is 0, then what it will print? That it is even. So print your, what should I write? A formatted string I'm writing. N is even. Okay, so this is what. Now check. Let's give a even number 24. So 24 is even. It is giving fine. Now let's give something negative like 33. So it's not showing anything, means it is ignoring this true statement block. Fine. Easy. Now let's go for the next program. So next program, what it is telling here? Okay. So write a program. Next question is write a program to check whether the given string has 5 character in it. It is having 5 character inside it. Okay, so first of all, let's take the string. Now for this case, let's take s as a variable. So what should I do? Str? Obviously no. Input function, simply. Now give the message, enter the string. Okay, so now what do I have to check? That whether the given string has 5 character. How to check? Length, obviously. So it is telling that length is 5. That thing we need to give. So condition is what? Length of this is equal to 5 or not. If it is 5 only, then only will print yes. Okay, sorry, why? Yes. Okay, so now see. Let's run this code. Let's give Python. Now Python is having what? 6 character. So this is not showing anything. Now again run this code. Okay, so now let's give 5 character A B C D E. So yes, it is having 5 character. Easy. Done. Okay, next, go for the next program. What is that? Write a program to print the square of the number only if it is multiple of 3. Only if it is multiple of 3. Let me paste it. Okay, so this is our question. Now, first of all, we need what? We need a number. Now, that number, let's take integer. So, int, and then let's take the input here, enter the number. Okay, fine. After this, what is the condition if it is multiple of 3? So if, then condition is multiple of 3. We have done multiple of 2 means even. That time we have done what? N modulus 2. Now for this case it is multiple of 3. So n modulus 3 equal to 0. Now for this case, what is a statement block? First understand, the statement block is showing the write a program to print square of the number. So for this case we will be writing the square of it. So we will be printing what? N into n, either n into n or n power 2. This thing we will be doing. Okay, now run this. Just a minute. Yeah, now run this. So let's give your 4. Okay, so this is not a multiple of 3, that's why it's not printing anything. Now run again. Now let's give 9, so it is giving 81. So you can also fix this code like this, as because it is a square, so you can write like this: square of n. Okay, let's give a placeholder here, is, then close. Now run this code again. Sorry, run this code. Okay, let's give 3. So square of 3 is 9. This is how it is working. Clear? I hope it is clear. Very easy program. Okay, now next, go for the next program. Write a program to check whether the given number is multiple of 5 and divisible of 3. Okay, so let's copy this. Let me paste it. Done. So first of all, what we need? We need the number. Okay, so take the integer input, int input, and take enter the number. Fine. After this, what do I have to check? The condition. There are two condition, and as you can see, this condition, we already have seen that to combine some condition, what we need? Logical operator, right? So logical operator, and or not, here already in the question and is written, so here logical operator obviously you have to use, because you need to combine two condition. What are those two condition? One is multiple of 5 and other one is divisible by 3. Now for both cases it's very easy. Either, if I going to check multiple of 5, now same case in modulus 5, means if I divide that value, if it is multiple by 5 like 25, if I divide this by 5, obviously the output, the result, the remainder will be 0, correct? Now, and there is one more condition, and divisible by 3 also, like 15. 15 is a value which is multiple of 5 also and divisible by 3 also, like that. So n modulus 3, for this case also, if you divide that value with 3, obviously the remainder will be 0. So these are the two conditions, you can combine them with and. Here, as because and means what, this both condition has to be satisfied, then only the statement block will decide to run, right? So that is what, like, here two condition has to be satisfied, that's why we are using and. If here either one of the condition has to be satisfied, then we need to use or. Okay, so here we are using and let's print this. Let's print what to print here. Okay, so this is what, like, write a program to check whether the given number, like, this is if it is multiple of 5 or divisible by 3. It just give yes, let's put a yes, and now just give 15, so it is giving yes, as because it is both, like it is divisible by 5 also and multiple of 5 also, divisible by 3 also. Now run anything which is okay, and we need to save it. Okay, run with 9, it's not a multiple of 5, so now check, it's not defined. Sorry, where is a0? I have put some mistake here, I guess. Okay, I have made, sorry. Now run this. Okay, so run this again. Now give n. It's giving nothing because it's not satisfying. Okay, even give 25, it's not a multiple of or divisible by 3, so it's not giving anything. Only it will respond when both condition will be satisfied, like 45 it is giving yes. So this is how it is working. Okay, done. Let's come to the next question. So next question is, write a program to check whether a given integer is two digit or not. It is having two digit or not. Now, how to frame this question? It is also very easy. So this is my question. So we need what as a user input? We need what? A number. We need a number. Now let's take user input n. Okay, take a number n equals to, let's take an integer. Integer and input is basically here, enter the number. Okay, now what is it? If now it has to be what? Two digit number. Two digit number means it should be in between 10 to 99. So let's write 10. 10, it's between 10 to 99, like 10 it's less than equals to n, less than equals to 99. It is between 10 or 99. Or otherwise it can be once more, like if you give negative value, then what it will decide? Better for this case use abs absolute value. Absolute value means it will make everything positive. If you give -9 also, like let's check how abs is working. If you give, like abs is a value, is give the absolute value. Like let's suppose you have a equals to -10. Okay, now if you use abs of a, what it will give? It will give the positive one. Okay, and if you give the positive value a equals to 10, again if you give the abs of a, it is giving only 10. Always it is giving positive. Means if you give any negative value, if you give any negative value, for that case also it will make it positive, and it will then check whether it is in between 10 or 99. Okay, so in this case, as because it is between 10 and 99, it will be two digit. Now here we will be writing that n is two digits, so I'm just using a formatted string here. N is two digit, sorry, digit. Okay, now run this code. Yeah, so now run this code, save it and run. Okay, so let's give the number. Let's give 34. So 34 is two digit. Now on the same way, let's give something else. Okay, there is some problem, there is some issue. Yeah, now run this function f5. Okay, now give something 456. It's not running. Okay, so this is how simple it is. Okay, now last program from simple if. What it is showing? What's the question? Write a program to check whether the given integer in uppercase, the given integer in uppercase. So this is my question now. What we need? A character. So I'm writing C. C equals to, I need a character. So for that case, character means what? It is a string. So I will be writing enter a character. Okay, done. After this, what we need? What's the problem here? I have not put the perfect quote, so now it's fine. Enter a character. Okay, done. After this, if what is the condition? It's in uppercase or not. For this case also, what we will do here, uppercase, for this uppercase we will be seeing that it's in between capital A or capital Z. So I will be writing like this: A less than equals to C less than equals to Z. like C is in between A or Z. So in this case, it will actually compare the ASCII values. Okay, it will compare the ASCII values, and here I will write here. I'm just writing a formatted string, and I will be writing that C is uppercase. If it is true, then only it will execute, right? So C is in uppercase. So this is my output. That has to be my output. Now give something in capital case. I'm giving G. Now see, G is in uppercase. Now give something else. Let's run this and give Y. Okay, small y I am giving. So it's not giving anything because it is ignoring the true statement block. So this is what all this simple if. Okay, well, so we completed simple if. Now let's go one step forward and let's make an advancement on this simple if. Let's suppose right now I want what? I want that for the false statement, like we have seen for the true statement, we are going to print true statement block. Like in this question, if it is integer, then will, like if it is positive integer, then we'll print positive. But what about that other case? Like if it is negative, then what should I print? So let's suppose I want that another statement block for the false statement block also, like as a false statement block also I want another statement block. If the condition is also false, we will be saying no, it's not positive. Like that, if I want to write, for that case we will be using if else. So this is basically one advancement of if else. So let's talk about if else statement in Python. So let me give the heading if else. Now this is what? This is an advancement. What is the syntax for if else? So advanced version in the sense here, if condition, obviously it will be there. If then condition. If the condition is true, obviously true statement block. Now for the other condition, like other statement, like if the condition is false, then I want another false statement block. But for that case, we will be using one more keyword, that is else keyword. Okay, now else means under this else we will be writing our false statement blocks. Means there is one false statement block. Let me write false statement block. Okay, so there is one indentation space and you are getting this true statement block, and after that else, whatever you will be writing under this else, so there is also one indentation space after this. Okay, so means what? If it is true, then true statement block will be performed. If it is false, then false statement block will be performed. So what will be the flowchart? Let me show you the flowchart of it. So basically, this is your condition, this is your if condition. If condition, here comes the controller, your interpreter is working. Okay, now either it is true or it is false, both can be possible. If it is true, if it is false. If it is true, you will be having true statement block will be executed, and if it is false, then false statement block will be executed. Okay, so it will go like this, either true or false, any one of them will be executed. Okay, so this is what. Now how to use that? Let's go for a question. I'm just writing one question, like to check whether whether the given data is float given data is float or not. Now we need to check that data is float or not. So we need to take the user input in general. In the sense, n inside n we can take eval, correct? Eval, and inside that we need the input. Now here, let's give the message enter the data. Now after this, we need to check whether it is float or not. Means what should I do? Obviously type check, we already have seen how to check the type of it. We have the inbuilt function, type function. Simply then write the condition if type of this n equal to float. If it is float, then what should I do? We're printing. So here we will be printing that. Let's take then f string. So n is a float. Now otherwise, as because, see what's the difference, like where to use simple if and where to not use, like where to use if else. See, if the question is telling you like this, to check whether the given data is float. Now, if this is your question, this is your programming question, then this much is your answer. Now, let's suppose you have this like this two words or not. Now, this comes for this case, you need one more false statement block. So, you need to use what else. So, I am writing the else part after this. Now, we don't have to mention any condition here because whatever the condition, this is already present. Now, if that condition is false, then this else block will be executed. Now, inside this, what should I print? We will be printing that not float. So, for this case, we will be writing n is not a float. Okay. So, I hope you have understood. Now, let's learn it technically. Okay. So, let's go back to ideally. Okay. So, this is our question. Write a program to check whether the data is float or not. So, I'm taking n. So, take eval, and inside that take a input and then put the message, enter the data, done. After that, what should I do? The condition. So the type of n, it should be what? It should be float. So this is my condition. If it is true, then it will print f string. So what's f string is? F string is this n is a float. Fine. After this, we need what? Or not. So or not present means else condition also has to be written. So else keyword done. After this, now inside this else, we will be writing the false statement block. If the condition is false, then we will be writing the opposite thing. So here we will be writing that n is not. Here n is not a float. Okay, done. So this is what. Now run this code. Okay, so here I am giving the float 2.3. So 2.3 is a float. Now on the same way, let's run again and see. I'm giving 4, so 4 is not a float. So it's working properly. Now let's do few more problems. Okay, let's solve few more problems. So these are the questions we will be solving now. Second question, write a program to check whether the given string is palindrome. Now what is a palindrome? Let me show you. First, let me paste it. Okay, so see, this is my question. Now, palindrome number is basically what? If you take a string, I'm just giving a string like mom. Now, this string, if you reverse it also, the reverse of the string is also same. Again, I'm giving nayan. Now, this nayan, and if you reverse is also, if you reverse, it is already nayan. Okay, means these are all the these are all the examples of what? Palindrome. Now on the same way, if you go for this, if I do ABC, now if you reverse this, it's not a palindrome. BCA, it's not same, right? So if you make a palindrome number, it will be like this: ABCBA. Now if you reverse it, it is a palindrome number. Correct? It's a palindrome. Okay, so this is what some examples. Now, what should I have to do then? We need to find out the reverse of it, and after then we need to check. So, how to find the reverse? Like if one variable is s, simply we can do like this. This is the reverse with slicing. This is what we will gonna use it. So this is the reverse reverse of string using slicing. This logic we will be using here using slicing. Okay, now let's comment out all these things. Okay, done. Now let's start. So let's take the s here. We will be taking one in string. So as because it is string, let's take input. So I'm just writing enter the string. Now we are gonna check it whether that particular string is palindrome or not. So for that case we need the reverse of it. So if the s equal to s, the reverse of this, okay, so if s and the reverse of s is same, then we are going to print that s is palindrome. Now for this case I'm using this f string. S is palindrome, palindrome string. Now done. After this there is one question like it is palindrome. Now if this question is like that, is palindrome, then you have to stop right here. But if you have or not, now for this case you need what, you need to write else also, else block. For this case simply what should I have to write, the opposite thing is not palindrome. So here also I'm using the same type of placeholder, it is not palindrome string. Now let's check it, let's execute this. Okay, so again I'm executing this, just a minute. Okay, so let's execute this. I'm giving 9. Okay, so 9 is a palindrome string. Now if I run this again and if I give capital NAYN. Now, this is not a palindrome. Why? Because here capital N and small n both are not same. It is having different ASCII values. So don't confuse here. Now, let's give something else. Let's give ABC. Okay, so it should not be a palindrome string. So it is working properly. Okay, done. So this is what the logic is. Okay, now still if you have any doubt, you can directly ask in the comment. Fine. Let's go back to the question. I am, yeah, done. Commenting done. Now let's go back to the next question. Okay. So what's the question is, write a program to check whether the given character is vowel or not. So it is vowel or not. We are gonna check it. It is vowel or not. Now we already have seen, I have given one example in the membership operator. Okay, so we are gonna use this membership operator here. So first let's take the character. So I'm taking that chr is our character now. So chr is a, no, let's take ch. Okay, so let's take ch and input. In input I'm taking chr is actually one keyword. Somehow it's actually a function, sorry, not a keyword, it's a function. That's why it's actually coming. If when I have taken the chr, it is coming as a color, means it's a function. So that is why don't write chr, use ch. Okay, don't use any function name. Fine, otherwise it will be getting overridden, you will be seeing later what is happening actually. So input, I'm taking input. So let's ask for the question. So enter a character. Okay, so character means user will enter only one letter. Fine. Now we have to check whether it is vowel or not. Now for this case what should I do? If, now here we will be checking whether this value is coming from a e i o u or not, like that. So we will be checking here either the ch in a e i o u. Now that can be in smaller case also a e i o u. Okay, so this is what our collection is. Now if this is coming from this vowel, then we will be telling that ch, let's take a placeholder, ch is a vowel. Now otherwise there is a or not also present, so else condition. Now in else condition we will be writing print f of ch is not a vowel. Fine, let's run it. Okay, so give one e. So for e, it is giving e is a vowel. Fine. Again, I'm running this function f5. I'm giving y. Now y is not a vowel. Okay, that is how it's working. Any doubt? If you have any doubt, please comment me in the chat. Okay, so let's go for the last problem. So the last problem is telling us write a program to check whether the given data is single valued or multi-valued. Now for this case, what we can use it here? Let's like it is telling that write a program to check whether the given data. Now given data means we need to take any general input. So for this case, let's take D. Okay, now inside D I want some data means in general, so I will be using eval because my um, user can enter a list, can enter a tuple, even integer, float. So based on that we are going to find out is it a single valued or a collection. So eval we need to take. Now eval, after that input. So here I am mentioning enter the data. Okay, enter the data. After this, what should I have to do? We need to check whether that is single valued or collection. Now for this case we will be obviously checking the type of it. So type, your type of D, sorry, D, caps lock is on, type of D. Now this type of D, if this type of D present in single value, now we need to make a collection. We need to make a collection that is it integer. If it is single value, then it can be integer, it can be float, it can be complex, and it can be bool. So we are making one collection. Now your type of D, if it is coming from this list, from this, like if it is a member of this list, then only will print it's a single value data. Which one? The D. So I'm taking again the placeholder, the format is string, it is single valued data. Okay, after this let's write the else condition for the collection data type. Now if it is not, then rest of it are the collection data type, so I'm not gonna use any collection data type. Here simply we are writing, because the rest of the data are collection data type, so I'm just writing D is collection data type. Fine, done. Now run this code. So I'm gonna kill it and I'm running this again. Okay, so give a data 1 comma 2 comma 3. So this is what a list is. So 1 2 3 is a collection data type, it's working properly. Now let's give a 5 plus 6j complex. Okay, so this is a single value data type. Well, this is fine, you have understood. So this is how you can perform this programs. Okay, so this is all about your if else statement. And if you have any doubt, you can directly ask me in the chat box. Okay, let's talk about elif statement. So we have seen the simple if or if else. Now if we talk about elif, first understand this elif with one simple question. Let's suppose whenever we are checking that any number is positive. Now when we are checking the number is positive, now for this case we can use if, only if. Let's suppose we want to give each and every statement block, like for each and every condition I want to say something, like one number. It can be happen that n is positive only. If it is positive, I am gonna print it positive, or otherwise it is negative. No, it can be 0 also. If it is 0, I'm gonna write it 0. And if it is negative, I'm gonna write it negative. So the thing is, if your condition is having only two case, either true or false, then only if and else is fine to write. But let's suppose you have multiple cases, means you are dealing with multiple condition. If it is not positive means it's not like 0 is also a part of it, it is negative. No, it can be 0, it can be negative also, right? So if you have multiple condition, now for this case, for condition 1, for condition 1, let's suppose this condition 1 is n greater than 0. Now for this case you need this true statement block 1. This true statement block 1 is positive, you gonna print. Fine. If you are going for second condition, that is condition 2. Condition 2 is basically n equals to 0. Now if n equals to 0, you are going to print the true statement block 2, which is 0. You are going to print 0. And after that your condition 3. Now this is the only condition left with you. Either you can write it or you can use simply the else condition, and you will be using this as a first statement block, that is negative. Now this thing, if you want to write, okay, if you want to write here, you will be using like this. N already you have taken, let's suppose you are taking one integer input, int input, and enter an integer, enter an integer. Okay. After this, if condition, you need to maintain, well, you need to maintain the indentation also. Okay. So n, if it is this n, if it is greater than 0. Okay. If n is greater than 0, then the first statement block you will be printing, that print n is positive. Okay. Now otherwise, so here for the multiple condition, we have condition 2 also, that is n 0. Now for n 0, should I write if n equals to 0? If I write if n equals to 0, then the problem is, if it is true also, it will going to check this condition. But I want, if this is positive, if this is positive, it will execute this block only. Otherwise it will check for the next condition. So as because this otherwise topic is coming, this otherwise context means, if this is negative, if this is false, then only it will check for the next condition. So that's why elif is basically what, else if. Else check this, check the second condition. Okay, this is how you need to understand. N 0. Now if n is 0, then will print what, then print will print 0. Now the last condition, which is, you can write either again one more elif, or simply write else. Simply write else less than 0 for this case. Now see, if you are writing else, then this thing you don't need to write. If you are is rising here, like you are writing here elif, then only write this condition. Okay, this is the only difference. So as because you have only this condition left, so you can write this with else only. Okay, else print negative. Now you will be asking, what if I am writing this if with if then condition 1, after that again one more if with condition 2, like this. So basically when we write this else if, the first condition, if it is false, then only it will check for the next condition. What if it is true? If it is true, if it is true, then it will not check for the next condition. This is the thing. But if you are using if, multiple if, then though it is true, it will be printed. After that again it will check for the next condition. That is what the thing is. Okay. Now the thing is, now one more thing is else. This else is properly optional. Okay. Not every time you have to write else. Else is properly optional. You can use elif and then the condition also. Okay. Now this a optional else, like this else, you can skip, but if you can't skip, always this else comes after if you are not using if, else, there is no such presence of else. Okay, there is no such meaning like if, after if always else is coming. Okay, you can write only if, but you can't write only else, you can't write. Okay, So what is the syntax? As because what you have seen, that if you have one condition, if you have one condition and you have only one true statement block, now for this case you are using what? If. Only if you have one condition, but for this condition you have two decision. One is true statement block, otherwise one false statement block. Now for both cases it is if else. Okay, now you have multiple condition. You have multiple condition, and with this multiple condition it is actually there are lots of multiple multiple statement block. Now for this case you will be using elif. Okay, so how to write this elif? Just, if you are starting with condition 1, so you have to start with if first. Condition 1, now for this condition, after that you have a true statement block. So this is the true statement block for your condition 1. After this you need to write again elif. For that you need to write the condition 2. Now condition 2, for that particular condition you need again one more, you have that is statement block for second. Now after this again one more elif, condition n, sorry, condition 3, and you have your true statement block 3. Now this is how you can continue up to n condition, condition n, condition n. So for this case you will be writing tsbn. So this is how you can perform multiple condition. Okay, if it is true then it will not, if it is true then it will not go for the next condition to check. Okay, it will not go. If it is false, if the previous one is false, then only it will check for the next condition. Then how it is working? See, this is the controller and this is your first condition. If condition 1, okay, now this condition, if it is true, then it will go for true statement block 1. Okay, if it is false, if it is false, then only it will check for the next condition, condition 2. Okay, again if it is true, then only it will go for true statement block 2. Okay, this is how you need to go for. Now this is how up to true statement block condition n. If it is true, then lastly your tsbn will be getting executed. Otherwise, if you have something else after this, you can perform a false statement block for this false. Okay, this is how. So this is how it will gonna execute. Fine. So this is the flow diagram. This is the flow diagram. So let's solve the problem and you will get more understanding from this. So let's solve this problem only. This true, this positive, zero and negative cases, as because multiple conditions present. So let's solve this problem. So let's go to the ideally. Okay, so this is the first question. Write a program to check whether a number is positive, zero or negative. So three cases are there. So we can write with elif. So this is what our question is. So let's take the integer input. So int, then input, put the message, enter the num. Okay, after this if, then first thing we need to check whether it is positive or not. If it is positive, then we'll print, then write the f string here. So we'll write n is positive. Okay, after this we'll be going for elif for the next condition, that is 0. If n is 0, then we'll print what? It is 0. So f, and then again the f string n placeholder, which is 0. Done. After this, the next that ultimate condition, so we don't have to mention the condition, we can use this in false statement block also. So we'll print that it is negative. So f and then placeholder is negative. Okay, so now run this code. So what's the problem here? I have forgot to give this code. Now run this again. So I'm entering a number 34. So 34 is positive. Okay. Oh my god, what mistake I have done? Okay. So some type error. So I'm giving now minus 45. So minus 45 is negative. Well, so let's give 0 here. 0 is 0. So this is how it is working. So it's working. Now let's comment it out. And now next, let's check the next program. So after this, we have this program. Write a program to find the relation between two integers. Now, if I have two integers, let's break down these cases. Okay. So what are the cases? Let's write the cases first of all. Case 1. So for the first case, like two integer. So that let's suppose a and b. So it can be a greater than b. Correct. This is the case 1. It can be greater than b. Now in case 2, it can be less than b, a less than b. And case 3, in case 3, it can be equal to b also, right? These are all the cases. Now if a is greater than b, we'll write a is greater than b, like that. Okay. So let's take two input. So as a, just let's close the comment, and a. As a, I'm taking the integer input. So input. So I'm writing enter the first integer, int, first int. Done. After this, take b, and here also I'm taking int input, and I'm taking enter the second integer. Okay. After this first condition, we need to write a greater than b. So if a is greater than b, what should I print here? Print, I will be printing here that a is greater than b. Correct. This is how. After this, next condition, elif. Next condition, what is the elif condition? A less than b also possible. Okay. Now for this case, we will be telling that b is greater. So for this case, I will be writing a is less than b. A is less than b. Okay. Placeholder done. Okay. After this, we can put the last condition in else statement also. We don't have to write because this is the only condition left, that is equal to. So either we can write like this, elif a equal to b. For that case, we don't have to mention else. Okay. So you can write also like this. So I'm just going with this, and b a and b are equal. Equal. Okay. So this is how. Now run this code. Is there any mistake I have done? What's the mistake here? Okay, the mistake I have done here, the braces. Done. Now run this program. Okay, I guess it's not visible. Let me close it and run. So now check, I'm giving 12. After that, I'm giving 34. So now 12 is less than 34. It's fine. It's working. Which one? The second one, as because this 12 is less than 34. Now on the same way, I'm giving 12, and after this I am giving again 12. So 12 and 12 are equal. Fine, working very smoothly. Okay, after that I am giving 30, and after this I am giving 20. Now 30 is greater than 20. So these are all the examples, like relations. So this is done. Okay. If you have any doubt, you can directly ask me. Okay. Ask me in the comment, obviously. So next question, next program, that is write a program to find the position of the coordinates. Okay, position of coordinates. Now how to see that. What's the position of coordinates? Okay, what's the coordinates? It's basically what? There are lots of, this is mathematical, fully mathematical. It's coordinate geometry. If I go for a 2D axis, let me draw a 2D axis first of all. Okay, so this is my y axis and this is the x axis. So coordinate, if I tell about the coordinate look like this. There will be two value x and y. X is called abscissa, this is abscissa, and this one is the ordinate, this is what called ordinate. Okay, if x is basically, if x is positive, like if it is like x axis look like this, x and x dash, this is a positive x, this one positive x, and this one negative x, and y dash, this is positive y and this is negative y, and if any value is present here, so this is 0x. Okay, so the point is, if it is like, if both are positive, then the point will be like x. Like how to reach in this point, first understand this, how to understand. If this is a first quadrant, this is what called first quadrant, this is second quadrant, this one is the third quadrant, and this one is the fourth quadrant. First of all, mathematically it is, this is the concept of mathematics. Okay, now if this is a point, then to reach this point, how to reach this point, this much x you have to go, after this much y you need to reach. Okay, now this is also x positive, this is here also y positive. So if both are positive, we will be getting the value in the first quadrant. Okay, so case 1 basically what you need to input x and y. If x positive and also y positive, okay, then only you will be getting what, you will be getting first quadrant here. Okay, now on the same way, if we, if your point is situating here, then x in this way and y in this way means x negative but y positive. That means the case 2. Case 2 is basically what, if your x is negative and your y is positive, then you will be getting second quadrant. Okay, after this you have case 3. Now case 3 is basically, let's suppose your point is here, so this is how you will be getting here, and then this side. So if you go left means negative x, and if you go downwards means negative y. Means if x negative and y also negative, if x also negative and y also negative, for this case you will be getting what, the third quadrant. For this case, third quadrant. So there are lots of condition. And finally you are having this case 4. Case 4 is basically what, case for this point. Okay, so how to reach this point, this direction, after that this direction. So this direction means x is positive and y in downwards means negative. Okay, so x, if it is x is positive and after that y is negative, x positive but y is negative, then only you will be getting the fourth quadrant. And what if any one of them is 0? What if any one of them is 0? So case 5, if x is 0, x is 0 means what? You will be having only y. So if x is 0, then like the point will be on x axis. And case 6, if y is 0, if y is 0, then you will be getting y axis. Fine. And last, the final case, if both are 0, case 7, if both are 0, then x also 0 and double 0 you have to put, sorry, double equal to, and y also 0, either x0 or y0. Now for that case it will be what, x also 0, y also 0. For this case you will be getting this origin. This is what called origin. Origin. Okay, so case 7 will be what, origin. So you have figured out all these cases. Okay, these are all the condition and these are all the statement blocks you need to write for this. Okay, so we have visualized this question finally. Now let's make it technically, let's write it technically. Okay, so I'm just splitting the screen so that you will understand this better. So first of all, what we need input. So let's take integer input. I'm taking x. For this case, I'm taking integer input, int input, and here I'm giving enter the, this is what, x ordinate, so x coordinate, so I'm writing x coordinate. Okay, this is important to say which one is x, otherwise you will be getting confused. So for your user also having the understanding that which input they are giving, so for that case this is the enter, this is for entering the y coordinate. Okay, so two coordinate done. Now first case, let's write the first case, x greater than 0 and as well as y also greater than 0. Now for this case we'll print what, will print here first quadrant. Okay, so quadrant first quadrant. Okay, after this elif. Now inside elif, second case we will be writing x which is less than 0 and y greater than 0, means x negative y positive. For this case it is what, it is second quadrant. Okay, after this, if both are negative, x also negative as well as your y also negative, now for this case you are going to print, this is a third quadrant, so this is what the third quadrant is. Fine. After this again one more elif. Okay, for this case x is positive, like fourth quadrant means x positive but y negative, correct? So for this case you will gonna print fourth quadrant, fourth quadrant. Okay, after this if you have in x axis, so if you have the point in x axis, so x obviously it is 0, it's not assignment operator, it is equal to operator. If your x is 0, then you will print what, you will print that it's on x axis. Okay, elif, it is, if it is on y axis, so y obviously 0, so you will be printing on y axis, on y axis. Done. After this finally the else condition, you will be writing else, it you can write else also, otherwise you can write elif also. Elif x equal to 0 as well as your, I'm just using and because both condition has to be satisfied, x also 0 y also 0. For this case it will be on origin, on origin. Fine. So now run this. Is there any mistake you have identified? No. So let's run this code. So x coordinate let's give 3 and y coordinate give 4, so it is giving us first quadrant. Okay, now again run this. Let's check each and every condition. Let's give -3 as an x coordinate and 6 for the y coordinate. Now second quadrant you are getting, it's working properly. Again run this code.
Again run this code. Let's go back. Okay, so x coordinate I am giving 0 and I am giving here 45, so it is on x axis. It's clear. Okay, but the problem is here, but the problem is I think I have written the opposite of it. If x is 0 and y is something, if x is 0, 0 and let's suppose 4. So if x is 0 and y is something, so it is on, if x is 0, it is telling y axis, correct? So I guess I have written the opposite one. So if your x 0 means it is y axis, and if y 0, it is actually x axis. So just small changes, this is y and this is x. Now run this. Okay, what? Fine. Now run this function f5. So I'm giving here 0, and after this I'm giving 3. So see y axis. Now this is fine. Again I'm running this. So give 0 for both case. I'm giving 0. So this is, so now here is one problem. There is one problem, that is, as because x is 0, it's not going for the next condition, it's not going for the next condition. So I'm just changing something also, like let's give x 0 and y not equals to 0, and here y 0 and x not equals to 0, otherwise you will be facing some issue. Now run this. I'm giving 0 and 0. Now it's on origin. Otherwise, see, before that, it is like checking the first condition. This condition is true. Before that, it was only checking x0 means it is y axis. It's not going for the next condition to check. That is why it's important to say that if x is 0, y should not be 0. This is how it is working. Okay. So I hope all the cases are actually covered, right? Fine. Still, if you have any doubt, do comment in the chat. Okay. So now let's go for the next question. That is, write a program to check whether a given character is in uppercase, lowercase, digit, or special characters. Means all the type of, let's copy this first of all the type of different cases it is actually telling about. It's interesting. It's easy also. So which input you need to take here? As a character, ch, I'm taking ch, and let's take obviously input only because we need what, a string, correct? So enter a character. I'm just telling my user to enter a character. Enter a character. Done. After this, what we have to check? First of all, uppercase. Uppercase means, is it in between a to z? We need to mention equal to, also less than equal to ch, because if it is capital A also, it should follow this condition, right? So if it is a between a to z, if it is in between a to z, then we'll print what? Then we'll print here that that particular ch, that character is what? That character is in uppercase. Uppercase. Fine. After this, elif condition for the next case, elif, sorry, my caps lock is on. Elif elif now if it is smaller, okay, if it is in between this ch, if it is in between small a to z, okay, for this case you will be printing what? For this case you will be printing f, that ch, that ch is in lowercase. Okay. After this, elif elif, so uppercase lowercase done. Is it a digit? For this case you need to know that is it in between 0 to 9. So 0 less than equals to ch, again less than equals to 9, because if it is a digit it should be in between 0 to 9, correct? So print, we will be printing here that particular ch
is a digit. Okay, and the else last condition, we are not writing anything in else, better to write because we are not able to use all these special characters, right? So we will be printing that particular ch is special character. Fine. Now run this. Sorry, I forgot to comment out the previous one. Let's commenting out. Okay. Now let's run this code. Okay. So first character I am giving 5. So 5 is a digit. Working properly. Now let's give w. W is in lowercase. Fine. It's working. Okay. I am giving here dot. Now this is a special character. Fine. Again I am giving a capital case A, so A is in uppercase. Now it's working fine. Any doubt? This is very simple, very simple. Now let's solve the last program, which is this is also easy. So so I have pasted this. Write a program to check whether a given integer is single digit or two digit or three digit or more than. So you know what you need to do. N you have to take in integer. So integer input I am taking input, enter the number. Okay, done. After this, what you have to check, whether it is single valued. If it is single valued, how to check it is in between 0 to 9 or not. Okay, so n in between 0 to 9. If it is in between 0 to 9, what you have to do, you will be writing what, that n is n is single valued, single digit. N is single digit number. Okay, after this, again one more elif condition to check whether it is two digit. If it is two digit, what you will be writing, it is in between 10 to 99 or not. Correct, you will be telling 10 to 99 or not. So for this case, print then your n is double digit. Okay, after this, there is one more case, that is three digit. So three digit means it is in between 100 to triple nine or not. So triple nine. Okay, so for that case you will be printing three digit. Okay, so is triple digit. Fine. And finally, the else condition, you don't have to mention that it is greater than 19 999. Better to use else condition, because rest of it rest of it will be what, rest of it will be is more than three digit. Fine. Now run this code. Okay, so here I am giving 678. So this is three digit, triple digit. Okay, now again run this code here. Let me kill it, and I guess it is not visible. Okay, so now let's give this. This is what is more than three digit. Now there is one problem with this code. What is that? Have you observed? If I give any value which is negative 234, it should come like three digit, but it is coming as more than three digit because everything is coming inside this else condition. What should I do? Here we need to make it positive. If it is giving negative, we need to make it positive. So already I have told you that abs absolute, you have to make it absolute, then only it is possible. If I give now minus 45, it is taking as double digit. Now this is fine. Okay, so you have to finish it properly. You have to check
each and every test case it is following or not. So this is how you need to test the program also, it's working properly or not. Negative testing also important. Fine. So this is all about your elif condition, elif statements.
Let's talk about nested if statement.
So nested if condition in Python. So nested if, where to use nested if? Before that, let's revise it, that for one condition you are using here one condition, one statement block, you are using here simple if, correct? Simple if you have one condition, but for this case you need two statement block, one is for tsb and another one is fsb, for that case you are going with if else, correct? Now after this we have seen you have multiple condition and you are using here multiple statement block. Now for that case you are using here elif. So multiple condition, now these multiple conditions are basically like this: either it is positive, either it is zero, or it is negative. Multiple conditions means this type of three condition. Now if you see these three conditions, can you say any number can positive and also equals to zero? Is it possible that both conditions should occur simultaneously? Never. So these are all the conditions, these are all the multiple conditions which are actually independent, which are actually independent. Okay, those are not dependent. But if I take one case, like let's suppose there is one character. Now if I talk about that character should be one alphabet. One case is it should be alphabet. Case 1 it is alphabet, and I am giving case 2 it is vowel. Now, if you see this vowel, this case only possible if it is alphabet. If it is a digit, if it is a digit, it will not going for checking the vowel, right? So basically what, if you have multiple condition and those multiple condition, the new perspective is if those multi condition and there is some dependency on that multiple condition. Means let's suppose we have this character, we will be first checking whether that is one alphabet or not, it's a part of alphabet or not. If it is alphabet then only we'll check for vowel, otherwise will not check. So this is how we can use nested if. Nested if is basically what, you have multiple conditions and one condition is depending on other condition. That is what is called nested if, means if under if. So inside this if condition, if this condition is true, like this alphabet, if it is true then only we will be checking for the vowel. So that is what, first you will be writing this condition, next if this condition 1 is true then you will be checking for the second condition, condition 2. Means what, here it is there that condition 2 fully depends, condition 2 is fully depends on condition 1. Okay, fully it is depending on condition 1. So that is how you are going to perform. Okay, so for this case you will be writing your true statement block. Means this block is actually the combined effect of condition 1 and condition 2. Okay, and if this if statement is false you will be using here else. This condition 1 false, for that case you will be getting fsb1, false statement block 1. This is how you can perform. Or otherwise if you have some fsb2, for this case also you will be writing here fsb2. Let's understand this concept with program only, it will be easy to understand by program. I'm not going for this much complex syntax, I'm not giving that syntax. Let's program it. So let's solve this four question. So the first question, the previous context, that checking given character is vowel or not. So I'm just copying this. Okay, So let's start with a character. So let's take the input. So I'm taking the input function. I am just giving enter and enter a character. Okay, char. So after this, we need to give the condition. Now condition is what? First we need to check whether this character is alphabet or not, because character can be alphabet, can be numeric, can be spatial character. So first we need to check, we need to go step by step. If this character in between A to Z, either A less than equals to ch less than equals to z, okay, or or it can be lowercase also, alphabets can be no lowercase also. So it can be small z between A to Z, okay. For both, if it is uppercase, either uppercase or lowercase, okay, then only you will be checking for vowel or consonant. So after that, if it is true, then only you will be checking for the vowel, right? So for this case, that ch in a E I O U and A E I O U. So in between that or not. Okay. Finally, if it is passing, then only you will be giving this print statement, vowel, which is vowel, that ch is vowel. So ch, sorry, ch is a vowel. Okay, else if it is not vowel, obviously it will be consonant. So you will be printing what? Print f, that ch is not a vowel, or is it is what? It is consonant. But let's suppose you want that for this if also you are printing else, okay. For this case, as you can see, if this is not true, then it is not a letter, it's not an alphabet. So you can print this also, that f, that ch is not, it is not alphabet, okay. Okay, so let's run this code. So enter a character, I'm giving A. So A is a vowel, it is coming properly. Let's give something else. Let's give 0, and 0 is not an alphabet. So this is how it is working. Easy. Means for this if condition, we are having this false statement block, this not alphabet, okay. And if this is alphabet, then only it will check for vowel, otherwise it will not check for vowels. Fine, this is how you can use nested if. Means one if, this if you are writing inside this if, that is why it is called nested if, okay. Easy. So let's comment it out. Fine, let's go for the next program, which is write a program to log in Google account by entering the proper username and password. So see, let's frame this question. Fine. Let's frame this question like, whenever you are giving, like, there are two placeholder, right? One is username and password. If you are giving correct username, let's suppose it is BLT at the rate 123. This is a username. Now, if you give this username, and let's suppose the password is 1234, and now the question, it is telling that Google account, like we are going to log in the Google account and we are setting the username and password, okay. So what really happens is, usually what really happens, like, it is basically the username. What is our plan here? Username we will be giving, like we will be asking from the user. If user is giving this username,
If it is true, if it is true, then only we will be asking for the password. Okay, then only we will be asking for the password. If it is false, then we will be showing invalid username. Okay, and now password. Now coming to the password, here we will be asking user for the password. If user enters this 1234, if it is true, if the password like they enter correctly, then only we will be giving login successful, login successful. Otherwise if the password is wrong, if it is not matching, then we will be writing invalid password, invalid password. So this is our goal. Fine. Means for this username checking we need one if statement, and for password checking we need another more if statement. Correct? So let's run this code. Let's execute the code. Let's write the code first. Okay, so let's set the username and password. So for this case, only for one user we are setting. So I am just writing BLT at the rate 123. So this is my username. After that, we are writing the password. So PW. In PW, I am writing the password which is 1234. Fine. After this, let's ask. We will be asking, right? So let's ask you. So inside you, I'm asking the user for the username. So I'm taking input. So input, and here I'm asking the user enter enter the user name. Fine. After this, let's suppose here give the condition like for the user checking username, we will be following this condition. Correct? We will be following this condition only. So let's give the first if condition. Let's check either this u and our username both are equal or not. If it is equal, then only we'll going to ask for the password. Okay, then only we'll going to ask for the password. So for that case, I am just asking for the password pwd, and here I want the input in string again. So enter your password. Fine. After this, let's check whether this pw is equal to with pwd. Okay, then if it matches, then only will print login successful. Correct? Login successful. Now what is the other case? Else if it is not successful, then will print what? That password is wrong. So that is why invalid password, invalid password. And if this username is wrong, then we will print here, will print invalid username. Okay, now let's run this code. Function f5. So I am just writing the password which is different, blt123. Okay, so invalid username. Okay, again run this code. Now let's give the actual one, blt at the rate 123. Now this is the exact username, that's why it is asking for the password. Now the password I am giving here different 234, so it is giving me invalid password. Now let's again run this code and let's check the correct one. So I'm giving blt at the rate 123. Now password I am giving 1234, the correct one, so it is showing me login successful, login successful. Fine. So this is what, and this is how it is working. So if you have any doubt in this code, you can directly ask me in the chat, ask in the comment. Okay. Now let's go for the next question. This is step by step we need to find it. Write a program to print reverse of the string only if it is starting with uppercase alphabets and ending with digit. Okay, starting with uppercase alphabets and ending with digit. So for this case, let's paste it. Okay, I have pasted this. So what are the cases? Just understand this. What are the cases here? This is too long. Let's put here one more comment. Okay, yeah. So now starting with uppercase alphabets and ending with digits. So case one, like the first condition is starting with alphabets. That's what we need to check. After that, ending with digits or not, that thing we need to check after this. If it is starting with alphabets, then only we'll check for the digit. And if it is satisfying, then only we'll reverse that and we'll print it. Means first take the input. In S, I'm taking the input, enter the string, enter a string, input taken. After this, what should I write? So first if condition, what is that? That is it starting with uppercase or not? Means what? Starting with the uppercase, starting with means the first letter. How to find the first letter? S of 0. This is how with indexing. Now it is in uppercase or not? How to check that? Means it is in between A to Z or not? That thing we need to check. Correct? That thing we need to check, that it is in between A to Z or not. If it is uppercase, then only we'll check for the last digit. Now how to understand the last digit? S of -1 is the last digit. Now we'll check that if, again one more condition, that this last digit is a like ending with digit or not, like the last character is a digit or not. So character can be a digit and it can varies from 0 to 9. So we'll check that this character is um, varies in between 0 to 9 or not. If it is varying between 0 to 9, then only will print what? Will print the reverse of the string. So how to do the reverse? Obviously colon -1 with slicing we can do. Sorry, colon -1. So with slicing we can do. So this is what my result. Now is there any such block? Should I print any else block? No. So as because my program is only telling me to go for one statement block only if this two conditions satisfy. So I'm just using this true statement block. Only one statement block present means that's what I have written here. Okay, now run this code. Okay, so let's enter a string. So let's give the string which is starting with an uppercase. Okay, so ABC, fine, and let's end with 9. Okay, now if I run this code, it is showing me the reverse of this string. Now let's check for some negative testing also. Let's do negative testing. Means if I give RTS like this, so it's not showing anything because it is going out of this statement block as because it is false. So this is what my nested if condition is working. This is how. Okay, it's very easy. Done. Now the last problem. Let's go for the last code, that is write a program to find the greatest numbers. Okay, the greatest among three numbers. Now here what is the logic behind it? Let's understand this. Let's understand the logic behind it. So for this case, we will be taking three inputs, three numbers. Okay, A, B, and C. Correct. Now we will be checking first either A is greater than B. Okay. So from this case, two cases may happen. Either A is greater than B means this is true or this is false. If A is greater than B, then we'll check either this particular A is greater than C or not. Okay, means within A to B, A and B, it is fine. Now C, now this C is greater than A, like A is greater than C or not. So that is how. If the thing is, if my C is less, means A is greater than C also, like A is greater than B and A is greater than C also, means from this case we can print that A is the greatest, A is greatest. correct? But let's suppose A is greater than B, but C is not, like C, here A is not greater than C. Okay, C somewhere come before that. Okay, A is not greater than C, but C is greater than A. If C is greater than A, then obviously C will be the greatest one. C is greater or the greatest one. Now going for the next condition here. If this is false, if A is not greater than B, okay, then you have to check whether this B and C, B greater than C, whether B is greater than C. So here, from, as because this is false means B is greater, now you have to check that B is also greater than C. If it is true, let's suppose B is greater than C, so from this is true, this is false, from this you will be getting that yes, B is the greatest, B is greatest. Fine. And let's suppose A, like A is not greater than B, here B is greater. Now after that, again C is greater, so what will be happening here? Here B is greater, and now here, if this is false, then C is greater than B again, so from this case you will be getting C is greater. I hope you can understand this. So these are all the thing, like first if condition will be that. Now in this if, again you will be going with elif, and here you will be going with again one more elif inside this. Okay, sorry, not elif, here nested if and elif. Inside this if condition, let's write better. There will be one nested if, and for this else condition, it is going inside this else condition, this is the else block, right? The else block, inside this else block again you will be writing one more if, like in if also, in else also you will be, you can write nested if. Let's see how it is, how you have to write it. First of all, let's take the input first of all, A. Okay, so let's take in one line, A B C, A comma B comma C. So this is how you can take the input. So I am taking int input, enter first number. Sorry. Okay, this is how you can take the second number also. Fine. Again the third number, so let's make it second, and let's make it third. This is how also you can do it, third number. Okay, so ABC is done. Now after that, what you have to do, first you need to check either this A is greater than B or not. A is greater than B or not. If A is greater than B, you will be checking what? C. Just follow this tree. Like if A is greater than B, then we'll check A is greater than C or not. Okay. Now for that, if it is true, then your A will be greater. F of this A is greatest. Okay. Now else condition. Else is what? Like if it is not, then C will be the greatest one, right? C will be the greatest one. So print F of C is greatest. Okay. After that, now the else condition means this chain, we are going for this chain. Okay, so else, now this, in this else, write if B is greater than C, B is greater than C, then from here you can print that B is the greatest one, right? B is greatest. Okay, after that, if it is not true, then C will be the greatest one, correct?
print f of c is the greatest. Done. So this is fine. Now run this code. Okay. Just gonna click kill it because it's not visible, I guess. Let's run this again. Okay. Let's give 12, 34, 45. 45 is the greatest one. Okay. Now again run this code. Let's check with some negative value also. 45, 67, 80. 80 is the greatest one. Let's give all the negative value. Minus 10, minus 20, minus 56. So minus 10 is the greatest. So it's working properly. Okay, done. So this is how you can write nested if. So this is all about nested if. And if you want to practice more, there is a link in the GitHub. Just go there and download the questions and do practice. Okay. And if you have any doubt, just comment me below.
Let's talk about looping statement. Let's understand while loop.
So we are learning while loop in Python. Now, what is this while loop? It is looping statement. It is a looping statement which is actually used, which is used to execute, which is used to execute the same instruction repeatedly, repeatedly, or again and again, again and again. Now the thing is, like in while loop, what are the things all compulsory? So in while loop, like it is compulsory. What and all things compulsory? Compulsorily, you need to do two things. Okay. First of all, you need to initialize initialize the looping variable. You need to initialize the looping variable. Okay. And second, what you need to do here, you need to do or you need to write the updation. You need to write the updation. Initialize the looping variable and updation. This both thing is very essential. Now, just giving you the syntax, how it is actually writing and how to execute this. Let's understand. So initialization you need to do. Initialization of what? Initialization of the looping variable. Means what? Initialize means define. Defining the looping variable. Defining the looping variable. Okay. And after this, you need to give the while keyword. Now, after this while keyword, what do you have to write here? You need to write the looping condition. Looping condition, like whatever condition, whatever variable you will be using in looping condition, that is called actually looping variable. And that variable you need to initialize first, like from where it is getting started. The loop will start from somewhere. That starting point you need to mention here. After that, you can write the condition where to stop. This is where to start. This is where to start. And this means where to stop. This means where to stop. Now inside this while loop, you will be writing those code which you want to run again and again. Those code you will be writing here. Means, let's suppose you want to perform or execute this code multiple number of times. So that thing you will be writing inside this looping statement, like inside this while condition. Okay. So true statement block. And
how we will be going from one step to another step. For that case, you need to mention, which is very important, that is the updation means for looping statement, obviously this is mandatory, but initialization and updation, this is also compulsory. Okay, so always how it is working, like you are actually telling the starting point and you are telling how the looping condition means where to stop. Now it starts running, so every time it will go inside, it will run this again, it will go back to this again, it will check the condition. If it is true, then it will again run. This is how it is working, and when this looping condition will be false, it will go out of the loop, like it will not execute this statement block again. Means how it is working, just let me show you the flow diagram. Let me draw the flow diagram, the flow I am writing here. So this is your controller. Okay, now here you are starting, let's suppose you are starting from I is your looping variable, so you are starting from I 0, so from 0 it will start. Okay, now after that you are writing a condition, so you are giving what, while. Now you are telling that I is actually starting from, let's suppose this, starting from 0 and it will stop at 5. Okay, so you are telling that I should stop here, I should be less than 5. Okay, now when I will start running, when it is true, let's suppose you will be printing that particular I, so this will be your part of statement block. Let's suppose this true statement block is telling to print your I first. Okay, so after this what will be happening, your I is coming, it will check that 0, it will check here either 0 is less than equals to 5. Is it true? Yes, it is true. When it is true, it will print 0 here. After that what will be happening, as because you have written this inside this while loop, it will go to the loop again. So again 0 will be going in this loop, 0. Again it will be true. Again it will run. So it will give you the infinite loop. Okay. This will run infinitely. So that is why, let's suppose you want 0. After that you want to go at 1. After that you want to go at 2. This is how up to 3, then 4, then 5. That is how you will be reaching. And when it is 6, it will stop the loop. This is what you want. So that is why you need to update that 0 to 1 also. So the updation is what? Plus 1 like that. Okay. That is why what do you need to write? That is the updation. Updation in this block is mandatory. Updation. How to update? Here you are updating like this. I equals to I plus 1. So you are incrementing that 0 with 1. Okay. Now this thing you already know. This thing you can write in assignment operator. You have seen I plus equals to 1 you can write. Okay. So after this, when updation is happening, so I started with 0, but when I is going back, it is now 1. Now again it will check either this 1 is less than equals to 5. Yes, it is true. Again it will go and again it will print 1. After this again it will be running that I plus equals to 1 means from here again it will go back. Again it will go back with I equals to 2. Now again it will check either this 2 is less than equals to 5. Yes, true. Again it will go. So this is how this loop will continue. That is why updation is also important, because from 0 you need to go for 1. After that 1 you need to go for 2. This is how this loop will continue. And finally, when you got this I equals to, let's suppose you got I equals to 6, what will be happening? It will again go back for the checking of this condition, and when it will check that I, that 6 is less than equals to 5, it is false. When it is false, then it will break the loop like this. When it is false, then it will break the loop and it will go for the next statement. Okay, so this is what the flow of this while. Okay, so first run some code in while, you will better understand technically. So let's go back to ideally. So let's suppose I want to print here 1, then 2,
then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6. Up to 6 I want to print. Let's suppose up to 5. The same program, whatever I have told now, that thing we will be writing now technically. So from where we are starting? Here we are starting from 1. Here we are starting from 1. Now let's write the while loop. While. Okay, how much we are going? We are going up to 5. So where to stop? When my 5, like when my I will be greater than 5, there will be stopping. So we will be writing the true condition, that I should be less than equals to 5. When it will be greater than 5, we'll stop right there. Okay, our loop will stop there. Now what I want to print? Each and every I, each and every intermediate thing, intermediate number we want to print. So print of I is our statement block. Now every time we are getting this I, so one it will go inside, but I want from 1 to jump for 2. So for this case I am writing I plus equals to 1. So basically what, one increment we are also doing. Now run this code. 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, now let's do some experiments also. Let's write let's write in reverse order. Is it possible to write in reverse order? Let's suppose I want to start from 7, then we'll go for 6, then we'll go for 5, like this. 5, 3, sorry, 4 and 3. Here we will be stopping, means from where we are starting? We are starting from 7. Okay, how much I will be going? How much I will be going? my my I will not go after 2. Okay, so always my I will be less than 2, or better to say, my I always it will be less than, sorry, my I always will be greater than or equal to 3. Fine, because 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, always it will be either greater or equal to 3. Fine, now this intermediate I will be printing, so print I. Okay, now we are doing increment? No, that time we are doing what? From 7 we are going to 6, after then we are going to 5. This is how. So basically we are decrementing 1. Okay, so now run this code. 76543. This is how. Okay, clear? So these are all the numeric problem or the series problem you can do. So let's give one more challenge. Let's do this code 2. After that we'll print 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, up to 12. Okay, so let's do in while loop. So we are starting from 2. Okay, how much I will be going here? My I will be less than or equal to 12. Fine. Okay, now we will be printing this intermediate one. So print of I. Now what is the jump? From 2 we are going 4, from 4 we are going 6. So basically what? I equals to I plus 2. So basically this thing I can write as I plus equal to 2. Now run this code. See, 2 4 6 8 10. So this is how you can do it. Okay, now let's run one more question. Like let's suppose, like some different program. Let's suppose I want to write a program to python print python, let's suppose 20 times. What should I do? Here we will be writing in while loop. So we will be starting from 1. So first we have to initialization done. After that, while, how much I want to go? We want up to 20 to go. Like 1, 2, 3, and every time, like for I1, Python will be printed. For I2, again Python will be printed. This is how we are going. Okay, and I1 for I2. So to go for I2, I have to write I plus equals to 2. Now run this code. 20 time it is got printed. Okay, 20 time it is printed. So this is how the simple program it is. So if I tell to print, if I tell you to print, like write a program to print in natural number, this is very
common question in natural number, let's print. Okay, so for this case we already have seen, but here n means we have to take the user input. So we are just making our program dynamic. So let's take integer input, int, then input, and here enter the number you want, up to which you want to print. Okay, we are starting, natural number means starting from 1. So I equals to 1. How much we have to go? We have to go up to n. When this n, will stop right there. Okay, so intermediate, this I have to print, so I print I. Okay, we need to jump from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, like that. So I plus equal to 1. So now run this code. I'm just giving 5. So if I give 5, 1 to 5. Okay, again run this code. Again run this code. If I give 3, it is 1 to 3. So what is actually happening? See, like if I give the dry run of it, what it is exactly happening, first understand that initialization, condition, and the updation. I hope you have understood. Now see how this loop is actually going on. First understand that. So this is my code. Okay, this one is my code. Now what is the dry run? I'm just giving one dry run. Each and every loop will see that, let's suppose my user is giving n equals to 3. So what will happen? First it is interpreted how it is actually looking for. I is 1. Okay, so first it will go for while it will check 1 is less than equals to 3. Now n is 3 and I is 1, right? 1 less than equals to 3. So what is the answer? Yes, true. When it is true, it will go inside this. Okay, so it will print what? It will print here, print I means here what? 1. Okay, after that I, you are updating I. So now I, you are updating I plus equals to 1. So from this line I is now getting increased to 2. Fine. Now when it is completed, what will be happening? This will be going back to while again. Means this I2, when it is completed, it is going back to while. So second iteration, this is what actually the first iteration. This is a first iteration. Now go for second iteration. Now in the second iteration, what it is happening? This I2, this I2, you are now at I2. So this will check like while this condition is true or not. 2 is less than equals to 3. Again the answer is what? Answer is true. Yes, true. So then it will print, okay, print I. So print I, here I is what? 2. So from this already printed 1, from this 2 printed. After that I again incrementing with 1. So now for this time I will be what? I will be 2 plus 1, that is 3. Now when it is 3, it is at the end of the line. Okay, again it will go back to while. So for the next iteration, for I equals to 3, again it will go back to while, and it will check either this condition is true or false. Now 3 less than equals to 3, yes it is. So again it will be giving yes, it is true. So let's print this I. What is the I now? It is 3. So let's print 3. So from this iteration you will be getting this 3, and after that I will be getting increased by 1. So that will be what? I equals to 4. Now this I4, what will be happening? This I4, now let's come for the fourth iteration. In the fourth iteration, what will be happening? I will be again, this I4 will be going back to while for checking. Now in the while check 4 is less than equals to 3. Is it true? Now the answer is false. So this fourth iteration will not be successful because it is false. So it fails the condition, then it will go out of the loop. It will not go inside the loop. It will not go inside the loop. So if it is false, it will not go inside the loop, it will go out of the loop. So loop breaks right here. So loop breaks right here. Okay. So the time complexity, if I say about, like here, loop is how many times loop is actually working? 3 times. So for this case, like if it is n times, so n will be the time complexity. This is how you can figure it out. Okay. So this is what the program is. Okay, still if you have any doubt, you can directly ask me in the comment.
Now coming to the next question, let me write the question. Like, to print write a program to print all the even even numbers between 1 to 50. Okay, let's suppose 1 to n, because let's make it dynamic. So you need to take the n. First of all, let's comment it out, the previous problem. Okay, so we are starting. Let's take the n first of all, because where to stop we need to take the input, right? So int input, enter the number. Okay, after that, initialization, where to start? 1. Okay, how much to go? Up to n, I need to go I less than equals to n. Okay. After that, what we have to print? The even numbers. Now, even numbers means we need to give a condition, because 1 to 50 or 1 to 10, if I go, then 1, 2, 3, 4, every value will be coming. But I need to filter out only the even numbers. What I can do? I can give you the condition. What's the condition? Even number means it should be divisible by 2, means if you divide by 2 there will be no modulus. So I modulus 2 is equal to 0. If it is 0, then only will print that, otherwise will not print that. Okay, now the updation. Where to write the updation? Right here only. Then it will update only and only if it is even, otherwise it will not update. So will not write there, will update it inside this while. Okay, I plus equals to 1, but we'll give the updation like this, updation as 1. But we are actually, what we are doing, we are filtering out only the even value. Fine, now run this code. Now see, I'm giving, let's suppose 20. Okay, so within 20, these are all the even numbers. Okay, there is one more way to do it. There is one more way. If you are not giving any filtration condition, what you can do here, you are printing this I, just give this updation by 2. So as, because you are starting from here, let's start from 2. You have to start from 2, because you have to count from 2, then 4, then 6. So this is how also you can do it. Function f5. So if I give 20, these are all the answers. Okay, so these are two approaches you can go with. Either give the filtration condition, or give what, let's go back to this thing, either give this filtration condition, okay, and give the updation to, or otherwise same thing you can write, alternative way, that is, give the updation as to and don't use any filter condition. Okay, better to give updation as 2. Okay, so this thing you can use. Coming to the next question, write a program to print all the numbers all the numbers which are multiple of 5. So same thing you can do, that integer input we are taking, int input, enter the value, now where to start? We have to start from 1. Okay, how much to go? Up to n I have to go. So while I less than equals to n I want. Okay, so now give the filtration condition. It is multiple of 5, means I modulus 5 should be equal to 0, then only will print, so print of I. Okay, otherwise let's give the updation here. As because I am giving the filtration, we are not giving updation of 5. Here I am giving I plus equals to 1. So it will check, like, when it is 2 it will not print it, when it is 3 not print it, when it is 4 not print it, but when it will be 5 it will be printed. This is how it works. So let's save it and run this. So okay, I have done some mistake in the word. Okay, 20 if I give, it's not working. Let's check what it is happening. Sorry, I have given 15, 1 it is. Okay, this is value. Now let's run this. I am giving 20 now. So this is what, 5, 10, 15, 20. This is my
output. Okay, so let's solve some programs on while loop. So our first question is sum of in natural number. So we will be writing one program on sum of in natural number. So this is my question. Now what we have to do, first of all, n we need to take the user input in integer. So I'm taking int and then input, and here, okay, so here I'm taking, writing the message, enter the number. Okay, after this we will be doing the initialization. So we are starting from, as because it is a natural number. Now natural number means starting from 1. Fine. While how much have to go up to n? So I less than equals to n. Okay. After this, what do we have to do? We need to do the sum of it. So what should I do here? We will be taking one variable which is 0, sum 0. So why we need this sum variable? For storing each and every I, because what we are going to do for each and every iteration we will be getting 1, 2, 3 up to n. So that thing we will be doing the sum inside it. So we are adding this sum inside this sum variable, sum plus I. Every time I am generating new I, that will be storing inside this sum variable. So that is why we are needing this variable. After that, let's write the updation. Now that thing, this sum equals to sum plus I, this thing you can also write like this, sum plus equals to I. That is also same thing, sum plus equals to I. So as because sum is already a function, don't use this sum. I'm writing here s. Let's take s as a variable. Okay. So now after this completion of this entire loop, we will be printing this s. Why? Because after all this n will be getting added inside this s, so I don't need any intermediate summation. I need the entire, after completion of the loop we will be getting the entire sum. So this is how my result will be. Like if I give 3, it will be giving 1 plus 2 plus 3, so end result will be 6. So this is how it is working. Okay, and if you see how it is working, let's go for the dry run of it. I'm just giving you the dry run, how it is working. Let me show you. So this is what our program is. So basically, if let's suppose my user is giving me 3. Okay, so what it is? So we are starting from what? I equals to 1. So first of all, it will check while, so n is 3 and I is what? I is 1. So first it will check if 1 is less than equals to 3. So is it really true? Yes, obviously it is true. So that is why it will go inside. Now s is a variable which is having 0 already. Now that s will be updated with 0 plus 1. So it will be 1 now. After that I will be updated with I plus equals to 1 means what? I. So already I is 1. It will be added plus 1. So I now it will be 2. So now let's go for the next iteration, which is I equals to 2, because this I will be going to check again for the while loop. Now it will check the looping condition that either this 2 is equals to less than equals to 3. Obviously it is also again true. Now this s will be updated. Now s was what? 1. Now that will be getting added with 2. So that is why, like it is what? S plus I. So in place of s already this old 1 and plus this I is 2. So for now this s is now updated with 3. Fine. Now I will be getting updated to 3 again. So now let's go for I equals to 3. Again it will check the while 3 is less than equals to 3. Is it true? Yes again. So s. Now what is the old s? 3 plus I is what? 3. So the result is 6. Okay. After that I will be 4. Okay. Next go, it will go for the fourth iteration, but here it will check y while 4 is less than equals to 3. Now is it true or false? It's false. As because it is false, it will not go inside this loop. Okay, it will go out of the loop, so it will not execute. So finally my ace is what? This is my ace. So when loop will stop and will print this ace, this 6 will be getting print it. Okay, so this is what the dry run is. Okay, still if you have any doubt you can directly ask in the comment. Now let's go for the second question, which is that is also one series program. So let's do this program. Let's comment it out. So this is the second program is all about. So it's basically this series is telling to add something, but here value is you, if you say the value is actually 1, then 3, then 5, then 7, like this, it is actually varies, means the updation here, if you observe, updation is 2. Okay, so what is the initialization, from where it is getting started? From 1 it is getting started. Okay, so 1, so I equals to, I am taking I equals to 1. Now we need n also. So what is the n? Let's take the integer input. So I'm taking int input, and then here I'm just taking enter the number. So this is my user input. After this we will be writing what? We need the sum, so that is why we need a s variable also. After that we are writing while what? Up to n it will go. So I less than equals to n, sorry, it is small n, my caps lock is on, so it is n. After this s will be getting added, like s plus equals to I. Every time new I will be generated, that will be getting added with s. But the thing is here, I is basically, first we are starting with 1, but after this we need 3, not 2. So the jump will be what? 2. Means after I equals to 1, it will be I equals to 3. After that I equals to 5. This is how it will work. Okay. And finally, we will be printing when loop will be stopped. We will be printing this S. Fine. So let's keep the number. I guess it is not visible properly. I'm just running this again. Okay, so I'm giving what? I am giving 5. So it will take what? 1, 3, and 5. So result will be 9. So see, this is the result. Okay, this is how it is working. What's the difference? It's properly same with the previous one. Only the difference is the jump, the updation. Fine. This is what. Now let's go for the next question. Okay, so this is what the next question is. This is also one more series. So this is what. Third question is 4, then 16, then 36, then 64, like this. Like this, it is continuing. Now, the thing is, if you observe, this is like a square. This is actually what? 2 square. This is 4 square, then 6 square, then 8 square. So, even square, you are getting all the even square. So, what we can do here, we are starting then from 2, and we will be squaring them and summing them. Okay, so let's take n. We are not having this n where to stop, so I'm just putting n from the user input. So I'm taking integer input here, enter the number. Okay, done. After this we need a sum variable s equals to 0. Okay, always we have to start with 0. While while I up, it will go up to n. While I less than equals to n, what should I write here? S. Now that s will be getting added, s plus equals to I, but not I. Here it is squaring. We have to make a square also. So I square. Now what is this I? I is actually in jump, like 2, then it is coming 4, then 6, like that. So we will be writing I plus equals to 2. So the updation will be 2. So if you run this, and finally you need to print the sum also. So print the sum. So S. So now run this function F5. So let's suppose I'm giving 6. So it will give 2 plus 4 plus 6. So the result will be 12. Now see. Sorry. It will be 4 plus 16 plus 36. Yeah. 4 plus 16 plus 36. Let's check 4 plus 16 plus 36. So 56. This is how it is working. Okay. So easy. This is how you can do it. Now let's go for the next problem. So this is like multiply in natural number. Now this is also very easy. This is also easy. So in natural number, it's easy. We are starting from I equals to 1. How much I have to go? Again, take the user input int, then input, enter the number, enter the number. Okay. After this, let's take another variable where we are actually multiplying every, like after multiplying we have to keep somewhere, right? Now if I go with p, if I go with 0, every time you are multiplying with something with 0, it will be, the end result will be 0. So we have to write 1 because it will be getting added with 1, then only it will stay. Otherwise, if you're going to multiply with 0, it will be like end result will be 0. That is why we have to initialize this storing variable as 1 for multiplication. Okay. So while I less than equals to n, what should I do? P multiply. Okay, multiply equals to I. So basically what we are doing, every time we are getting new p, we are, sorry, new I, we are getting multiplying with this p. Okay, and it's getting updated. Now what's the jump? I plus equals to 1. So finally when your loop will complete, then it will print the p. Okay, so now run this. So if I give here 3, so the result will be 1 into 2 into 3, so it will be 6. See, this is a result. So what you are doing exactly, every time you are getting 1, it will be getting added with, sorry, multiplied with 1. After then 2, 2 will be getting multiplied with 1 into 1 into 2. Like this it will continue. Okay. Still, if you have any doubt, you can directly ask. Okay, in the comment, do comment. And the next question. Now let's go for the next question. This is a factorial. Now, what is this factorial is all about? This factorial, this is what is called the factorial, because multiplying in natural number, if I talk about 5, okay, if I go up to 5, so it will be what? 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5. Okay, this is nothing but this is the factorial. Okay, this is what actually called in mathematics factorial. So it's nothing but multiplying n natural number. Same thing. So we can write the same thing. We can start from 1, I equals to 1. So for this case, let's take the user input first of all, int, and then take the input, enter, enter the number. Like this question, you can improvise it as write a program to find the factorial of n. That's what you are doing. Multiplying in natural number is actually the factorial of n. Okay, mathematically it is that. So what you can do here, you can take this p variable as fact. So we are taking fact equals to 1. So every time let's give the while loop while I less than equals to n. So every time you are getting this fact into I. So first of all, in the first iteration, it will be 1. After that, 1 into 2. After that, 1 into 2 into 3. So every time, in every iteration, you are getting 1 factorial. After that, 2 factorial. After the 3 factorial. That you are getting added. You are adding this in S. So let's take S also. S equals to S, as because we are going to store inside this variable S, and we are getting added. Okay. Here we have to add this fact, so we are using as 0. Okay, if we want to multiply, then it will be 1, we have to take 1, and if I want to add, then it we have to take 0. Okay, so s plus, now we need to add this fact, and let's update this I plus equals to 1. And finally when it is ready, when the loop will complete, then we'll print s. Okay, so let's run this program. function f5, and let's give 4. So basically 1 factorial plus 2 factorial plus 3 factorial plus 4 factorial, this is how it will be getting added. So what it is happening, let's understand the dry run, what it is happening exactly. Let's understand this. So important, this program is important. So what you are doing here, let's suppose your um, user is giving you 2. Okay, so you are starting from I equals to 1. Fine. So let's make a big value, I'm taking 3. Okay, I equals to 1, you are starting, so you have taken also s is what, s is 0, fact is 1. So let's understand the first iteration. Okay, so while you are checking 1 is less than equals to 3, is it true? Obviously. Then what will be happening, this one fact you have, in this fact you have what, now 1 you have, right? Fact is 1, here it is, fact is 1 you have taken. So fact it is 1 into I. Now what is I here? I is 1. So you are doing what? 1 into 1. So that is exactly your 1 factorial is. Okay. Now that thing you need to add here. Ace is already what? 0, plus you are doing what? 1 factorial. Now your I is 2. Now when it is 2, again it will go back to while loop. So the next iteration, now in the next iteration again you are checking whether this 2 is less than n. Yes, it 2 is less than 3. So again it will go inside this fact. Now fact is what? It is 1. Now 1 into 2, it is now what? 2 factorial. Fine. That factorial will be getting added inside this. 1 factorial already there, 2 factorial will be getting added. After that I will be 3. So this is how it will continue. Means in the first iteration you will be getting 1 factorial and it will be added. After that you will be getting I2. So with 1 factorial, 2 factorial will be getting added. Already it is 0, it is there, so 0 plus this. Okay, this is the s. So when you will be getting I equals to 3, that 1 factorial plus 2 factorial plus 3 factorial will be getting added. Now when I will be 4, it will go out of the loop. Here it will be going out of loop. So this is whatever the s is, this is the last s you are getting. Now if you print s, you will be getting this value. Okay, so this value is from here, 1 factorial means 1, after the 2 factorial means 2, and 3 factorial means it is 6. So this is how, from this case you will be getting 7. Okay, so this is how it is working. Again run this program, function f5, and let's give 3. So you will be getting this. Sorry, again I'm running this program, function f5. Okay, so yeah, so when you give 3 you will be getting here 9. How it is? Sorry, it is not 7, it is 9. Yeah, so this is working like this. Okay. Okay, so let's go for the next problem. What's the program? So this is what, write a program to print the individual digit of a number. Okay, so now how to deal with this type of questions, this type of program. So let's write the code. So what do we have to do here? If I have, like, we need individual number, individual digit. Now how to extract the digit? First, if I have any number here, I'm taking a number, any number. So I'm taking, let's suppose it is 563. Okay. Now this is my number n. Okay. I need to print each and every individual digit. So for that case, what is the algo? Like in the step 1, we will be getting this 3. Okay. In the step 2, we will be removing this from 563, we will be removing this 3 and we will be getting this 56. Okay, now after this, from this 56 we will be again extracting the last digit, which is 6. After extraction we will be removing this 6. Means what we are exactly going to do, Let's suppose I have this 563. So first we will be removing the last digit. Okay, last digit will be printed and it will be removed again. Then 6 will be printed, 6 will be extracted and removed, 6 will be printed. After that 5 will be extracted and then 5 will be removed. This is how we will be going. So basically, first of all, how to extract the digit. So if we have 563 and if I tell you to extract this last digit, we already have done this type of code. That is, if I divide this with 10 and if I take the modulus of this 10, means 563. Okay, so if I do, we will be getting 50. After that 63, it will be divisible by 6. So 60 and 3 is the result. So this is my last digit. So how I am getting this last digit? If I do the modulus, then only I am getting this 3. Okay, so if I have n, so last digit I can get by this. I can get, this is how I can get the last digit. This is the last digit, last digit. Okay. And we will be printing this last digit. We'll print that. This is the first work. After that, what it will do? Let's suppose I have 563 and I have extracted this 3. Okay. After that, we will be updating this in. How? By 56. So I will be removing this 3 from this 56. How? Now, if I want to get this 56, what should I do? Float division. If I do float division, then from 563, if we do float division, we will be getting this 56. So n is getting updated. Now, in the next iteration, we will be starting with n56. Again, we will be extracting the last digit, which is 6. Now, again, we will be extracting, sorry, we will be removing this 6 and we will be getting this 5. How? By doing the float division. So this is our logic. Means in the step 1, in step 1 we will be extracting, extract the last digit. Okay, like from 563, if it is 563, then we'll extract 3 and then step 2, update in, update in. How? By removing last digit, by removing last digit. Now for this case, what is the like what are the code I will be writing? What's the logic? Extract last digit for this case, LD, that is n modulus 10. This is my last digit. After that, if I going to update, so I will be writing n equals to n float division of 10. So automatically it will remove this 3 and it will be 56. And this is how loop will continue. So now let's run this code. Let's write the code first of all, then we'll run. Okay, so let's take n. Take the number n. I'm taking the number as user input I'm taking. So int, then input, then enter the number. Done. After this, from where we are starting? From n only we are starting. This is the initialization. So how much have to go when n will be 0? Like n is reducing every time. See how much we have to go. Like if n is 563, so after extracting this 3, we will be removing this 3. N will be 56. After that, our uh, extracting the 6, we will be getting 5. Again extracting 5 and we will be getting n 0. Okay, so we are reducing this n, so we have to go until and unless this n is 0. So we need to check that always n is greater than 0, then only this loop will continue. So this is what my looping condition is. This is my looping condition. So we need to focus that n should not be 0, right? So let's go for n which is not equals to 0 or greater than 0. So I am here writing n greater than 0. So when n will be greater than 0, up to that moment it will continue. Okay, so let's take the last digit. Okay, ld means n modulus 10. So this is my last digit, so we have to print that this is the only digit we are getting here, we are extracting here. So let's print ld. Directly you can print n modulus 10 also, and let's update this. So let's update by removing the last digit. This is how. Okay, so if you run this function f5, okay, there is one invalid. Okay, now run this function f5. I'm giving here 563. So you will see 3 is coming first, after that 6, after that 5. So 365 like this. How it is coming? Let's understand. So how it is working actually? Let's understand this. I'm taking this code. So this is the code first of all. Now how it is working? Let's start with a number. So n, the same number I am taking, 563. Now what it is happening? First it will check whether this while loop checking. This is a first iteration. Okay, so while loop checking is 563. Is it greater than 0? Yes, true. Then it will go inside LD. LD means what? 563 modulus 10. What LD is giving? 3. Okay, that 3 you are printing here. So print of 3. So it is giving you 3. Now, after that, n is updated. N is updated to n float division of 10. So what you are doing here? You are doing here 563 modulus, like float division of 10. So you are getting what? 56. Now it is what? Now your new n is 56. Okay, so this is what your new 56, new n. Now let's go for second iteration. Okay, so you are going with n equals to 56. Now it is reduced. Fine. After that, again you will be checking the while 56 is greater than 0. Is it true? Yes. So ld is what? 56. Again modulus 10. What you will be getting? 6 you are getting as remainder. Now that 6 you will be printing after that. So print 6. So from here you will be getting the 6. From this iteration, 6 will be printed. After that, n will be updated. Now n means 56. You are giving what? Float division of 10. So from here you will be getting what? You will be getting 5. Okay, so now n is 5. Now let's go for the third iteration. So third iteration is basically n equals to now what? 5. Now again you will be checking while 5 is greater than 0. Yes, it is. So ld is what? 5 modulus 10. So as a remainder you will be getting this 5. Now let's print this 5. So print ld means print 5. From here, from this iteration you will be printing, you will be getting this output 5. After that, what is that? N, then float division. So you will be giving n float division of 10. So from this case, what you will be getting? You will be getting 0 as a output. Now that n 0, whatever you are getting, this n 0. Now let's go for the fourth iteration. But here what will be happening? Here you are having this n 0. Now you will be checking while this 0 is greater than 0. Obviously no, as because it is false, it will not continue this loop. Okay, so this is how it is actually happening. Okay, so every time you are getting that last digit extracted, you are printing that particular last digit. So this is how it is working. So let's go for the next program. Now seventh program is write a program to sum the individual digit of a number. Okay, so how to do it? How to do it? Now this is almost same. Here you have to do the sum of it. Means all the extracted value you just need to sum somewhere. So what you can do? Again I am writing here int, then take the input and enter the num. Okay, after that, let's take, as because we need to sum of it, we need to take a sum. So sum 0 we are taking for storing purpose. Now let's write the while. How much I have to go until unless I am getting this n greater than 0, until unless it is n greater than 0, that much time loop will continue, right? So ld, now take the ld is what? N modulus 10. So this is what the last digit. Now that last digit you will add inside this ace. So ace will be ace plus ld. Okay, after this you need the updation. So updation is basically what? N float division of 10. After that, finally print that is. Okay, so if I give you 1 2 3, you will be getting 1 plus 2 plus 3. So basically it will be 6. So 6 is the answer. So this is how it is working. So how it is working here? Simple, a little change in the program. That is what is basically this sum plus s plus ld. What it is doing here, if I go for the dry run now, I can do a simple change in this program only. Like here, if you compare these two codes, you will see this extra line only we are getting. Like here, we are adding only this extra line, which is s equals to s plus ld. So what we are doing here in this, like while extracting the last digit, we are not printing here. Instead of printing, we will be storing somewhere. So we will be starting with S0, and every time we are getting this new LD, we will be adding that. So S equals to, it will be 0 plus the last digit is 3. So it will be 0 plus 3. Now S is updated to 3. After that, in this print, we are not printing here. We will be adding that 3 in S. So S is already what? 3, and I will be adding here 3 plus the new LD. We are getting 3 plus 6. So 3 plus 6 means 9 will be the answer. After that, in third iteration, this S, in place of this, we will be adding what? S equals to again S plus that last digit, that is 5. So it will be what? 9 plus 5, which is 14. So this is how it will execute. Okay, so every time we are getting this last digit, we are adding in S. So this is what the workflow of this program. I hope you have understood. Still, if you have any doubt, directly just comment me below. So let's go for the next program. So what is that? So the question number 8, which is telling write a program to extract integer from a given list. Fine. So let's write the code of it. Okay. First think by yourself. You can pause the video also. Think by yourself and then do. Okay. So how to do it? Let me paste it. So let's paste it. Okay, done. First of all, I need a list. So in the first case, we will be taking one list input, that is eval, and then we will be taking the input. Obviously, list input means what? Eval. So enter the list. Okay. After this, what should I do? I need to look for each and every element in the list. Means if I have a list like this, let's suppose I have a list which is 10, then 3.5, then 2 plus 3j, after then 75, after then Python, then 23, like that. Now from this list, our output will be what? Our output will be like this 10, then 75, and then 23. All this integer we will be printing somewhere in other list. Okay, so this will be our ultimate goal. So simply we need to print this. So let's reread the question. Extract integer from a given list. Simply we can extract only. We don't have to put inside a list also. Simply we will be extracting this 10. First of all, this 10 will be extracted. After then this 75 will be extracted, as because it is integer, then 23. So what do we have to do? Like interpreter should go for 10, after then 35, after then 20, 2 plus 3j, after then 75, like this. So this phenomena, technically it's called traversing. Traversing. So this interpreter needs to travel here from one element to other element. Now this is called actually traversing. So it will be traverse through the elements. Now for the traversing, what it can do? It will start from somewhere. From where it will be starting? At 10. Now this index is what? 0. Means from 0th index it will start. So after that updation will be 1. After then second index. After then third index. Like that it will continue. How much it will go? It will be going up to the last. So if you go for the last, what is the length? The entire length of this L. Let's count. So 6 is the length, right? Now if you go with 0, let's give the index. First of all, let's give the index. So I'm giving 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Means always it will stop when it is lane of minus 1. Then only it will be stopping. Fine. Means we need to start from 0 and we have to go up to the lane of minus 1. Now this is my range for the looping variable. Means let's initialize I. This is the looping variable for us. So I 0. This is what? Index also. Okay. How much it needs to travel? It is actually depending on how what is the length of it. Means when this I is less than the length of this L, then only up to that it will continue. Like starting from 0 up to 5. Like if the length is 6, it will go from 0 to 5. Means always that looping variable or the index should be less than the length of the collection. Okay, this is how it will traverse. Now I is what here? I is the index of that particular li. So if I going to access each and every element, so this is how I will be accessing L of I. Okay, L, and this in this braces I will be using this index. Okay, now we need to check whether this type of this element, like I will be giving one filtration condition here, whether this type of this particular element on that particular index is int or not. If it is integer, then only will print, then only will print. Which one I will be printing? That particular element, that is L of I. Okay, and finally if I going to, like if I going for from one index to another index, we need what? We need the updation also. So updation is what? From 0 to 1, 1 to 2. Means I is actually plus equals to 1. So this is how we can extract. Fine. If it is any other data type, it will completely ignore and will go for the next searching. So this is how it can traverse. Now let's run this. Okay, let's give one list which is consisting of lots of integer also and different type of variables also. So I am giving this. Okay, so this is a complete list. So from this, what I am expecting to have all the integer value, means 10 and 23 only. So if I run 10 and 23 extracted. So this is how it is working. It's very easy. So this is the type of program where you have learned that how to traverse through one collection using while loop. Okay, but later you will see that for traversing through a collection it is easy to use for loop. So this type of programs we will be doing in for loops, but it is good to understand through while loop also. Now let's go for the next question and the last question for while loop, that is write a program to find the product of all float numbers present at the odd index in a given tuple. Fine. Okay, there are lots of things. So step by step, let's proceed. So I'm just pasting this. Let me paste it in different line. Okay, so this is all about, like, first of all, we need a tuple. From this question, it's clear that we need what? We need a tuple. So let's take a tuple. After that, we'll decide what to do. So eval and input. Fine. Enter, enter a tuple. Okay. So tuple taken. Now what it is actually asking for, it is asking for to find the product. So we need a product, so for that we need a variable having 1, because we need to store the product in the intermediate step, right? So p is 1. In the factorial we have done this type of thing. Okay, so product of all the float numbers. So we need to traverse through the tuple and we need to figuring out all the float number. We need to make a filter condition. But there is one twist. For all the odd index means we need to start from I 1, not 0, because 0 is the even. 0 is even. So we need to start from I equals to 1. Now how much I have to traverse up to the last of the tuple? So I should be always less than len of t. Okay, it will be length, like less than length. Okay, so at every like odd index we will be checking what, if that particular t of I means the element on that particular index, like it the type of it, the type of this particular data on that particular index is float or not, is float or not. If it is float, what we'll do, we will multiplying it like this. Should I multiply this with I or t of I? Because we need to multiply the elements. We need to multiply the elements, not the index. Correct? Now, we need what? As you can see here, we have to check not all the elements. We need to check 1, after then 3, then 5. So, what is the jump? What is the updation here? It is 2. So, I plus equals to 2. This is how we can proceed. Now, finally, when this loop will stop executing, then we'll print the p, because in this p it will be getting multiplied. So if I run this program, okay, let me kill it again, and I guess it is not visible. I am again running this. Okay, now let's keep a tuple. So I'm starting with some float value 4.5 again and 9. So let's go with this. So I'm expecting to have the multiply of 1.5 and 4.5. Now check 4.5, it is coming. So is it working properly? No, it's not. Why it's not working? Just check. If this is float only, then only we will be checking. So but the thing is, yeah, the thing is, let's give one more tuple, because it will take only the odd index. That is also one case. So I'm giving 3.5 in the odd index, again 34, again let's take this is the odd index 3, so let's give 4.5. Now I am expecting what, I am expecting to get the multiplication of this 3.5, because 3.5 what's the index 1, and 4.5 what's the index 3. So I'm expecting to have the multiplication of 3.5 and 4.5. Now check, see, this is how it is working. Let me explain the idea behind this program. What is the logic if you are not getting it? So this is what the tuple is. Now the thing is, let's set the tuple first of all. Let's take the tuple. So it is 1.5, 2.5, 2, 3.5, 7, 40, 13, let's suppose. Okay, now just check, like we need what, we need the product of all the float value, float number, okay, that is present in the odd index. So first understand which one is the odd index. This is 0, but this is 1, so this one is the odd index, this one we need. Second, it is not needed, but third one is 3.5, it's needed. Then 4, 5 and 6. So all we need, all this odd index means this one, this one, this one. But here we will see that only that value at first position, like in 1 index and 3 index, only float it is. Okay, so this two value will be getting added into, sorry, multiplied into p. So what's happening here? So you are starting from I means 0, you are starting, but here, as because we don't need any even value, so why to start from 0? We have to start from this 1 only, so that's why we are starting from 1. Okay, now we are going further. So what will be the jump? We don't go for this even index. So if I set the jump, that is I equals to I plus 2, that will be fine. So that is what we have written. This is what the updation we will be checking, only and only the odd index, like 1, 3, and then 5. Okay, this one we have set, and the limit we will be traversing up to the last. Okay, by jumping with 2, and we will be checking whether this values, type of values, is float or not. So first you will check 2.5, yes it's a float, then it will take like p will be like p into 2.5. Now p is already what, 1, so 1 into 2.5 means the result will be 2.5. Again next it will check 3.5, okay, yes 3.5 also, so again this p will be updated like this, p into 3.5, already we have p 2.5, so 2.5 into 3.5 you will be getting. After that 40 will be coming. Now 40 is not one integer, sorry, it's not a float, it's an integer, so it will not going inside this p into p into t. Okay, it will go out of the loop by the updation. So this is what the flow is. It will filtering out only and only the float value, and it will be getting multiplied inside one variable, which is p. So this is how it is working, and that's all for while loop program. Let's understand for loop. So if we want to learn for loop in Python, so for this case, we will be using for keyword. Now, what is this for loop? You will see that in while loop, you have already seen that for while loop, you need to mention the initialization, the updation. So it's not a self-iterative loop. You need to manually make all the steps. You have to write all the steps, where to start, where to stop, how to jump, all these things. But for loop is actually very popular for self iteration, self iterative loop it is. Now this for loop is mostly used to to traverse through collection. Like if you have any collection, it will traverse each and every elements of of the collection. Okay, each and every element of a multi-valued collection. So for that case, you need no initialization. Like what is the basic difference between your for loop and while loop? What is the difference? First of all, let's understand the difference. First of all, for loop, obviously the keyword used for, and for while you need to use while. But the thing is, for is self iterative loop. It is self iterative, but it is not. While loop, your initialization and updation, both we need, both we need to write, but it is self iteration. Once you are writing for means, automatically it will cover each and every elements inside a collection. Okay, so this is the basic difference. Like if I take this example, we have seen this program, we have seen already this program, which is by traversing. Okay, we are traversing through each and every index, right, through while loop. Okay, so we are actually traversing through while loop through index, and we are giving updation from 0, then 1, 2. So that is why I plus equals to 2 here, that is 1, 3, 5. This is how we are starting, we are going. Okay, but the thing is, for loop is basically what? If I write the syntax of for loop, it's basically for, we will be using this for keyword, and after that the looping condition. Looping condition means we need a variable, which is, let's suppose, I. Okay, so I, then in membership, and then collection. Now that's it. If you write up to this, If you write up to this, and let's suppose your collection is having 5 elements, so it will traverse. Let's suppose you have 5 elements inside your collection. This is, let's suppose I am taking a list, and you have this type of 5 collection. So this I is basically identifying, first of all, in the first iteration, this I will be this. In your second iteration, I will be this element. In third iteration, I will be this element. So how much it will go? Automatically it will traverse from this to this. Each and every element it will traverse. So always you will see that how many iteration it will cover. It is depending on how many elements present inside the collection. If this collection having 5 elements, if this collection is having 5 elements, then it will traverse 5 times. It will traverse 5 times. So this is what is happening for for loop, and it is automatic. You don't have to mention any initialization. You don't have to mention, and even how to jump, that is also you don't have to mention. It will go each and every elements one after another, self iteratingly. Okay, so how it is actually possible? So let me give you one simple idea technically. So here, as because our while loop is done, let's take one new file for the for loop. Okay, so I'm taking, and let's name it also. So this is our for loop program. Now let's suppose let's suppose I have a list. Okay, I have a list that is like this: 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4. Now I want to print like this: 1 2 3 4, like this. So if I go with while loop, how to start? We have to start from 0th index, so I 0. After that, how much I have to go? Sorry, this is not 0 0, yeah. While I, how much have to go? I can go up to the length. Okay, so len of l, it should be len of l. So we will print each and every, here l of I, l of I, correct? So if I want to print, this is how we can traverse, right? So if I do function f5, see what's the problem? Okay, I'm getting infinite loop. Why? Because I have forgot to give what? Forgot to give the updation, because we need the updation also. It's not self iterating. That's why I have shown you. So I plus equals to 1, it's mandatory, because from one index we are going for other index. So from 0 I'm going for 1, I1. In I1 I have 2. So that is how you are getting this 1 2 3 4. Now same thing I will be writing, like I have told you that mostly to traverse to traverse through collection. For this type of program, it is better to use for loop. Now how it is better, let's check. So if I go with for loop, like for loop, basically you don't have to mention anything like this initialization or updation. You don't have to mention anything. Just mention the L, okay, which is 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4. Later we will do dynamic also with user input. So now after that, what we will be writing? For, okay, for keyword, like while, after then I, how much in the collection. We are not giving any range, okay? We will be just mentioning in the collection. Now what is the collection here? This L. L is the collection data type, so I in L means here each and every I is equivalent with this element. Okay, here I is not the index. For the while loop, I is the index, but here to traverse through the collection, I, whenever you are using for I means what? I is equivalent to this 1. Okay, for second iteration I will be 2, for third iteration I will be 3. It's not about the index. Okay, so if I going to print I, we don't have to mention, that's why L of I. We can print the same thing with I, because here for loop I is the element, not the index. But for while loop I is the index. Now if you run 1 2 3 4, see how much easy it is. With only Like for while loop, you need to write this much line. How many? 4 lines. But for for loop, you need to write only 2 lines. Now see here, as because while loop is completely, the problem is while loop is completely depending on the index. Now what about those collection where indexing not possible? Okay, so the biggest difference is the collection that we are working with. Okay, so always this while loop, if you see this while loop totally, it is totally depending on the index while traversing on the index of the collection. Okay, so while loop traversing, like if you want to traverse through collection, if you need traversing, if you need only it is only possible for it is only possible for indexable collection, because here index matters, indexable collection. Fine, indexable collection. Now for loop. Now in for loop, it is what? Self iterative. So here index not needed. Okay, index not needed. Simply any collection. This collection means any collection you can perform, you can traverse. Okay, traversing possible in any collection. So what's the biggest difference between your while loop and for loop? While loop is only possible for indexable collection, where index actually possible indexable, because while loop properly traversing through index, it is depending on index, whereas for loop is fully iterative, like self iterative. You don't have to mention any index also, it will choose each and every element, so index doesn't matter. So it can traverse through any collection, like all those non indexable collection. Now what are those non indexable collection? We already have seen dictionary is a non indexable collection, or set is a non indexable, means these are all the unordered collection. Now on all those unordered collection also you can traverse through for loop, but that is not possible for while loop. Okay, so this is the major benefit for your for loop. So we will be using mostly for loop, we will be using for traversing through collection. Okay, now collection means any collection. Like if I change this L into a set, now check, is it possible for set? If I do with this for while loop, definitely it will be not possible, but here, as because I am using for loop, simply just run this program, just control s and function f5. See, 1 2 3 4 is completely same. Okay, and we can also traverse for dictionary as well. Okay, and one more note, that in this collection, apart from this collection, like apart from this, we have one more thing, that is range. Okay, so we have in the collection, instead of collection also we can write a range. Now range is also what? Range is also, if I write a range of 7, so it will start from, if you go for, if I write range. Okay, range is a function, and basically it is actually generating some integers. So you can say it is a generator, it is a inbuilt generator we have in Python. So if I print list of range, function is actually generating some numbers, some natural number. Okay, so if I give range of 7, and now check, it is what? It is starting from, always it is starting from 0 1 2 3 up to 6. Like if you mention 7, you will be getting up to 7, up to 6. Okay, so range is also a inbuilt function which is actually a generator means it can generate some numbers. Okay, now this collection also you can directly use, and range has no such data type, that is why we are using here list. Okay, so simply without using any data type, if you are mentioning directly that range of something, let's suppose you are writing here, I'm just commenting out the previous code. let's suppose you are writing for I in range range of 7, you don't have to mention any data type. Okay, inside this for loop you don't have to mention range of 7. Obviously you need to make this parenthesis because range is what? Range is a inbuilt function which is actually acting as a generator. What is generator you will be seeing later, like at the last, at the end of the video you will be seeing in the advanced concept. Okay, so if you print this I, if you print this I, each and every value generated from range function will be printed. So it is starting from 0 to 6, because if you mention 7 the last value will be excluded. So this is how, if you run this 0 to 6. Okay, let's suppose this range function, like there is one syntax, it's almost similar like slicing. If you are mentioning the starting points, it is also possible, like starting value you can write not separated by colon but separated with comma. Let's suppose you want from 2 to 7, so you will be writing 2 to, let's suppose you want 2 to 6, you will be writing 2 to 7. Okay, so when you print this it's basically 2 to 6. Okay, even if you can jump it is also possible. Let's suppose you want to start from 1, okay, and you want jump of 2, that is also possible. Function f5, okay, 135, so it is jumping. Fine, you will be saying can I go in the reverse order for range if I give negative value? Yes, possible. So can I give negative index here? Value we can't give index but we can give simply the value. Let's suppose you want -10, starting from -10 you want to print up to 0, and for this case you want negative updation, means -10, after that -8, after that -6. This is how you want to print. So just see, if I run this, let's save it and run. Okay, what is the problem here? I am taking -10 to 10, but this is the forward direction. So let's give in backward direction, like in different order. Let's suppose I am starting from 7 and we are going in the reverse order up to 0. Okay, and we are going to jump by -2. Okay, now run this. Sorry, my bad, my mistake. Run this function f5. See, 7531. Okay, so obviously when you are mentioning minus means you need to mention in backward direction, 7 to 0 in backward order. Okay, so basically what this range is, let me show you just syntax. So whenever you are mentioning this range, you need to maintain either like starting value, that is your choice, starting value, and then your ending value plus -1, because always it is like last one will be getting excluded, and the updation, that is depending on if it is you are going in forward direction. Forward means, let's suppose from left side to right side in the number line, like from 0 to 7, like this, then it is okay to go with updation positive. Okay, and if you are going in the backward direction, now backward in the sense, like I have done a mistake there, that we have written -10 to 100, sorry, -10 to 0. Now this is what, forward direction or backward? It's again, it is forward direction because we are going in the number line from left to right, right? If I draw this number line, this is my 0 and let's suppose this is my 10. So 10 to 0 means this is the positive direction. So we need to use here positive updation. But let's suppose I want 0 to -10. Okay, for this case I am going what, from right direction to left direction. So for this case, from right to left if I want to go, for this case what I am writing here, that I am going from 0 to -10. So for this case negative updation we will be using. So for this case what will be the range? We will be writing range. What is the starting point? We are starting at 0, we will be ending at -10, and as because we are going in the reverse order, like direction is in the reverse order, so that is why this. Now if you want the jump, you can mention 2, otherwise mention 1. So this is how it is working. So instead of this collection, like for loop working for any collection, now any collection, and plus also you can use here range also, range. Fine. And this is totally optional, like the starting value. If you're not mentioning the starting value, by default it will take what? By default, you have already seen, by default it is taking as 0. And updation also, by default, if you are not mentioning, by default it will take 1 as an updation, only positive 1. Okay, so this thing you can use in your code. Now let's understand some of the code. But before that, let me show you the syntax for loop. So what is the syntax? I'm just giving you the syntax. For, then variable, in, collection, and whatever you want in your loop, that thing you will be writing inside this statement block. So this indentation space is mandatory, because this blocks of code you want to run repeatedly under this for loop. So that's why you need to maintain this one tab space, that is the indentation space. And in this collection, any collection data type, any collection data type means indexable, non-indexable, everything, like starting from your string, list, tuple, set, dictionary, everything you can write. Apart from that, you can mention a function also, that is a generator function, range also you can mention here. Okay. And it is always exactly, it will execute, how many times it will execute? It will execute exactly how long it will execute, exactly depending on the length of the, depending on length of the collection. Always length of the collection, how many collection. If the collection is too long, it will take too long time. If it is short, then it will take short. Okay. Iteration is always number of elements. Here number of iteration always it will be equal with your number of number of elements, means the length of the collection always. Okay, because each and every I is coming with the elements, right? So this is what your for loop is. Now let's do some coding. So let's solve this for loop programs. So what's it is first, what it is asking, write a program to find the length of the collection of a given collection. Now here we will not use len function. Okay, we will be writing it from scratch. Okay, why we are writing it from scratch? Already it is there, but this is the expertise. If you can write each and every inbuilt function, okay, through scratch, that is the expertise you will be gaining. Okay, you will be a pro. So that is why. So let's take the challenge. So let's take a collection from the user input. So I'm taking L. Okay, now in L I will be taking first of all eval. Okay, inside that let's take the input, and let's ask that enter the collection, because we have to check it that it's a collection or not, right? So we are mentioning this message that it's a collection, just give a collection. Now we need what? A for loop. We don't have to initialize anything, we need a for loop. Now after that, what we are checking, we are counting something, we are counting the elements. So what we can do, we need to keep the count also, like we will be getting one more elements and we will be incrementing the count. Correct? Means what? Let me show you the uh, let me explain you what is the logic. Let's suppose I have this 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So how to count that? So basically, let's suppose I have starting with C equals to 0. So when I will be finding this 10, we will be doing what? Okay, there is one 10, okay, plus 1. Okay, there is 20 plus 1. Again, it will traverse third iteration. Okay, 30 it is there, plus 1. Okay, 40 it is there. Okay, again plus 1. Okay, 50 it is there. Okay, again plus 1. Sorry, plus 1. Okay, after that, is there anything? Okay, stop. So loop will stop there, right there. So you will be getting the count by 5. So in each and every iteration, you will be doing what? C equals to C plus 1. This is the logic. Okay. For that, you need to traverse. Now you already know how to traverse. Simply what you have to write, for I in L. That's it. for I in L. Now here we need to what? We need to write C equals to C plus 1. So this is what we need to add. So C already we need to take as, because we are adding, so we need to start from C equals to 0, and we are adding every time we are getting the new iteration, means there exist some elements, that's why we are getting the iteration, right? So in that time, for that iteration we will be adding 1 plus 1 for that, simply that. And finally when everything like the full loop will complete, then we'll get the C. Okay, like this 5. Okay, so then let's run this. I'm taking 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5, so I'm expecting 5 as it's a length. Okay, so 5 is the length of it. Okay, easy. I hope you have understood, it's very easy. Now let's go for the next program. What is that? Second, write a program to extract the vowels from this string. Okay, from the string we need to extract the vowel. Okay, fine. So let's solve it. First of all, I have pasted. Now what we need? A string we need. Okay, so let's take the input, then ask for the string, enter the string. After that, what we will be doing here? Fine. If I want to traverse each and every element here, each and every character, simply what we will do? For I in S. That's it. Okay. If you print this I, what you will get? Just run this code first of all. If I give Python, you will see for every iteration, like first iteration P will be there, P will be printed. For second iteration Y will be printed. For third iteration T will be printed. That's how it will continue. So this is what the result is. Clear? Fine. So what do we have to do? We need to give the filter condition. What is that? If it is vowel, then only will print. Okay, so will not print every elements. What we will print? If that I is actually vowel, means A E I O U or A E I O U in smaller case. If any one of them, then only will print that particular I, and this is how we are extracting. Now run this code. If I give this Python, now here how many vowels present? Only one, so O is the result. Now give something else, function F5. Okay, so let's give something like aeroplane. Okay, so so many vowels present. Now see, all these vowels are actually getting extracted. Okay, so this is how you can do. Simply we are using one filtering condition to filter out all the vowels here. Okay, now let's go for the next program. What is that? Write a program to replace space by underscore. Means, let me show you what is it is expecting from us. If I have a value like this, let's suppose I have a string like this, Python program. Okay, now this thing, like this program is expecting that the output should be like this, Python and then underscore and then program. This is how it is needing. Okay, so first of all what we need? First of all we need one user input for this string. So let's give the string, and here we need to mention that space, it should contain space. So enter the string containing some space. Okay, after that what we need? For loop. I need each and every, if each and every character should be traversed, right? So I in S. So this is how. Now if that I is space, now that thing you will be replacing it by underscore. Otherwise same thing you will keep. Means I if your I I is not a space, then what you will do? You have to print somewhere, right? P is coming. So let's take one out blank string, what you will be doing, if it is not space, you will be adding in this out equals to out plus I. So what you are doing, you are just concatenating. Else 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 means if you have space. Okay, if you have space, what will be happening, out will be here. In this out, I will not add it, because here for this case I is what, space. Now for this case you will be adding this underscore. Okay, and finally when this loop will stop, you will be getting this out. Let's run this code. Okay, there is one problem. Okay, here it's a problem, let's comment it out. Okay, run this code. So I guess it's not visible. Let me rerun it again. Okay, so give some space. So Python is easy, I'm giving. So this much spaces are there, two spaces, so the result is this, Python is easy. So how it is actually happening, first understand this. Let's dry run this code.
It's time for bed.
Okay, so let's try it on this. What it is happening here, let's suppose I am having this Python, or maybe something else. Let's suppose take A, then space B, then space D. So the result, it should come like this: A, B, then underscore C, then D. Okay, so what it is happening, first of all, when you are writing this code for I in S, so for the first iteration I is what, here I will be going for A. Now then it will check if this A is it equal to this, sorry, is it not equal to this, obviously it is true. Then what will be happening here, in this out is what, a blank string, this is what, a blank string. Now inside this blank string you will be concatenate this I means what, this A. Okay, so now this out is now containing A only. Now coming for the second iteration. Now second iteration is here I is coming with this space. Okay. Now it is having one space. Now for this space it will satisfy the else condition. Now this one is not true. That's why it is going for the else condition, that yes it is equal with the space. Then what will be happening? It will be like out equals to out plus underscore. So out is already having this A. Okay, plus underscore you are concatenating, so it is now A underscore. So this is how, when A will be coming, A, like this is your out. Okay, so A first coming, A will be getting added, then space is coming, but for the space underscore will be getting added. For B, again B will be getting added. For space, again underscore will be getting added. This is how this concatenation procedure will be going on until and unless you are at the end of the element. Okay, it will be getting executed. Okay, so this is how for each and every space, this space will be replaced with this underscore. Okay, understood? Still, if you have any doubt, just ask me in the comment. Now let's go for the next program, which is very interesting, the last one. That is, we are having this L. Now this is my out. So you need to carefully observe what it is actually asking from us. Okay, let's comment it out. So this is our question. This is our L. Now if you see from this L, that data and that signs, only these two string value are actually getting extracted. Okay. So first of all, let's take one L. First of all, let's take the L. So let's take the user input eval. Okay. Input and enter the list. Okay, after this what we need one for loop to traverse. So I need one looping variable I in L. Okay, so I means I can be 12, after then it can be 3.4, it can be data. Now we need to filtering out only those type of data which is actually string, right? So let's write a filter condition. So if type of I is equal to string, if type of I is equals to string, then only we'll take that. But after taking, what should I do? We need one dictionary. The output is dictionary. Now for this case we will be taking one dictionary. You will see that this is a blank dictionary, right? So we have in the previous program, as because the output data type is like it is what output data type is a blank string. Okay, so as because the output is a string, that's why we are starting with blank string and we are adding or concatenating. Now here it is a dictionary, so you need to start from the default value, that is a blank dictionary, and you will be adding those elements. Now how to add one elements? You already have seen this keyword, the D and then new key. If you place like this, new key equal to, you can place new value, and this is how you can put a new key value pair. So this exact concept we will be using here. What we'll do, our dictionary is out. Okay, now what is our new key? I, because this data is coming as a key. As you can see here, data is coming as a key and here science is coming as a key. So let's take that key out of I. Okay, now what is the value? Now closely observe that first like for this string, the first element and the last element is getting added here, and this is a string, means some concatenation happening with this I. Now this I means, for now let's suppose we are getting this data. Okay, so first D will be getting by I of 0. Okay, plus you are getting the last element how I of -1, and you are making the concatenation. So this is what your new value, and this I is the exact the new key. So that is why we have thoroughly followed this data type indexing, all this concept. That is how, because each and every small like small detail technique you need to know. Okay, all this syntax, that is why we were learning this. Okay, so after finishing of this out, you will be seeing that print of out. Okay, so finally when your loop will stop, it will contain only the string, this data and signs, and you have taken for the blank dictionary, you have taken this data as a key. That's how, like in general, you have written type of I. If it is a string, you have taken this out of I as a key, and for that particular I, the first element and the last element, you are getting concatenating it and you are putting as a new value. Okay, so let me run this code. Okay, and I will gonna give this list only, I will be giving this list only. So let's run this code, enter the list. Okay, sorry, I have entered too many things. Just enter only this much L. Let me copy it and let's give this L. Okay, okay, there is one problem. Okay, well, again I am running this because I forgot to copy, I missed one square braces. Okay, now see, again same problem. Now see, it's fine. See, data is coming with DA and science is coming with SE. So this is all about your for loop. Okay, I hope you have understood, and still if you have any doubt, you can directly ask me on the comment, and you can do practice also. GitHub link is already in the description box. You can do practice, lot of practice you can do. Okay, so do practice it well, and we will be solving few more problems. Okay, And there is one more concept in for loop, like if you need double loop, okay, so you can also use nested for loop. So nested for loop is basically when you have one iteration for this for loop and you need one more iteration in other collection or the same collection. So if you are writing one for inside a for, that will be a nested for loop. Why you need this nested for loop? Let's understand that this with some program. So let's suppose I have one for with I. Okay, so we have I variable I in a collection that is the range of 1 comma 6. So I will be getting 1 comma 5. Okay, so it is generating 1 to 5. Then I am writing one more nested for it is, as because I am writing inside this for. So j in range, I am writing here 1 comma 7, let's suppose, means it this range will go 1 to 6. Okay, now if I want to print I comma j, print I comma j, how many number of iteration you are actually expecting? If I write for I in range of 1 to 6, like it is like this for loop is actually traversing how many times? Because 5 elements there, so 5 times it is actually. Okay, now inside this 5 times this for loop it is here, and it is actually traversing 6 times. So is it actually 5 plus 6 11 times or 5 into 6? Let's understand. First of all, let's run this code. See, 1 1 1 2 1 3 1 4 1 5. What it is happening here means for each and every element of I, j, this complete j is actually running 6 times. Okay, for one I, for the first element j is running 6 times. Again, if you see, for 2 again 6 times it is running, for 3 again 6 times it is running. So nested for is something, is basically, if I complete this syntax, so what will be happening exactly when we are reaching at I equals to range is what it is actually creating how many values it is creating 1 2 3 4 up to 5. Okay, so when I is 1 it is going inside. Okay, so this is the statement block. So for 1, it is going for this loop. Again, one more loop for this one. So for this one more loop, which is j. Here j is producing what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So for 1, j is 1. Again for this one only, j is 2. Again this one only, j is 3. Fine. For again I1, j is 4. This is how it will go up to j is 6. Okay, so for each I 6 times it is going to execute. Now I, how many I present here? As because 5 elements present, this is 5. So 5 into 6 times means 30 times it will be executing. Means you will be getting result as 1 1, then 1 2, then 1 3, then 1 4, then 1 5, then 1 6, again stop, then again 2 1 2 2 6, again 3 1 2 3 6. This is how it will continue up to 5 1 to 5 6. So this is how all total you will be getting 30 outputs from 30 iteration, and this concept is actually used for pattern programming. But here in Python, I'm not telling to go with too much pattern programming until and unless you are going for one competitive exam. If you're learning Python for data science, like this much knowledge of nested for is enough to do some programs, some complex programs, but you don't need too much expertise in pattern programming. Okay, because we have separate thing, array, numpy array, it is there. But in Python there is no such array concept. In numpy we are forcefully getting the array, but here there is no array concept, so that's why there is no such way to go for pattern programming. It is for fundamentals like C, Java. Pattern programming is good to learn with. Okay, so in Python loops, like whatever loops we are using here, either while loop, or if we are executing anything with for loop. Now either while loop or for loop we are using. Let's suppose this iteration is going on, the loop is going on. Now in this loop, inside the loop, means better to say during the loop, or during the execution of loop, can we control? First question is that, can we control? Control means can we stop in between the loops? Let's suppose I want to stop in the intermediate stage. Can I terminate a loop? So the question is how to terminate, how to terminate the loop. Let's suppose I reached my favorable iteration. I got my output. After that, I need to stop that loop right after that. We don't need further steps to follow. For that case, we will be going for a keyword. That keyword is break. We can simply break the loop. Now, how to break the loop? Let's understand this with a programming question. Okay, so I'm giving one question. So the question is very popular. Write a program to check whether a number is prime or not. Now, how to solve this problem? What is the logic? See, if I going to write the logic, this is my question. Either it is prime or not, that thing we need to check. So first of all, we need a number first of all. So n is a number. Integer I am taking int, and then I am taking the input that enter a number. Okay, so first say how to figure out that any number is a prime number. How to understand that? So what is the mathematical concept behind prime? So if I take a prime number 7, 7 is a prime number. It's basically it is only divisible. It is only divisible by 1 and 7. 1 and 7 means we need to check in between 2 to 6. 2 to 6, is there any number which is going to divide this 7? So let's talk about 6. So obviously 1 and 6, with 1 and 6 it is divisible. This 6 is divisible. Now we need to check in this range between 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is there any number present which by which 6 can be divisible? Now if we got this 2, now by 2 it is divisible. So once it is divisible, you are finding that by 2 it can be divisible. So you will be stop right there, and you will be like declaring that 6 is not, it is not prime, right? For this case you don't need to perform this rest of the loop, correct? So you will be stopping right there only. So you need to check in this range. What is the range? It means up starting from 2 we need to stop before n. So this is 2 to n. This is our range. So always my for loop will go from, for I in range is starting from 2 to n, because it will stop before n, correct? Now if we got any idea that n modulus, like it is divisible by any of this I, if it is divisible by any of this I, we will stop right there. We will stop right there, and also we will print also. print that it is not prime. So is not, like let's take a f string. So I, sorry, that n is not prime. Fine. We'll stop right there. So that's why we'll use this break. Now what is this break? As you can see, this is a keyword. It is coming in orange, means this is a keyword. So once we will be getting this, so the loop will terminate right there. So as because we got that a divisible number, like by which a number like this n can be divisible, so we'll stop right there only. So for 6, if I got this 2, means the loop will stop right there. So it will not continue and it saves some times also. Okay. So break keyword is used so that like you can save some time also, time complexity also will be less. So we are getting straight to the point. Like if we are getting any iteration, in any iteration, if this thing is satisfied, like we are getting that it is not prime, so we'll not check right after there. Okay, so that is why we are terminating this loop. And sometimes this termination of loop is very important. Now after the termination of the loop, what should I write? Because if it is not terminating, so we need to go for the next iteration, right? But as because it is self iterating loop, we don't have to mention any updation, it's automatically will be going. Otherwise, if this criteria satisfied, it will break right there. But it is, if it is not satisfying, then obviously the else will be printed, right? So in the else, we are keeping this f of this n, that n is what? N is prime. If there will be no value which is divisible by, then n will be a prime number, because apart from that 2 and n minus 1, in between them, if there is no such value which can divide this n, then it will be prime number. So let's check how it is working. Let's run this code. Okay, I guess it is not visible. Let me kill it and run. Okay, so let's give 9. Now 9, what is that? It is totally divisible by 3 also. So it will stop right there. But here the problem is 9 is prime and 9 is not prime. Both are coming. Both are actually coming. So what is the problem here? As because we are writing this else keyword here after this if, like for this 2, if for the 2 it is not satisfying this condition, means it will execute this else. But what is my else keyword? When I should run this else keyword, else block, when this loop will terminate, then only we'll figure it out that n is not prime. And if it is not satisfying this, then only we'll continue with this block. But when the loop will stop, then only we'll go for n is prime. So this else block will not be here, it will be after breaking of this for loop. Okay, so if the for loop will terminates, then only we'll write that n is prime, correct? So that is why, like here you can use like this. Okay, if I run this code, okay, now let's give 2. Now 2 is not a prime number, so it is giving, sorry, 2 is a prime number, so it is giving 2. Now let's give something else. Let's give 6. Now 6 is not prime, so it is coming as 6 is not prime. So this is also a special type of program where you are using for and else. So this else block will continue only and only when this loop will stop. Otherwise, it will not going to print this n is prime. Okay, so this is what the break is actually working. Okay, now this is how you can break any of the loop with the help of break keyword. Once you are writing this break keyword means this loop will stop right there. And there is one more keyword inside loop also, or in function also. You will see that, let's suppose you are writing some block, like while you are writing while then condition, and let's suppose you are going to write some block, but later you want to write, you want to put a blank, but in like in program it will not consider this blank block. Okay, for this case you can use pass. Now, pass is actually one keyword which is actually validating this empty block. Like this pass keyword is used to validate empty block. Empty block means when you use this pass keyword, interpreter will understand that this block is properly empty, but later you will write something. So it will ignore this block, though it is not having any code, still it will like run and it will not throw any error. So that is why pass is important to write here. Okay, so you will be seeing some implementation of pass later in the program. And there is one more which is continue. One more keyword, let's suppose you are using any loop like for loop. Here I am taking as an example, I'm using for loop. Now for any iteration, let's suppose you want to write any iteration, in that iteration you need to skip, only you need to skip that iteration. Like let's suppose there is one, like for this list, let's suppose you have some value 1 2 3 and then python. Okay, and then 5. So let's suppose you want to skip only and only this value, this iteration. What you will do, like your for loop will be going for this, but it will not stop, it will not continue for this. After that 5 will be continue. So for this case what you will be doing, you will be using continue. There is one keyword which is continue. What it is, like whenever you are writing for I in L, you are telling one condition that if the type of I, like in between them, is there any string? Yes. If that is a string, then you will be what, you will be writing continue means if it is string, then it will skip that string and it will go for the next iteration. So continue also one keyword. So what keywords you have seen, like inside loop you can use break to break the loop, you can use pass to validate one blank block, and you can also use continue to skip any one of the iteration. So this is how it works. Let's understand very important topic, functions. So functions, first of all, why we need functions in any programming language. First understand, let's suppose I have some code like a and b, a b 20, and after that I am printing a plus b. Fine. Now again I have q equals to 13 and p equals to 10. Again I am printing p plus q. Okay, and here again I have this python which I want to print this string. Again I am starting with one more, a is 35, b is 45, and we are printing a plus b. So if you kindly observe here, see this three lines we are repeating again and again, we are repeating again and again. But the thing is, we are not repeating these lines of code consecutively, but in different places of our code, we are reusing this block. We are using this block, not reusing, because there is no such templates. Like I am writing again and again these lines of code, again and again I am writing. Okay, same thing we are implementing in different parts of the program. Like what is happening in looping statement, you have seen that loops means like in one place in one place or in one part of the program, the same lines repeatedly executed, right? Repeatedly same lines getting executed. But what about this here? Like these are two code, like these are actually consecutively executing, but what about this? Like fully there is one print for Python, after that again same block is getting executed. So what you can do, instead of writing this three code, same type of code 9 times, better to write one template. So we need what? We need a template. We need a template. So better to take a template for A, as because A, every time A is taking different value. Like in the first place, it is taking different value. So take a one input, okay, and also it is a integer. Better to go with string. Again, concatenation also possible, right? Again, I am taking one more input like this, okay. After that, what we are doing? We are printing this A plus B. Now, this is my general syntax, but we will be reusing this block of code, reusing this block of code, this block. Okay. Now, if we put this block a name, then it will be more helpful. So I'm putting the name add. And once you have this add is like a template, okay. If you need to run this program, you will be calling that add. Instead of writing this, you will be calling here add, okay. Here also you will be calling add with your separate value. Here also you will be calling add. Now for calling, like what you are doing here, here you are defining this block, you are naming this block of code, and after that you are calling where you want to reuse that code, you will be calling. So this is what called, like this template is called actually function. Means that function you need to define somewhere and you need to call somewhere. Defining means not execution, first of all. No execution is happening while you are defining that. But when you are calling that, then only execution is happening. Now, how to write function in Python? So, for Python, what you need to do here, you need to mention one def. So, this is for def means definition. So, you are writing what? Function definition. So for function definition, what do you need to do? Your def keyword is used. After that, you need to mention the function name. Okay, you are mentioning function name, but whenever you are writing functions, it is mandatory to use parenthesis. It is mandatory to use parenthesis. Now, in this parenthesis, you can put some value. You can put some value. Now this value is actually called arguments. Here you will be passing some arguments, some value, so that it can work with. Like these arguments will be placing, there will be some placeholders for these arguments inside this block of code. So obviously, as because you are writing everything inside this f name, so there will be one tab space, means the indentation space, and all the statement block, if you want to reuse that, will be written inside this statement block. So this is what your function is. Okay. And if you ask that can I use loop inside function, obviously, like whatever programming knowledge you have, any code, like whatever you are writing without a function, anything, if you want to reuse later a loop also, even normal lines of code also, you can write inside this statement block. Fine. So this is a function. means this is a custom function. This is what you can, this is how you can define a function. Okay, this is a custom function. And if you want to call it, after that you need to call it. Here whenever you are defining, no execution is performed, there is no execution. But the thing is, whenever you are calling this function, so function calling, in this function calling, what you are doing here, you need to call this function like this: if name, you need to name it, and again some arguments it is asking. If there is arguments, you need to pass arguments. Okay, and there are some cases also where to take variables, where not to take variables, but there is cases. But before that, this function, like this is a custom function you can made. But as because Python programming language is having a lot of library function, a lot of library function, like Python is rich in library function. So if I talk about this function, there are lots of templates present. You don't have to write everything from scratch, there are lots of things. Okay, so those functions is a part of library that is called inbuilt function. Inbuilt functions, inbuilt functions have some predefined task, like its task already predefined. predefined so as a template you can use them simply. But you need to understand which inbuilt function, how it is working, and when to use those inbuilt function, because Python, like, it is full of information. this in Knowing of this inbuilt function also necessary whenever you are working with Python, because it is rich in library function. Almost 8 plus crores of library functions it is there. Library means like somewhere in a folder format all these inbuilt functions are written. Okay, so we will be knowing some inbuilt functions which are relevant for doing some Python program. And later also, whenever you will be going for data analysis, when you will be going for machine learning or deep learning, you will be knowing different library function. Like for the for the data analysis, you will be going with NumPy. This is a library. After then you will be going for pandas. This is also one more library for the data frames. After that, for visualization, you will be going for matplotlib. Even Seaborn also you will be using for visualization purpose. So for this case you will be using those libraries. Now in these libraries you will be having lots of inbuilt functions. Simply you can drag and drop and you can give the value, automatically it will give everything. You don't have to write everything from scratch. Already these are the libraries where all those different inbuilt functions are written. Even for uh, machine learning, you will be going for scikit-learn. This you will be using. After that, for deep learning you will be going for TensorFlow or PyTorch. TensorFlow, Keras, all those library functions you will be knowing. But initially, without a library function, all those inbuilt functions are there, which are actually some inbuilt functions. And even those, like for some data types also, there are different inbuilt functions. We will be learning that. And after that, we will be going for custom functions also, because whenever we are learning everything from scratch, is because you can write also custom functions. Like with this def keyword you can write your own function. So how this inbuilt functions is written, that thing also you need to find out, right? So that is why this custom functions also it is there. But before that, we will be knowing about this inbuilt function. Let's understand inbuilt functions. So there are lots of inbuilt functions we have in Python. So first of all, let's talk about some utility function you already have used. All those utility functions is basically len function, like for taking the length of the collection. Like here, this collection you need to pass inside this len parenthesis. So this is what called actually the arguments. This is what called argument. So len function is one of the utility function. You know how this len is working. After that, we have seen id, and then here inside that you need to pass either variable or the value. where id is used, this id to find out exact location. You can use id function. So this is also one of the utility function. Utility means for general use. For general use this functions is actually used, okay? Like this length function, to find the length of it, to find the length of only the collection, length of collection, you can use this length, okay? Third, coming to type, here also what you can do inside this type, you can push the variable or the value. So what you are trying to do here, you need to, if you need to find the type of the type of any variable or value or a data, you will be using what, data, like type function. You already have seen these are all the part of utility functions you already have used. And even bool also, bool, and inside that you have passed variable or value. So bool is used where, to find out whether default or non default, correct? So these are all this inbuilt utility function you have used. Now let's talk about some of the inbuilt functions which are only there for string. So let's understand all the string here. This inbuilt functions we will be telling us string methods. So let's talk about string methods. Now why I'm telling this methods, because this string, like all the data type, you will be seeing later in oops that all the data type is actually written, it is written in oops format in class, okay? So you will see whenever you are using this type of this pie, let's suppose it is coming as, it is coming as class and then str, class str, like this it is coming. So what is this class, you will be seeing in python oops. You have to know about this class and object method, class and object, you will be seeing in python oops, python oops. So video will be there in the channel for python oops also, entire oops it is there. You can watch this oops also later after finishing of this function. So what is this class first of all? So this class, like you will be knowing that it is a class, but whenever like string is here, string is actually what, it is a inbuilt class because already it is predefined by the developer. So this is what actually inbuilt class. And just for now only understand that if I have any function, methods is what, when we have functions inside class it is called methods. So this string methods, whatever functions we will be going to discuss now, those are actually inside that string class, okay? That is why it is called string methods, okay? So these are all the functions of string class, string class, that is why it is called string methods. Now let's talk about some string methods. And the way to write methods, what you need to do, always you need to write in this way. You can call this type of methods this methods. If I mention this is methods, we don't write like this function and then everything, the arguments. Here we need to write the variable, okay? The difference is, for normal functions we need to call this function and we need to put the variable inside. But if it is a methods, the difference is, first you need to write the variable, after that you need to mention the methods, like this, okay? And if you need any arguments, it will, you have to pass. Now let's understand technically what and all string methods it is there. So there are lots of string methods. Let's take a string first of all. I am taking this Python. Okay, now there are lots of, sorry, there is one syntax error because of this. Okay, fine. But the thing is, what do you need to do? Here, we are not discussing all of them because only and only which are very popular, which you need in your program, those things you just like we are covering here. Just do search in the Chrome. There are lots of websites, all this string methods, it is already present, so you can also check it out. So let's go with is dot, like only we are going with normal. See, there are lots of, these are all this string methods, fine. But let's go with this upper. Okay, upper, how it is working? See, all the letters is coming in uppercase. Now on the same way, if I go with lower, all the value will be coming in lowercase. If I use swap case, is dot swap case, there is one swap case means if we have uppercase it will be converted into lowercase, and if you have lowercase it will be converted into uppercase. This is how. Okay, even we have a replace option, like where dot, if I do replace of what, let's suppose I want to replace that capital P with capital C. Sorry, I have used where here, I need to use S is my variable, so S of this, so it is coming as Python. Now we will be telling that why it is this, like string is a data type which is immutable, but here this is, if you check the S is not changed. Okay, whenever you are using replace and Python is coming, it is properly in different location, it is getting stored. The original string is not converted into new thing. Okay, so original string is intact, it is immutable. That is why I have not shown you these methods in string, because you will be like feeling confused about it, like this string is you are modifying this string, but we are not exactly modifying this string. This new version Python is actually generated in different location, not in the same location. That is the biggest confusion you will be having. But here the original string is not changing, the new strings, it is getting generated in different location. Okay, so these are all the methods which are used to create new string. It's not like modifying, we are not modifying a string. Okay, after that, if I use capitalize, s dot, sorry, s dot capitalize, so what will be happening? See, Python, what it is, let's check with different thing. I am giving ABC, and again I am giving h dot capitalize, the first letter will be coming in capital case. Okay, now we have also title. If I use ace dot title, how it is coming? ABC. But the thing is, it is quite different. Like if I take s equals to, let's take a space also, Python, let's take like this, Python program. Okay, now I guess it is not visible, let me copy it, just a minute. Okay, so let's take Python program. Okay, now do s dot title, you will understand the difference. Like each and every word is coming with capital keys. Okay, but if you do capitalize, if you do s dot capitalize, it too will only make the first letter in uppercase, not the next letter. But title, this is the difference. Okay, understood. And we have also index, like let's suppose you want to, this is your s, you want the index of y. So what you will do, you will be using index, because where indexing possible means index is a method you can use. Okay, so if I mention this y, it is giving us 1. Okay, this is how index is working. Again, you can use count, as because like in this case, as you count, o is coming or r is coming 2 times. So if you want to count the count of o, ace dot count of o, now in this case you need to pass o inside these arguments. Okay, so I'm giving ace dot count of o, so it is giving 2. So this is how. Now on the same way, if you're going to understand the count of m, so as because it is coming once only, it is giving 1. Fine. Again, this Python program, you can do split. You can do split of this. Like if you are splitting this ace dot split, how it will be splitting, like each and every word will be splitted and will be stored inside a list. So Python and program is coming. Okay, like by default it is detecting the space and it will cut that string right there. But if you have something like this, let's suppose you have ace dot ace equals to, you have like this, Python underscore program. Now you need to cut this variable in this with respect to this underscore. What you can do, so you will be writing ace dot split. Now as because it is with respect to this underscore, you will be mentioning this underscore right there. If you're not mentioning the underscore, automatically it will detect the space and it will cut that. But if you're mentioning this underscore, this will be the result. Okay, so based on that underscore, it will cut that particular string. Okay, and even you can join also. You can join also. If you use join, you will be getting different string. That thing we will be going in list. That thing you will be like the difference. Here you are doing split. Now same thing you can do joins also. So that join you will be knowing in list. But let me show you how it is actually working. If I have this L, let's take this L. Okay, I'm taking this L. This is the list. Sorry, let's take L. So this is my list. Okay, now let's suppose I want to join this Python and program with respect to space. Okay, so I will be giving space here. Then we will be writing join, and I need to join what L. So all these elements, whatever the elements will be present, will be joined like this Python program. See how much cool it is. So this is how. Now check L. L is same like this only. Now let's suppose you want to make a character inside it. Let's suppose you want to glue it or join it with respect to hash. Now check Python program. So this is how it is coming. And even you can find any character inside the string, like you can use find method, like ace dot find. Okay, ace dot find, and you can put a character here m. Okay, you want to find m, so what it is giving here, as you can see, 13 is coming. So this is what the index it is giving. So index and find, it's almost same. Okay, so these are all the string methods we have completed. Now let's understand list method. So I am taking a list 10, 20, 30, Python, like this. Okay. So list method here also on the same way, like you know how to use methods. What is the syntax here? Variable, and after that you need to call this method with some arguments. If you need, you can use some arguments. Sorry, this is dot. Okay, and you can put some arguments here. So now let's talk about some list method. So first of all, append. Okay, l dot append. If I use append, what this append is doing. If you give append of 100, so 100 is the value you are appending. Appending means what? Check L. Append means if you want to add any value at the last of the list, at the end of the list, you can use append method. Okay. Now you will tell that no, I want somewhere in between, like in between 10 and 20 I want. Okay, means somewhere in between you want to add any value, so that time you will be using insert. Now where you want, at the index one, so use the index. See, this is coming index comma object, so write 1 and then put the object like what you need in between 10 and 20. Let's suppose you want 500 in between them, so you are adding 500 in the index 1, means check L, 10 520, so 500 getting added. Okay, so you have inserted. Now let's suppose you want to remove this 100, so you will be using L dot pop. Now check 100, it is giving the output. Now check L. So as because one thing, have you observed that L is a mutable collection, so that is why once you are using these methods, it is actually changing the original list, but for string it was not happening. Correct. So when you use pop, the last element automatically it is getting deleted. Okay, now let's suppose you want to remove that 20. Okay, so for this case, you will be using pop. If you're not using anything, automatically it will remove the index minus 1. By default, it is taking as index minus 1. But if you're mentioning the index, let's suppose you want the 20. So what is the index of 20? It is 2. So if you do L dot pop 2, it is giving 20, means always the value it will return, it will remove that value also. Now check L, 20 is removed from that list. Okay. Now let's suppose you don't know the index, but you know the value, like this 30. You know the value. So you will be writing what? You will be writing L dot remove, and then you will be writing 30. Okay, so directly you can use also value, but for remove it is possible. If you use this, see, no output it is showing, but if you check the original L, 30 is already removed. Okay, and even let's suppose if you are using clear. Okay, you are using clear, so what will be happening now? Check L, everything cleared, all the values are deleted. Fine. Let's suppose you have some value. Now check. Now take another L. I'm taking another L. So L equals to, let's take only and only integer value, like this. Okay. Now if I tell you to sort this, sort all these values. So we have sort method L dot sort. Okay. So if you do check L, L is sorted in ascending order. Now, if you want to make it in descending order, what you will be doing? L dot sort, and here inside this you will be writing reverse equals to true. Now check L, it is coming in descending order. Okay, or otherwise you can simply, if you want to reverse, you can simply use a reverse method. Reverse. So if you check L, it is again reversed. Fine. And if you want to count the value like 23, it is coming twice. So if you want to check the count of this L, you can use count method also. L dot count 23, so 2 is the count of 23. Now on the same way, if you want to count the presence of 55, it is coming only once. Okay, and even here, as because it is indexable, you can check the index. So let's check the index of 90. So L dot index of 90, as because 90 is the last value, it is giving 6 because it is having 7 index present. So 0 to 6, so 6 is the last index. Okay, and you will be asking why it is not giving -1, because interpreter only know the positive indexing. There is no such way to understand. For interpreter, they can understand negative indexing by converting into positive indexing. Like whenever you are giving some negative indexing, what this um, interpreter will do, interpreter actually converting this negative indexing into positive indexing, and after then this is giving the result. Okay, because for interpreter only positive indexing exist. Okay, so these are all the list method we have covered. Now let's understand all the tuple methods, because see, tuple is a type of data type where it is immutable, right? So as because it is immutable, here there are very limited methods you have in tuple. If you see, only two methods it is there: count and index. That's it. So if you go for count, as because here there is no such repetition of any value, you will be doing t dot count. So you will be getting 56. It is presence, like it is present once only, so the count is 1. Now on the same way, as because it is indexable, you can simply use index. So let's suppose you want to check the index of 2. So simply index t dot index, sorry, index of 2. So it is giving us 1. Okay. Only these two methods it is present in tuple. Set method, let's learn. And set is mutable collection. So as because set is mutable collection, what you can do here, let's take a set first of all. I'm taking 12, 34, 55, 66, 23, 43. So these are all the set values. Now if you want to add any value, you will be using add. Add is a method. Okay, so if you use 300, it will be added. Now where it will be added? Set is fully unordered, right? So 300 will be added anywhere randomly. So if you check S, see 300 getting added. Okay, if you want to remove ace dot pop method, it is also present in set also. But if you use s dot pop, which value will be removed? Like for list, it is removing the last element, but for it is set. Okay, so as you can see here, set is taking this order. Now 34 is coming in the first, so if you use this pop, obviously there is no such way to remove any ordered collection, because here order is no, not only there. So we can't say that the last element or first element, but according to this interpreter, as 34 is coming in the first, you will see that this 34 will be removed. Okay, always the first will be removed, but there is no such first and last in set, so randomly it will be removing anything. And you can give index also, as because indexing is not possible only. And if you want to remove any specific value, you can simply use the remove method. So if I want to remove this 55, simply remove of 55. This is how you can take. So s, see, 55 removed. Okay, and one more way is union. Like if you want to make, or if you want to combine one more set, let's suppose you have another set which is having, let's take s1. Okay, s1, and is in s1 you are having 10, 20, and 30. Okay, now you want to uh, join this s with s1, like you want to combine. So for that case, you can't concatenate. If you do s plus s1, it is not possible, because set is not supporting concatenation. But there is one way. If you do s union s1, see, all these elements is coming in one place. If you check s is not changed, even s1 is also not changed. But whenever you are using union, a new set is actually, like you are building a new set which is having different elements present in both set. Okay, and again, if there is any like common value, let's take a common value as 23 and 43 both are present in S also. Check S. 23 and 43 present, and in S1 also 23 43 present. Now if you do S intersection, intersection means always it will give the common points only, common values or common elements. So if you check 43 and 23, it is giving. Okay, so this is how it works. Now see difference. Now set difference. For set difference, you can do like if I take again one that say 34, 45, 56, and again I'm taking S1. Okay. Now from S1 I am taking 12 as a common value. I'm taking 44 and 50. Okay. So you can do S minus S1. Subtraction is possible, right? Now on the same way I can use difference. So this is what actually the set difference is. If I give S1 only the common value, check from S only the common value. Like here common value is 12, so it is removed. Now check S. S is not changed. Even S1 also not changed. So if you use this difference, new set is getting generated. Okay. And even if you want to clear everything, you will be using S dot clear all the values. Sorry, there is dot. There should be the dot. So all the values will be removed. Now check S. It is default value. Means it is blank. Fine. So this is all about your set method. So now let's understand dictionary method. So for this case, I'm taking a dictionary. So ABC I'm taking with 10 is the value. Again, I'm taking BC, and here 20 is the value. This is how I'm taking. Let's take a tuple also 1 comma 2 comma 3. Sorry, 1 comma 2 comma 3, and it's a tuple, and I'm taking a list here 10 and 20 as a value. Okay, so this is my dictionary. Now if I use like for dictionary there are lots of methods. First method, like these are all the methods we have in dictionary. Okay, so I'm just mentioning some methods. So if I use d dot keys, see all these keys is coming in list. Okay, now on the same way if I go for values, d dot values, what will be happening? All these values is coming as list. Now if you go for d dot item, d dot items, now check all this item is coming in tuple. Like each and every key value pair is coming as a item in tuple. Fine. So these are actually called item. Now if you use d dot pop. So pop is a method which is removing, for removing any value. Now here key value pair present. Now which key value pair will be removed? As because it is fully unordered. Now if you use pop, it will take only at least one argument, so it is expecting some arguments. So you can't use without any argument, but here you need to mention what any key. So let's take a key. Here key is BC I am mentioning, so it will remove that particular value and check this key value pair fully gone. Okay, and even if you have, if you want to remove any value like pop item, if you use, okay, randomly it will remove any one of the value, any one of the key value pair. So this is the dictionary. Okay, now check D. Now check D. It is only having one key value pair. Now you want to use, you want to add multiple key value pair. So you already have like update. Okay, if you use update, now you can put multiple key value pair inside it. If I give 10 10 and then 20 colon 20, this is how if I give. Okay, so D will be updated to check all this key value pairs. Now add it. Now you have this clear also. If you do D dot clear, all these values will be gone. See, D now is having blank dictionary. Okay, so this is all about your Dictionary method. Let's understand user defined functions. So user defined function means the custom function we have seen already, that for defining any function in Python, we will be using def keyword, and after that we need to mention what the function name, and this function name you already know the identifier rule. So it should follow identifier rule. Identifier rule. Now this parenthesis also mandatory. Now inside this parenthesis you need to put arguments. This is called actually the arguments. Now this is properly optional depending on the functions you are writing. And after that, as because all these statement blocks you are writing under this function name, so you are writing here this statement block. And there will be one thing, that is a return keyword, which is very important. Return. Okay, so function is returning something. Function is returning some value. Like always, if function is giving some value or returning some output, that thing you can use as a return keyword. This keyword is used. So return any value. So this is how you can write. Okay, now this is your function definition. This is a function definition. Now, if you want to call this function, so you will be doing function calling. So how to call the function? For this case, you can use function name. So what's the function name here? F name. And then you can put the value. Okay. Now this is what called, this arguments is called actually the formal arguments. Formal arguments. And this one is called actual argument. Actual argument. Okay, so how it is working? So here we will be knowing this, we will be writing this code or user defined function with four cases. Case 1, we will be going with function without arguments. Function without arguments, without return type. Without return type. Okay, means there will be no arguments or no return type. After that, we will be going for case 2, function with argument without return, then function without argument but with return, and lastly the most popular and mostly used case, that is function with argument and with return. So let's understand this technically. So I'm taking a new file here. Let's name it. I am naming it function. So now let's write the first case. So function without argument means we will be writing the function here. Write add. Add, I am taking a function. So we'll not pass any argument here. But let's suppose I want to add two value. So I will be taking user input here only. I will be taking input, enter the data. We'll be doing concatenation. Okay, after that again input, enter the data. Okay, after this we will be adding also. So we'll print here this add value. If I use return, then it will return that value, but if I want to print that, we will be using a plus b. Okay, now function definition done. So whenever you are writing anything inside this function definition, there is no such execution happening even if you're not mentioning this. And if you run this, okay, so let's suppose you are writing inside some technical error, some error you have done here. Okay, it will not execute or it will not give any such error until and unless you are doing the execution. Okay, so if you run this add, okay, let's run this. So how to run this? We need to call this. This is a function call and this is a function definition. This is definition, and this is a call. Now run this function. Okay, I'm entering the data, so it is pi, and then I am giving ton. So ultimately you will be getting what you need. You are getting this print Python. So who is actually working here? This add is actually working here. Okay, now let's go for the case 2. Like writing the same problem, writing the same program here, but here we will be using with argument. Now if I going to use with arguments means here in this def, first of all def, and in this add, you don't write this a b. Simply you can reduce this code, means a comma b, means you will be asking while calling this function, you will be asking the value, means you are not putting any this user input inside this statement block. While calling this, you are asking for the arguments. The work of arguments is like that. Okay, simply you will be printing this. See, this much easy. Now statement blocks only containing one line of code. So this is too much easy with argument. Now run this. Okay, for run we need to call this also, add a comma b. Now here this is what, like a comma b, this is what actually called the formal arguments. This is what actually called the formal arguments, formal args. But here whenever you are giving the actual value 10 20, okay, 10 20 you are giving. Now this is what actually called the actual args. Now this if you compare both problem, this one is more dynamic, means if you are putting integer value it will add, and if you are putting string it will concatenate. So it, this phenomena is also called polymorphism. We will see in oops in the next part, you will be seeing that here it is more dynamic. If you give here any like in the previous program, like for this function, for this add function, if you give this any integer value, it will only concatenate, right? Because you are not mentioning here integer. But this is more flexible. If you give integer, it will take the input and it will give the integer output. Now just check. Let's run this function f5. Okay, 30. It is coming. Why? Because you are giving here this 10 and 20. It's not asking any user input. So that is what is happening here. Okay, if you are giving here the same thing with actual arguments, see how much flexible it is now. If I give here, make this, I'm making this a string. Okay, I'm making this 10 and 20 as string. Now if you run this, 10 20 is concatenating. Okay, so this is how it is working. Now let's understand the case 3. Like if you want to use no arguments, case 3, you don't want to use argument but you want to use the return. Now where to use this return? So function without argument but with return. Now how to use the return? When a function will return. So basically what? When let's suppose whatever function is giving the result, you need to store somewhere. So for that case, if you want to store somewhere, that value you should get randomly stored somewhere. Now for that case, if you want to like return back the value in the memory, you have to use return. Like same thing you will be writing here, def of this, but instead of printing, okay, that for this case we will not use any arguments. Rather we will be using this user input. Okay, let's take this, and I am here now changing it to integer. The data type I am changing to integer. So we are just checking all possible combination, how you can write same program in different ways. Okay, now this print a plus b. Now let's suppose I want to store that a plus b. I want to return that a plus b, that value in the value space. So I will be using return. Otherwise, it will be only displaying, but the value is not stored somewhere. Okay, so here it will be writing what return and then a plus b. So what it will do after adding it, also return it in the value space. Fine. So whenever you are calling this add, what you need to mention here, as because there is some value it is storing somewhere in the memory, some memory address it is generating, so you can use here a variable. So you can take v, and if you print v later, you will see that v is actually one location it is storing. So now run this program. Now it is asking for the data. Let's give 5, and after that let's give 6. So it is returning 11. Okay, and even this id is also there. Id of v. If you run this also, function of 5, let's give 20 and let's give 30. So this address also giving means actually this function, whatever the value, it's not only printing here. The previous one it's printing, it's not storing somewhere. If you are returning, that is getting stored somewhere. Your function is returning a value in the value space, and that random address you are storing inside this variable v, that's why it is existing. Okay, so return is basically returning one value in the value space. Now let's go for case 4. So let's combine this case 3 and case 2, and let's generate the case 4. So case 4 is basically what? Case 4 function, here we will be using arguments also, here we will be using the return also. So case 4 function, function with arguments and with return. Now this is the most popular way to use. Okay, if I use def add, this is very much flexible to use. So I'm giving ab, fine. Now here we will be returning what? Here we will be returning a plus b. Okay, now add, let's call this, and as because it is returning, we need to store inside some variables, so I am taking v. Okay, I am calling this add, and here I will be putting 10 comma 50. Okay, so the end result will be what? Let's print that v, otherwise will not get. And even you can reuse that v, means if you do v plus 40, it will be getting added, and finally your answer will be 100. See what it is happening here? First of all, this v and add 10, so it is returning what? It is returning 60. And as because you are using this v, you are using this return value, you are adding here 60, 60 plus 40. You are adding here 60 plus 40, like this. Okay, clear it is? It's very easy. Now let's do some program for function. So let's solve this program for function. So write a program here to convert the string into uppercase. So already we have one upper function, right? We have inbuilt method, but let's take the challenge to write it from scratch. Okay, so I am here taking uppercase, as because upper is already a function, so I am writing here uppercase. Okay, now here we will be giving that string. Okay, so that string, what it will do, first of all, it will take uppercase means what? If there is any such character present which is in lowercase, it will change it to uppercase. Fine. So for this case, we need one output. Now that output also I need in string, so that is why I am taking a string. Now take a for loop I in s. Let's traverse each and every element of, or each and every character in s. So if that character is lowercase, is in lowercase, means let's put the filter. If this I is in lowercase, means it is actually varied from small a to small z, sorry, small a to small z. If it is varying, then only will change, then only will change, right? And if it is not varying, then automatically it will be getting added. Fine. So here we will be writing that it will be like out equals to out plus I. But if we get any smaller case value, for this case what we can do here, out equals to, but we will be adding but in different way. With this out, we are not directly adding I, we need to make change, means we need to convert. What is the logic behind it? Let's suppose here I'm having like this Python Thon. So basically when this pi small p is coming, okay, what should I do here? So this is my p, I want the ASCII value. Okay, so we will be using here one inbuilt function which is ord. Okay, so this is how we will be getting the ASCII value of this. And as you can see here, if I going to like this is my ASCII value of smaller case, and you can use one formula, like let's suppose you have lowercase value, lowercase, and if you want to make it uppercase, so you will see there is the gap of 32. Okay, always your lowercase value is more, so you need to decrease by 32. So lowercase, for this case you will be doing what, ord is giving the ASCII value. So if you have a character which is in lowercase, you will be doing what, if you want to make it in uppercase, you will be doing ord of ch minus 32. If you do, you will be getting the uppercase of it always. Okay, now on the same way you need to go back from, let's suppose you are having a capital CH. Okay, now you need to go back to lowercase. What you will do here, you will be adding this 32 with it, because lowercase is having greater ASCII value. So this is a conversion way. This is how you can convert lowercase to uppercase minus 32, uppercase to lowercase plus 32. This is how you can do it. Let me show you. Let me show you. So in ideally, let me show you this. So if you go for ord of, let's suppose it is small p. Okay, we have got this small p, this is a ASCII value of this ord. Now let's go back to the uppercase. How to go back to uppercase? If I do ord of minus 32, okay, you will be getting this 80. Now if you check whose ASCII it is, for this case you will be using chr. So it is also one more method. Okay, now if you give this entire thing inside chr, you will be getting capital P. Okay, so what we are doing exactly, we are giving this, we are reducing this by 32, and after that if I going to go back to normal character, means what, here also one more note, that is, let's suppose you are having normal character, this is your character and this is your ASCII value, ASCII. Now if you want to change, if you want to make change from character to ASCII, you need to use chr. Sorry, if you want to convert character to ASCII, you will be using ord. Okay, and if you want to go back from ASCII to character, you will be using chr method always. Okay, and this ord always take any string, and chr always it will take any numeric value, number, like ASCII value, ASCII it will take. Okay, so let's implement this in our program. What we will do here, if I want to change this small a to capital A. What I can do here? Generally, if I use ORD, first of all, we need what? ORD of that I of the smaller case. After that, we have to go back to uppercase by reducing this in 32. Now, entire thing I want to convert also in uppercase. So that is why we need to use CHR. So this is what our goal is. Okay, so finally, after finishing this, when this loop will stop, will this function will return what? This function will return the out. And if you want, let's call this function and let's store this out somewhere, or let's print it. So first of all, I'm taking a equals to, let's call this function uppercase, okay, and let's take small p, capital Y, small t, capital H, small o, capital N. Like this I am taking, okay. And after that, we'll print also, print that A also. Okay, now function F5, if I run this, okay, name uppercase is not defined. Okay, I have made some mistake, I guess. Let's name something else. Uppercase 1, and let's take here uppercase 1. Now run this function. Name error is coming as because it is not defined. First save it, and okay, so I have made the mistakes in name, very sorry. Let's keep it uppercase only. Function F5. Now see, I'm again removing this. Okay, so Python, so everything coming in uppercase. So this is the logic. I hope you have understood. Still, if you have any doubt, you can directly ask me in the comment. Okay, and there is one more task. Can you do it for lowercase? Like if I give any uppercase character, can you make it in lowercase? Try it by yourself. Now let's solve this function program, that is write a function to check Armstrong number. Now what is the logic behind this Armstrong number? Let me show you the logic. So Armstrong number, if I take a one example, 153 is Armstrong number, and even 1634, this is also Armstrong number. So what is this Armstrong number is? You need to check like what is the length of this number, how many digit present, 3 digit present, right? So it will be like 1 to the power 3 plus 5 to the power 3 plus 3 to the power 3. This thing should be equal with your original value 153. Now on the same way, for this case, as because 4 digit number it is, you need to do like this: 1 to the power 4 plus 6 to the power 4 plus 3 to the power 4 plus 4 to the power 4. This will be equal with your 1634. Now this logic you need to perform. Okay, so let's write the function. So for this case, first of all, we need the function definition. So I am here writing Armstrong, and here I will be putting n as a arguments. Fine. After this, what should I write? N already taken, n defined. After this, we need one loop, obviously. So let's take while loop. It is easy to go with while loop. So let's take while loop. So I am writing while, and as because here we need to go with separate digits, so we have to extract the digits. So n is the value which is the initialization, and we have to go until and unless n is 0, we need to continue with our loop. Fine. So first thing, you already know, first we need to find out the last digit. So last digit, how to extract? In modulus 10. This is how you can extract. After that, you need to do the sum of it. So let's take one sum, s variable, s equals to 0. So let's add this s. So what you will be doing, s plus ld. Now with ld, you need to make the power of what? The length of this n. So what I can do here, we can put a count of it, we can take a count of it. So I am taking here len of, we need to make it a string of this n. This is how we can make. Now that c I am writing here. Okay, so this is where you are getting the length of it. If you don't want, you can use one more loop to count. You can write it from scratch without typecasting also you can do. Okay, so ld to the power c. Fine. After this, let's reduce this. So float division means what we are doing exactly. Let's suppose I have this 153, 153 we have. First of all, LD means what? 153 modulus 10. I am getting this 3. After that, inside S is already started with 0. So in S means 0. In 0, I am adding LD to the power len of str of 3. Str of 153 is what? It is 153. Now, if you do len of this, you will be getting what? This 3 means you are doing here, you are giving 3, LD to the power 3. So, it will be what? 3 to the power 3. Fine. In the next iteration, again you will be going again your n. Now n is reduced to what? N, you are doing what? Float division of 10. Now it is what? 153 float division 10. Now it is what? 15. So in the second iteration you are starting with 1 5. Again on the same way, ld means 115 modulus 10, 5 you are getting, that you are adding in this LD to the power 3 means it is what? 3 to the power 3 already there. You are adding this 5 to the power 3. Correct. After that, you are changing again n float division 10. So n is what? 15 float division 10. So now n is 1. So it is removed. Again, third, for third case, you are adding, you are starting with 1 and this will continue. So it will stop when n is 0 because you have done, you have taken this condition n is greater than 0. Fine. So this is what, and finally you will be getting after completion of the while loop, you will be getting inside this s. Now one thing you need to check whether this n equal to s or not. That thing you need to check. Now already n is reduced to 0. That is why you need a temp variable before that, temp equals to n. Okay, and inside this n you have to write temp because temp is a backup you need to do. This is what called general copy, right? You are copying one value inside another variable so that you can use reuse later, because n you are updating n and now after completion of the loop this is 0. That is why this loop will stop, right? Now finally you will be printing if this happens like 153, and if you adding all those values also, if it is coming as same, you will be giving or you will be printing Armstrong, right? You will be printing. For this case, you don't return anything. You just print this Armstrong, print Armstrong, and other way you can print not Armstrong. Correct? Now run this code, function F5. So you need to call this function also. So let's call this function now, Armstrong. Let's give some value 153. I am giving. Now run this code. Okay, this is 153. It is coming Armstrong. Let's give 1530. Let's run this. It is not Armstrong. So it is working properly. So this is how you can do it. So what you have understood, that function in Python is not that much a rocket science. It's very easy. It's just a method to like pack all the blocks. Now let me show you some few small things about functions, that what you are using. So let's suppose you have this variable a equals to 10, okay, and b equals to 20. Now if you are defining anything, defining s sum of, okay, so there is one function that is sum of, and here you are printing a comma b, okay, and after that you are printing a plus b. Now if you run this code, if you run this code, let's call this also sum of, sorry, parenthesis also mandatory, otherwise calling is not possible. See, this 10 and 20, it is used by this function and it is adding also this to value. Fine. Now the thing is, if you change, if you change something, if you change this a, let's suppose you are changing this a to 100 for this case, then what will happen? This 100, like a will be taken as, because inside this function you are taking this 100. Okay, so for this case a will be taken as 100 because of this, because it is present inside this block. But for b it will check the outside variable, the outside variable, this is the inside variable, correct? Now when you are outside the function, this is where you are outside the function, right? Outside def, if you print a, is it changed? If you print a, is it changed? Just check. Let me run this again. See, if you print a, so let's name it outside, let's name it outside function. Okay, and this one, this a and b, this is inside function. See, outside function it is 10. Inside function, as you have taken this a as 100, that is why it is taking 100, and inside a also, inside the function also, it is adding this a with 100 plus 20. Okay, means what you have understood, that if you're changing inside a function, it is actually changing locally. From this case, you will be telling locally. Local means inside the function. So this is the local area. For this function, this one is the local area. Local area. Okay. And this one means outside the function. Local area means inside function. And this one is the outside of the function. You have this a and b. So this is what actually called global area. Global area means these values like a and b can be used by any other functions also. This is best because this is outside of the function. Okay, now if I ask you, can you change these variables? So as because it is present in global area, this is actually called global variables. Global variables, this a, this b, both are what? Global variables. Okay, now this a is what? Is it the same a? This a and this a 100, is it same? No, it is totally different. This is different a, this is local a, this is local variable. Fine, means you are not changing the global one, you are changing locally. For locally it is getting changed from 10 to 100, but globally if you outside the function, if you print a is still same, means you can access this global variable anywhere. You can access this global variable access anywhere. But modification, but if you want to modify, can you modify? The first question, let me ask you, can you modify any global variable, any global inside local? Is it possible? Can you modify any global variable inside local? See, you have already taken a 100, but when you are printing outside of the function, it is still 10. That is the problem. Now if you want to modify, if you want to modify local variable, what you can do here, you will be using global keyword. If you use global, if you use global and a, that time it is not a local variable you are changing. Here you are modifying. If you want to modify, you need to modify this global, you need to use this global keyword. Now if you run this function f5, sorry, there is one problem. Okay, so I have done one mistake, that is you need to declare first this global a. Okay, global a, after that you can modify it. So you are declaring that this is the same global a you are using, it's not a different local a. Fine. Now run this. See, outside function it is 10, inside function it is 100. Okay. Now check, just execute and just check outside function. See, inside function also 100, outside function also 100. Okay. So basically what, when this function is executing, the global also you are modifying. Global means the value which are present outside, those global variable you are modifying here. So with the help of global keyword you can do it. So basically what you are doing here, this is a space and this is a global space, and here you are writing one function. Let's take, this is a home, this is your home, and this is just a function. So basically you have two variable, means two person here, which are actually here. You can access them, you can talk with from this home only. But if you want them to come and if you want some changes, you want to fit some, then you need to tag that these are actually global. Okay, these are actually global. So if you want to make changes, you need to mention that these are global, then only it will make changes on this. Otherwise if you're taking some a and if you're not mentioning global, then it will be a for this function only, for this home only it is a, not outside, not for outside. You can't access from outside, you can only access inside only. So local variable, as because in the local space it is, it can be accessed, plus modify in local space only. And global variable, yes you can, as because it is in global space, you can access, you can modify in global. But what about this local, if you want to access this global inside this local also? So for this case you have to use global keyword to make modify. For accessing it is possible, but to modify means you can access, global can be accessed anywhere, it can be accessed from anywhere. But if you want to change them or modify them, you need to use what? Global keyword. Now let's write one nested function. Okay, now let's understand nested function, because it is also important. You will be like, see, there, let's suppose you are writing one more function inside a function, that is what called nested function. Now I am writing inner. Okay, I'm writing inner. Now if I take a 10, okay, and if I print this a, which a will be coming? Let's not take a, let's take here another variable which is a local variable. Let's take c equals to 30. Okay, now this is what my local variable is, local variable. Now if I check, if I want to print this c, is it possible? If I run, just check, I have to call this also. So inner, I am calling. See, this 30 can be accessible inside inner function, means we are creating one more space inside which is inner. Now inside this inner, we are actually checking whether this C, let's suppose there is one local variable in rate, this C is accessible or not. Yes, it is accessible. Fine, it is accessible. Now, can it be modified? If I check C equals to, I am changing it, I'm changing this C inside this function, C equals to 4000. Okay. Now, outside this function, after running this function, again I am printing this C again. So this is what my inner is, and this print C is the part of my outer, means sum of function. Now run this C. Inside, this is inside inner. Let's tag it. This is inside inner, and this is inside sum of. Okay. If I check, just a minute. Okay, I have done, I missed one comma here. Now see, inside inner it is 4000, inside sum of it is 30. Means you can't modify. You can't modify, you can access. But if you want to change that particular C inside inner, what you can do here, you can simply use non-local. Okay, as because it is local, for inner it is non-local, so you can use one thing, non-local keyword. So if we use non-local, sorry, non-local, so this is one keyword is coming as orange, so this is one keyword, and you are giving C, means this local keyword you are putting here as non-local C. Now once you are changing this, you are changing what, you are modifying here with this, you are modifying the local variable. Means if you want to access inside, you need to use non-local keyword. Now check, now see, inside inner also it is 4000, in outside, like inside sum of, like outside inner also it is 4000, means you can modifying this. So what we have understood here, this area, global area, local area. So if it is the variable in global, this will be the global area, global variable, and if it is in local, then it will be local variable. If you want to modify global inside local, you need to use global keyword. And if you want to use a local variable inside one nested function, then you need to mention non-local keyword. Okay, so this is all about your global and local variable. Now one more thing is, whenever we are talking about arguments, like let's write one function, if name, I am writing here if name. Okay, so if I give a comma b comma c, a comma b comma c I am giving, and it is printing also, it is printing like that. Okay, a comma b comma c, it is printing like that. So if I change, if I give, like if I call this function, this is actually called positional arguments, because if I give a 10, 10 is coming in the place of a, 20 if I give, 20 is coming in the place of b, and 50 if I give, 50 is coming in the place of c. Okay, like if you are only printing, let's suppose b, so always 20 will be printed, because position matters in how, in which way you are passing this value, this position matters. That is why it is called positional arguments. Okay, now let's suppose you don't have the idea about how many like arguments your user will be giving. You don't have any idea, it can be a collection, anything. Like you don't have, like here it is a limitation that you need to put three arguments. Let's suppose you want endless arguments, like it is not, you are not like limiting the number of arguments. So for this case, you can pack all these values. What you can do here, simply what you can do here, instead of writing a b c, because it is fully positional, simply you can use a. Okay, So star A, this is what actually called that packing. This is what called single packing. Single packing. Okay, star A. Now what is the star A? If you print now, if you print that A now, okay, what will be happening? I can give this F name with three arguments. Now run this. Okay, 10, 20, 30. What is the type of it? It is taking as tuple. It is taking as tuple. Now check type of A. Function F5. It is what? A tuple. Okay. Can I write this program with no arguments? Is it possible? Yes, it is also tuple with no arguments. If I want to give 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, this much long, is it possible? Yes, this is also possible. So this is how you can write with packing, single packing. You can write a program where you are not limiting any number of arguments. Okay, and that is how you can take a collection. And that is how, why, because it is taking, whenever you are putting some value separated by comma, automatically it is taking as tuple. So that is why it is called tuple packing. This is called tuple packing. So this is for your positional arguments. Like instead of writing your positional arguments, you are writing this. Instead of positional arguments, you are going with this tuple packing. Okay, now this is what a single packing is. Now you will be seeing double packing also. Like you can write the function, you can call the function like this also. Like let's suppose I have this if name. Okay, and I have abc I have, and you are printing here that B again. And here you are calling this if name, and you are pushing, you are putting A equals to, you are mentioning like this, C equals to 80 and B equals to 30. Means positional arguments it is there, but you are not writing in a order. So instead you can mention the variable with this A20, C80, B30. So we are not writing in the ordered manner, still it will work. Just see, 30 it is printing. Okay, because you are printing what? B30. So here this is how you can use positional, like to like if you don't want to use positional argument, you can use here, this is what called keyword arguments. This is what called keyword arguments. Okay, now you don't want to limit that keyword arguments. What you can write here, you can write simply double star. Like it is called actually double packing, as because key and value both you are giving. So you can give both star and one variable b. So what will be happening? Let's take v only. V. Okay. Now if you run this, if you run this function f5, everything is coming in a dictionary. So this is how you can do what? Double packing. Whenever you are mentioning double star means actually you are doing what? You are doing double packing. Means from this, your double packing, from this you can understand that this function is not limited for any number of arguments. And also this is for keyword arguments. Like here you can put key and value both. Okay, now let's combine both, and let's write here by combining both concept. Okay, means we will be using here single packing also, double packing also. Now for this case here we will be using star, and there is one way to write args and double star kw args. So by convention you can write like this. For single packing and double packing, for both you can follow this rule. Okay, now here I'm just giving pass, or let's suppose I am just writing print. Okay, so here I will be printing args also and kw args also. Means you are not limiting any single value or double value. Okay, like you can take any tuple also, any dictionary also, any value. but you need to maintain that arcs. All the single value you need to give first, 10, 20, 30, 40, like this. After that you can give the key value, like a equals to 20, b equals to 80, like this. Now close this, run this program. See, again I am showing you, run this program. So this is how all this single value is coming in a tuple and the rest of it is coming in double packing or dictionary. Okay, can you rerun this with a different key value pair, any number of? Yes, we can. Let's suppose I am not using any single value. Okay, any single value I am not using, only the key value pair I am mentioning. That is also possible. See, yes, it is also possible where tuple is fully empty. Again, if you need any tuple, any number of elements you can take. Okay, there is no such limitation. So this is what actually called packing. Packing. Then you will be telling that can we write the same thing in like in opposite way? Means here we will be giving, like in def we will be giving everything like this, like in single way, a comma b comma c. This is how we will be doing. Here I am printing this a comma b comma c, but while calling this function if name, I will be giving everything in a collection. That thing, is it possible? Let's give a collection, 10, 20, 10, 20, 30. So I am giving a collection. So basically it is one argument I am passing here. One arguments I am passing, and here three positional arguments present. Now if you run this code, is it possible? See, it is actually expecting two required positional argument b and c, but I am putting what? I am putting here only one argument. Now if I put a star here, function f5, see, now see the magic, 10, 20, 30 is coming in the position. Like for a, 10 is coming, for b, 20 is coming, for c, 30 is coming. So what is the reverse thing? That here if you mention star, means you are giving this with packing, but your interpreter is unpacking it. Now this phenomena is called unpacking. Unpacking. So in advance you will be using this type of packing unpacking concept in more way, like for projects, mostly in projects you will be using this type of um, concepts. So this is all about your function. Now let's understand the last topic, which is recursion. Recursion. So recursion is basically what? In any programming language, if you see recursion is basically reducing a function. Like you are reducing some lines of code by calling the function by itself. Calling function by itself means what? If I show you one example, like let's suppose I am writing a function for factorial. So I am writing def fact. Okay, let's give the n. Okay, now here what I am writing, return. So every time you will see that in factorial means what? It is what? First understand it one by one. If it is 1 factorial, it is 1. If it is 2 factorial, it is 2 into 1. If it is 3 factorial, it is 3 into 2 into 1. Okay. If it is 4 factorial, it is 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Have you observed one thing? That same thing you are repeating. Like in 3, you are getting this 2 factorial. Have you seen this 2 factorial you are getting? It is actually what? 3 into 2 factorial. Again, see, this 3 factorial is coming in this way. Like it is what? 4 into 4 factorial. Sorry, 4 into 3 factorial. So always if you go in general, n factorial will be what? N into n minus 1 factorial. Fine. So if you are writing this def, then after that in this return you can write here that fact of n minus 1, it is what? It is the n factorial. So here you will be writing what? Fact of fact of n minus 1. So basically it is n into fact of, sorry, n into fact of n minus 1. This much easy it is. Means what it is happening, let's suppose you are starting, you are calling this fact of 4. So this fact of 4 will return what? 4 into fact of 3. Again fact of 3, again it will go for fact of 3, means again it will start execute. Okay, it will be like 3 into fact of 2. Okay, from 2 again you will be getting 2 into fact of 1. Okay, and when this fact of 1 will be coming, then it will return 1. Then you need to write that also. So let's write, if it is fact of 1, then only it will return that 1. Means we need to write, let's rewrite it. If if our n, if it is 0 also, for 0 factorial it is also 1, right? So if it is n 0, or if it is n equal to 1, will return 1. Only this value I know. Rest of it will figure out. So for else, or don't write else, exactly you can write return also. Return in into fact of n minus 1. Means if this not follows, then it will go for this return. Otherwise at the last it will go for this last return. Means this fact of 1 will return what? This will return 1. Okay, so it will be 2 into 1. Now 2 into 1 will be returning here, 3 into 2 into 1. Again 3 into 2 into 1 will be returning here. It will be 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Again 4 into 3 into 2, 1 will be returning for this. So this is what called recursion is. Means let's run this program. Def fact of n. Okay, and if that n is 0, or if your n is 1, means the last value we only know 1 factorial only, and after that it will be going to be multiplied recursively. That is what called recursive call is happening. Okay, so it will return 1, and otherwise it will return what? Otherwise if it is not going to follow that if condition, then it will return like n into fact of n minus 1. So recursively it will be called and it will return. So finally, as because it is returning something, so let's take a variable v and fact of here, let's give anything 6. Okay, let's give 6, and now print 6, print v. Now 6 factorial, let's check, is it coming as what value? 720. Yeah, so now it is working. So this is what called recursion. Now one more thing, let's suppose, let's write one more function in recursion. This is a function like what you got as a recursion, means what? The function calling itself and recursively calling itself and returning in every intermediate step. Means let's suppose if you want to find, let's write this simple program, write a function to sum in natural number. So here we will not write loop. With very small number of lines, you can write this program. What it is, let's understand. So basically, you are starting from n natural number. N natural number means like starting from 1, s equals to 1. After that, 1 will be added with 2. Again, after that, 1 plus 2 plus 3. Okay, after that, s equals to 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. So basically, what it is happening, this is the first iteration, this is second, this is third, this is fourth. So every iteration, what it is happening, you are adding this s. See, this is the s1. If it is s1, this is s2, this is s3, s4. So basically you are adding s3 plus 4, right? Every time you are adding this s3 plus 4, like this. Means for sn it will be sn minus 1 plus n. So every time you are getting new value, means when you are starting with def, and sum, let's suppose sum is already there, so let's take sum of n. So what you will be returning, you have to start from 1. For 1 it will be 1 for first iteration. For the first, like the simplest version is, if your n is 1, if when your n is 1, then it will return what? It will return 1 only, that will be getting added. Otherwise what you will be returning? N plus sum of n minus 1. So what will be happening here? Let's suppose you are starting from 4. Okay, so this condition it's not following, so it will return what? Here it will asking for that return, it is asking that return 4 plus sum of 3. Now 3 again will be going for this return, it is expecting the return 3 plus sum of 2. Again this sum of 2 is going for returning 2 plus sum of 1. Now when this sum of 1, you already have written that this should be 1, so from this it will be returning this one, and that one means it is now returning what? This is now 2 plus 1, 2 plus 1 will be returning here. Now it will be 3 plus 2 plus 1, now 3 plus 2 plus 1 will be returning here. It will be 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. So this is how simply I am writing this. Let's write this program. This is the last program. So def sum n, if your n is 1, then only it will return 1. So until and unless it will return this 1, it will keep on checking itself, it will keep on calling itself, and it will go up to the minimum, like it will reducing and it will go up to 1. Okay, so it will go by reducing itself, it will go up to the last stage. So it's like onion, n minus 1. Okay, so if you run this program, let's print this sum. Print, you can also print this return value, right? So sum of, let's give 4. So if you run this, see 10. So it is basically what? 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. So this is all about recursion, and you successfully completed the entire Python, the basic Python. So I hope you have understood everything. Still, if you have any doubt, you can directly ask in the comment. And if you have liked this video, just put a like. What should I say? Just subscribe and stay tuned. And we will be going for the next part, that is oops, and also the advanced concept. So thank you so much. Thanks for watching.